Washington, D.C. nabs the NFL Draft. D.C. will host the 2027 NFL Draft, and an official announcement is expected at the White House later today. The draft is expected to be held on the National Mall. Axios was the first to report the news. The Nationals defeat the Reds 4-1. Luis Garcia Jr. with a homer.
Here comes the pitch. Swinging a long drive, right field. Nats are in front. That one's way back there and long gone.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Nationals back home, taking on the Guardians tonight at 6:15 on The Fan. They've won 3 of their last 4. The Capitals face the Hurricanes tomorrow night at 7 on The Fan. The Jets stun the Blues to advance in the Stanley Cup playoffs 4-3 in double overtime. The Warriors finish off the Rockets 103-89 to advance. Pacers stun the Cavaliers 121-112 in Game 1. Tyrese Halliburton had 22 points, including a go-ahead three-pointer for Indiana as they shocked the Cavaliers in game number 1. Cleveland held to just 23.7% from outside the arc. Steph Curry had 14 of his 22 points in the fourth quarter, and Buddy Hield made 9 three-pointers, scoring 33 for the Golden State upset. Game 1 of the East second round starts tonight at 7 with New York Knicks at the Boston Celtics. And at 9:30, the Denver Nuggets at the Oklahoma City Thunder for Game 1. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am good, brother. What's happening with you?
Bro, we are busy. We are busy. Obviously, plenty of sports going on. Caps, top of the list. Headed to second round. First game's tomorrow night. We're going to talk a ton of Caps.
Yep.
Nats are playing. Got Commanders rookie mini camp this week. So maybe not every Monday, but most Mondays I go over to Channel 4 in the afternoon and I do this 4 things, right? Where I kind of lay out the sports week ahead. And last night we had a plan. We had things laid out for the sports week ahead, Brian. It was going to be 3 Caps thing and then rookie mini camp because there's obviously a lot of excitement that Gabe Taylor will be there. Sean Taylor's younger brother.
Yep.
And I don't know, about 9 o'clock last night, everything changed. That's the business we are in. News broke. Shout out to Axios. They're breaking all this news. I'm not a frequent Axios reader. Although we've had the young lady that's like a lifestyle reporter from Axios on a bunch of times. That the NFL draft's coming to town in 2027. So the boys' text thread lit up. We're all saying various things. And then B just responded a little later and just dropped the hammer. I told you 2027 was a go.
I've said it for weeks and months now. It's like some things. I listen. I know it's a lot of grandstanding in politics. I know that, but this thing they gotten word a long time ago, and it's a great move now. But you better believe this is a locomotive now. Anybody else in the way, you don't get ran over. That's all I'll tell you.
Totally. So if you've missed the news, and this is reportable by like a dozen outlets, Axios broke it, so I'm crediting them. There's an announcement scheduled today that the president, DC Mayor Muriel Bowser, and Commanders owner Josh Harris will all be at the White House to announce that the 2027 NFL Draft is coming to town. I think it's awesome. I've talked to people with the league about this. They've wanted this for some time. At various moments, it's been close. Now, there were some hurdles with the National Park Service that actually runs the land over that the National Mall is on. I think those were kind of fake hurdles. I think the real hurdle was, are we going to be able to get the stadium deal done? I think call me crazy if you want. I don't think this announcement with the president, the mayor, and the team owner at the White House happens unless there is a real feeling of positivity surrounding RFK Stadium.
100%. 100%. But listen, I've said it ever since they've given DC control over the land. And you pointed it out last week. After you finish reading, they're giving them permission. Then they start talking about, they have line items, okay?
Right.
Number one item was what?
Stadium revitalization.
Right. So listen, I understand what people say because you know what? You have to put yourself in a position as if I was working for you. I don't think it ever gets that 100-0 vote if it didn't go how they wanted it to go.
Totally.
So let's be real. Yes, the stadium, and people look at that, but it's not just the stadium. It's going to be all kind of stuff around it. And also it's going to be bringing income into the city that needs it.
Totally. So what we know, the only thing we know that the president has a 1:00 announcement scheduled. Widely reported that that's going to be about the draft coming to town. Imagine, I mean, dude, I don't mean any offense to Green Bay, right? Mm-hmm. I know a lot of Scotties. Wisconsin people are great.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay is cool because of the nostalgia and the tradition, but even those visuals, it's just a bunch of people in a parking lot. It's not that cool. The visuals of Nashville going down Broadway was really cool.
Yeah.
The visual, I don't say a ton of nice things about Philadelphia, but mark this down because I'm going to. The visuals of the draft in Philadelphia, where everything led up to, is it the art museum that's on the river?
Yeah.
With the steps and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It was a really, really neat scene. And I think this draft with the National Mall will be most reflective of that one in Philly, where you have these huge open, grand design, centuries old vistas and open areas. I don't know exactly where they'll put the stage. I would think it would be down towards the Lincoln Memorial. And then you just have people. I guess you got the reflecting pool right there. Maybe you want it up by
towards the Capitol and
towards
got
the
all that
Capitol.
stuff behind
go
it
that way.
Yeah. It's
they'll sort it out and
they'll figure it out.
I mean, hell, maybe this might sound ridiculous, but maybe you just set it up like inauguration, right? Inaugurations used to hosting.
I've been to a
lot of people.
I've been to a lot of different things on the mall, and normally the focal point is closer to the Capitol down that way.
So I feel like protests have generally been on the other end. Like if you think about MLK, he was standing in front of Lincoln, right? Like the famous I Have a Dream speech. But the stuff that is being celebrated tends to be closer to the Capitol. They got options either way. I think, White Brian, I think you looked this up for me last week. Give me the economic impact of some of these drafts on the city. Here's all I know is I think easily estimate. I mean, there was once a 1 million man march, right?
Yeah.
And whether it was 1 million or 900 or 1.1 million, that's a lot of damn people.
Yeah.
I remember the first Obama inauguration in I guess that was 09, right? Like January of 09 because he won in 08. That's when I lived in Northeast, and it was pandemonium.
Yes.
Bars stayed open all night. I went and saw drive-by truckers on K Street with 9 people there because some lobbying firm hired them. That was a wild time to be in D.C. But, I mean, did you go to that inauguration? That had to be the coldest one ever, at least of my lifetime.
It was freezing, absolute freezing.
Freezing, and still, despite the weather, it was packed.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying
they had more than a 1 million man march.
You think?
Yes. I was at that one.
I was not at that one. I was at Obama's inauguration. But when was Million Man March? Early 90s?
Yeah.
90, 92-ish, something like that?
It's after 92 because Norv Turner was the coach here.
Okay.
We basically told him we're going to the Million Man March. We're not going to be practicing that day.
Was it there? Well, I thought was it in the fall? I thought it was in the spring.
He was trying to make us be there. We're like, no, we're going.
Okay.
We're going where we're going to be.
Again, those are significant political, historic moments. This is the NFL draft. We're not trying to compare clearly apples to oranges, but the interest level in the NFL, thank you, Jeffrey, is so significant. And this lowers the barrier to entry so highly. B. Mitch, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
What did Jeff give you? So take you behind the curtain. Landfill just printed a bunch of stuff.
See?
Jeff brought it in. Jeff just gave me 2 caps reads and 0 show sheets. There he is, my guy. Thanks, Jeff. Now, do I need to give one of these caps reads to B. Mitch? There you go, buddy. We're off and running on a Monday morning. But B, the NFL draft has so much interest in it.
Yeah.
There is, best I can tell, and maybe this has changed, but I know when I was in Philly, it was free. You just rolled up. Now, I'm sure there's VIP areas.
Yeah, VIP areas, you're going to probably have to get credentials or you're going to have to have some clout.
Sure. But, to my understanding, it's free. You just got to show up. And they'll be selling food and beer and whatever else. But, if you got the NFL, which has the most interest of anything in our country, and free, and think about the size within about a 4-hour drive from here, Brian. You got Norfolk, Virginia Beach, that whole area. Raleigh, Durham's about 4 hours. You could probably, Greensboro maybe is 5. Philly, Baltimore.
Yeah.
How far is Pittsburgh? 4 or 5 hours? The amount of people that are going to come to this thing.
Don't worry about it, Jay. You got 3 different airports that are very close. People are going to fly from other places, not just driving places.
Sure. This is going to pack every hotel, pack every bar, pack every restaurant. Every Uber is going to be busy all weekend. Every hot dog truck, every taco truck, whatever it is, this is a massive economic boom at a time where the city could use it. And granted, it's 2 years away, but that ain't that far. Hell, it's less than 2 years away. Yeah. It's 23 months away. That's a big deal. I don't think there's any accident about it because I think, frankly, since the Harris Rails team has taken over, there have been no accidents. There have been no accidents, man.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's really exciting. I'm going to give you kind of run a show of the day because we got a lot going on. At 10:30, we have a Carolina Hurricanes reporter. Luke DeCock is going to join us. We need to know what we need to know about Carolina because they dispatched Jersey really easy, but Jersey kind of stinks. We know Shane Gotts to be here, and we know about Aho. So we're going to figure the rest of it out. Luke DeCock joins us in just a few minutes. Then we're going to try to go around the NFC East throughout the week and just see what those teams have done in the draft and kind of where they stack up. Dave Zangaro, our buddy that covers the Eagles, is going to join us at 11:30. We need some Nats catch up in our lives.
Yeah.
Not catch up, but catch up. Mark Zuckerman will join us for Masson. Then at 1 o'clock, we expect this announcement to come down. We're going to try to play that live if we're able to. And after that, we're going to open the phone lines up. Because I imagine a lot of people have a lot to say about the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And, dude, we had David Aldridge on last week talking about RFK, and it was a great conversation.
Yeah.
And DA pointed out some real questions that need to be asked, and I think that's fair. The draft, I don't think there's any questions. I imagine the NFL covers the infrastructure and all.
Somewhat.
There's not a lot of, maybe they put, how the Super Bowl host committee has to put up a bunch of stuff to get a Super Bowl. Maybe there's something like that for DC, but that just seems like a
the
easy
draft
win.
host committee probably are the Commanders owners and Roger Goodell.
Right.
To be honest with you. But what it is
Marriott, because every Marriott's about to be full.
I believe this is an entity that probably wouldn't be coming here without the other stuff.
Right.
No one will be discussing it. And I think a lot of people that have questions, and you're rightfully so, you may need to start giving them a little bit more rope instead of just jumping at everything because they seem to have the ears of multiple people and make great decisions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the previous owner did not have that by no stretch of the imagination. These guys seem to have it.
Obviously. I mean, the room, we try to be apolitical on this show. There's so much politics in this town, and the vast majority of it is so ugly that I really try to just steer away from it. But think about Muriel Bowser and Donald Trump and the dude that's kind of bringing them together, because those two, I would say, are pretty opposed ideologically.
Mm-hmm.
And Josh Harris shows up. Hey, let's all hang out, make a quick announcement, bring the draft to town, and keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it really, really fascinating what this ownership group has been able to put together. Did get this, I'm not trying to pretend as breaking news, right? Did get some interesting news from Ashburn right at the top of our show. Maybe they dropped it for our show, News Fairy. We got rookie numbers.
Numbers. Yeah.
The draft class, we know what numbers they're going to wear. I'll go in order of pick. Josh Connerly Jr., 72.
All right.
72 is a good number for a tackle.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Cornerback Trey Amos, 23. I like that a lot. One, I'm an MJ mark. Two, I think 23 is a good number for a corner. I also like corners wearing still kind of traditional corner numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not mad at Mikey for wearing different, like, the whole number world has changed significantly. All right. What number do you think Jalen Lane would wear? 0 to 20 or in the 80s, like a traditional receiver?
Well, Jay, I've seen the same thing you're looking at. So, I mean, 83.
I recognize what I'm about to say might sound stupid. I feel like a really fast guy should have a single digit. I feel like 83 seems kind of like a slow number.
Nah, man.
It seems tight endish.
No, I think you're crazy. Tight ends are normally the 89s and stuff like that. It's a lot of people that wear those numbers that are fast. They were fast. Nobody wore single-digit numbers in the past. And there were a lot of fast-ass dudes wearing them numbers. Ricky Sanders was fast as hell. Didn't he wear 83?
Yeah, yeah. Yo, also
Santana Moss, 89.
He wore 89.
No, he said 89, but he was fast as hell with that number.
83 to me. You're right about Ricky. I owe Ricky an apology there, but it feels like a tight end number to me.
Nah, man. It's just that lately people starting to move to those numbers. Hell, James Strass was what, 87 back in the day? I think it was. He was fast as hell.
But that's not relevant. I'm saying 83 feels like a tight end number.
Nah, just that this is you.
Landfill, you with me?
You're being like the young people today. You're just deciding on what's happening today.
Jeff, J-Dogs?
Nah, not on that one, bro.
Damn. White Brian?
Well, you did start that off by saying I might sound stupid here.
I'm just telling you, I wish 80. I'd be happier if he was 88. Like, 83
hey, man,
feels like a tight end number.
He runs 4.34. That number will be fast, believe me.
Linebacker Kane Medrano. This feels aggressive. 56.
I mean, it's not. This is not New York.
I get it.
So he's all right. And he runs 4.4. 4.47.
Now, that's a dude I wouldn't mind seeing the 40s.
He's a linebacker.
I know, but they all wear anything they want now.
But he'll be the 40s numbers still look like safeties to me. 83
looks like a tight end to me.
Nah, bro.
Zero complaints with the running back.
We got to get Ricky Sanders. I'm gonna say Ricky. JP say number 83 is a tight end number, and you were slow.
Outside of Ricky, can you tell me? Can you think of another wideout that wore 83?
I thought
John Dotson.
I thought Albert Connor wore 83. I think in the
Jahan
past.
Dotson wear number 1?
He wore 83.
He wears 83 at Philly.
Okay, I mean, if that's what you've got,
he's a fast guy with 83.
I'm not exactly sure that doesn't help my case.
I thought Albert Connor wore 83.
You know who wore 83?
Who?
Mark Bavaro. That's like as tight end gets.
Yeah, for the Giants.
Martellus Bennett, another tight end. Ricky Sanders might be the greatest receiver to ever wear 83.
And Albert Connor. He was fast.
Dog, you putting Albert Connell in the same category as
I'm
Ricky
talking
Sanders?
about speed, dog. You brought up speed.
But that was also back when receivers all had to be in the 80s.
Still.
Chase Claypool, another tight end. I'm trying to find. I think
Claypool is not a tight end. Claypool's a receiver. He's just tall.
Big. Because that number slows him down.
And he can run.
Wes Welker.
And he damn sure not big.
Sure.
He's miniature.
Little slot guy. I think Ricky Sanders, I'm trying to do this research on the fly, so forgive me to those I may be ignoring. I think Ricky Sanders might be the greatest 83 of all time, like in NFL history. Maybe I'm missing somebody. I've only made it through the G's. Brian Hartline, he's a really good coach. I don't know, B. You let Ricky know that I'm properly crediting him. Both Rocket Ismail and Missile Ismail wore 83. Those dudes were
and
fast.
neither one of those guys was slow.
Did Andre Reed wear 83? Andre Reed wore 83. He was a hell of a player. All right, 83 it is.
Well, Bavaro supposedly wore 89.
Well, then.
And him and Santana Moss they about the same speed, huh? No, I'm joking.
No.
Tana can fly.
Tana could fly. I think Bavaro wore, I guess Bavaro wore 83 in Cleveland. Everybody thinks of him as a giant wearing 89. That was number talk. The NFL draft's coming to town. And when we return, we're going to talk some Caps hockey. Big series starts tomorrow night. Capital One Arena. That place is going to be rocking. That place is going to be insanely loud. You know what the opposite of that is? My new garage door from Door Pro America. When you deal with the folks at Door Pro America, man, they do everything the right way. I got a LiftMaster garage door opener and the MyQ app installed by the pros over at Door Pro America, and there's zero stress. The thing is silent. With the MyQ app, I can open it from anywhere. I can if I have people that need to come into the house, I can just let them in from work. It's incredible, dude. It's got cameras on there. It can provide you with notifications if something happens. Everything about working with Door Pro America has been dope. These guys are experts. They helped us narrow down the options when we got the new door. They gave us this really cool Photoshop spreadsheet of what the new doors would look like at our house. Could not have been easier. They're based locally. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. They can do it all, whether you need a new garage door like I did or you just need maintenance or repairs. Give them a call. If you call now, you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or go to the website, doorproamerica.com.
This update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. All the fun you saw the fans have in Green Bay, guess what? It's coming to Washington, D.C. D.C. will host the 2027 NFL Draft, an official announcement expected at the White House today. The draft is expected to be held on the National Mall. Axios was first to report the news. Washington Nationals win, beating the Reds 4-1 to take the series. Nats scored 3 in the 7th inning. C.J. Abrams with a 2-run double.
And the 0-2. Breaking ball, looping line drive. Base hit left center field. It's down. This will bring home 2.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Luis Garcia Jr. also a homer, and Mackenzie Gore 9 strikeouts. Capitals against the Hurricanes tomorrow night at 7 in Game 1. Winnipeg Jets beat the St. Louis Blues to advance 4-3 in double overtime. Warriors finish off the Rockets 103-89. Pacers beat the Cavaliers in Game 1 121-112. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and head down to Carolina. You heard James Taylor explaining it there. Obviously, the Caps are playing the Canes this week. There's enough of a rivalry here, man. This thing's going to be fun. Luke DeCock joins us from Raleigh. Luke, how are you, man? What's going on?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about anything other than Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
I guess down there, that is a seriously hot topic.
That's a big story down there, man.
It's kind of a big story everywhere.
He needs to go home and say, baby, you got to back off a little bit, please.
Man, you try doing that.
Hey, I would.
My favorite part of the Bill Belichick stuff is that, like, you keep getting these think pieces on, like, how did this happen? I know exactly how it happened.
Yeah.
This woman has something that he likes. I don't know what
he has something she likes.
Yeah, exactly.
Shut up.
But no, dude, we're not going to bug you about Bill Belichick's girlfriend. We want to talk hockey.
Yes.
Obviously, the Caps and the Canes play a lot in the regular season. The Canes got the better of them. I would argue there were some like extenuating circumstances surrounding most of the regular season games. How about get us up to speed with how Carolina's playing right now? Obviously, they dispatched Jersey, but Jersey was kind of bad.
Yeah, Jersey's really banged up. I mean, they were missing, by the end of that series, they were missing 4 defensemen and their 2 best players. So, at the same token, give the Hurricanes credit for locking down the gentleman's sweep. They took care of it in 5 games. They didn't have to go back to Jersey. Played pretty well. And look, the game they lost was a double overtime game. They probably should have won. And one of the games they won, their starting goalie got knocked out and they won anyway. So, a little bit of drama, but mostly taking care of business. It's a team playing pretty well right now. Still has another level that it can get to for sure. But one of the promising signs for them is when you look at the postseasons past and their playoff disappointments, and this is going to sound a little bit like Washington pre-2018, their best players haven't always been their best players. Yep. And this year, Andrei Svechnikov has been a force of nature. Sebastian Aho scores the game winner in double overtime to eliminate the Devils in Game 5. Jacob Slavin's been terrific. Just the guys who you really need, the guys who you have to count on, have been at their best. And there's still a couple of guys who can raise their game a little bit, but, the goaltending's been pretty good. Frederik Andersen's had, basically a week now to rest up since he was very lightly injured in Game 4 in Jersey, and then Peter Kochetkov came in and won Game 5. So, it's a team that's had a little chance to break, a little break to heal up, especially in net. But, the other part of it is, it's a little bit similar to the Caps pre-2018. One of the big issues for the Hurricanes in the postseason in years past, certainly when they got swept by Florida in the conference finals, is the power play. Their power play was outstanding against the Devils, and they did not allow a power play goal in that series, and they scored a shorthanded goal. I think it was net +8 in special teams in 5 games. You know, when you have special teams and goaltending in the playoffs, you can beat just about everybody. They've also been pretty good at even strength.
Also, what is it that they are concerned about when it comes to the Caps? I believe when they were back in the day, everybody just expected Ovi to do it all the time. Now they have more guys that can score, which I think makes the defense have to be really, really on point.
Yeah, it's going to be a question of, that they have two, they have sort of a 1A and 1B line in terms of matchups, certainly not in terms of offense. But it was a decision that the Devils kind of had to make with their top line is, do you want the Ovechkin line up against Jordan Staal, who's big, grinded out, will lean on you. That line will hit. It's heavy, but is not going to generate a lot of offense. They're going to shut you down. Or, if you're the Hurricanes, do you want that Aho, Svechnikov, Ovechkin matchup and say, we're going to go strength on strength here and try to beat them at their own game? So I think that's one thing that a decision the Hurricanes are going to have to make, maybe not in games 1 and 2, but certainly at home when they get to pick their matchups. And then, the other part of it, I think, is as good as the Hurricanes penalty kill has been, if the Capitals power play gets hot, that is such a huge weapon. And we saw it. Look, the Devils had one of the best penalty kills in the league. They were right behind the Hurricanes in the regular season, and the Hurricanes absolutely ripped them to shreds. So, it's almost like momentum. Some of this stuff carries over from playoff series to playoff series. Some of it doesn't. But I think, the number one thing hockey wise would be the Capitals power play. And look, there's also, we all know it. We saw the bad blood during the regular season. There's a physical element to this.
Yeah.
We saw it in 2019 when they played Ovechkin challenging Svechnikov to a fight. Tom Wilson always. Ironically, the biggest hit of that 2019 series was Warren Fogle, who you would not exactly describe as an enforcer, knocking TJ Oshie out of the series with a hit that was awkward. It wasn't Fogle's fault that Oshie lost his footing, but it was, it ended up having some nasty consequences for Oshie. But that was a physical series. And, a big side plot of that series was Dougie Hamilton stepping out of Alexander Ovechkin trying to run him. And once it cost the Hurricanes a goal, the other time it kind of embarrassed Ovechkin. So, that won't be an issue this time. The Hurricanes are a more physical team. They certainly have learned in the last 5 or 6 postseasons not to retaliate, which was a big issue for them against, they played the Bruins 3 times, and the Bruins were always in their kitchen. And they played the Panthers, and the Panthers were always in their kitchen. The Devils, Eric Halla and Timo Meier tried some of that, and it just didn't work. So this is a more mature team, and it has bigger forwards than they've had in the past. Look, like William Carrier, Eric Robinson, guys like that, Mark Jankowski. They have a bunch of guys who are 6'2", 220 pounds. Jordan Stahl's always been a big dude. They're willing, especially on the forecheck, to go and hammer your D. I don't think that was necessarily true in 2019. I don't think the Hurricanes, they would get on the Capitals D and hassle them, but I don't think they had the physical threat they have now. So the key for them is obviously don't get antagonized, don't get pulled into stuff after the whistle, keep your discipline, and then keep your head on a swivel, because the Caps, whether it's Duhaime or obviously Wilson or whoever else, they are going to be trying to hit you, and you need to be prepared for that. I think probably they are. But that's still one thing to say you are and another to go out on the ice.
Mm-hmm.
All of our Caps coverage is presented by Ace Computers. Ace Computers proudly recommends Windows 11 Pro for the U.S. military, made in America. Check out acecomputers.com now. And don't forget, in about 15, 17 minutes, we're giving away tickets to Game 1.
Oh, yeah.
Game 1 here tomorrow night, Caps Canes. It's going to be awesome. We are on the Rude Guest Hotline with our friend Luke DeCock, sports columnist for the Raleigh News and Observer. And Luke, your latest column is the headline, Bad Blood May Not Carry Over, but Canes and Caps have reasons to hate each other. I think that's pretty accurate and kind of setting the tone for what I expect in this series. One question I always have, because I think this series is going at least 6. Like I don't think this is going to be a gentleman's sweep on either part. There's going to be some dude on Carolina, and granted, we kind of know Carolina from all the regular season games, but one dude will emerge as the player the Caps fans hate.
Villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's your prediction?
I think the way he's playing right now, it's going to be Andrei Svechnikov. Obviously there's the history with him and Ovechkin.
Can I say something real quick on that?
Yeah.
You said something earlier that I'm not sure I agreed with. He came after Ovi in that fight. That wasn't really Ovi trying to pick that fight.
Well, you got to understand, this is a guy who idolized Ovechkin. Yeah, I mean, you could argue he bit off more than he can chew. That was mutual.
It seemed like Ovi was like, "You sure you want to do this, dude?"
there was Russian alpha dog stuff going on in that fight that we will never understand.
That's what it was.
And the thing is, Svech still. I mean, they're more peers now. I don't want to say idolizes, but I would say that Svech still has the exact same level of respect for Ovechkin that he had going into that. Coming out of it, it's like he was just like, "Yep, that's it." And his attitude, it wasn't like he came out of that saying, "I hate that guy." It was just exactly the same. Yeah. But hey, it happened, and Svechnikov is hitting people, and he's been aggressive on the forecheck. He leveled some big hits in the Devils series. He's scoring goals. He's being the most effective version of himself, and the most effective version of himself does tend to get people a little pissed off because he is going to rattle guys. And he is going to play, a pretty physical game, and he's big and he's strong and he can hit people. He's an easy one. The other one is just because he's so infuriating at times. Is Jacob Slavin, because he's a Lady Byng winner. He's one of the cleanest players in the league, multiple Lady Byng winner. But he does things that are just so baffling that you just get so frustrated. Mm-hmm. He's just a wizard with his stick, and he can disarm guys on the rush. In tight quarters. He's one, not because he's a dirty player or because he's going to hit people necessarily, but you just get so frustrated going against him. And the other one, obviously, we talk about bad blood not spilling over, but Jalen Chatfield is not a very popular player among Capitals fans already. Now, this is a third pairing defenseman, so this is not a star or anything like that. And his argument was, look, man, we're in a fight. I got to do what it takes to win the fight. And even, Spencer Carver even basically said, look, I didn't like it. You want to be careful when the guy's in the helmet, but, it's two guys fighting, stuff happens. But he answered for it. Duhaime came after him in Washington. He answered for it. It was what it was. But, when you have a series between two teams that had 100+ penalty minutes in one game and really 30 years, of Southeast Division bred dislike between the two franchises, there's going to be flashpoints. Yeah. I think Svechnikov is the most likely one because he's the most willing. He was in 2019, and he will be again now.
Yeah, you're supposed to not like each other when you play them all the time.
Yeah, man. I think this is going to be a great series. What is the feeling down there? What are you predicting in this one?
Yeah, I think the feeling's pretty good. And one big reason is this is the first time, really probably since 2019, that the Hurricanes have reached this point in the postseason with a full roster. Freddie Anderson missed a game and a period or two, but Svechnikov was out in 2013. Max Pacioretty was out in 2013. Teuvo Teravainen got hurt in 2024, or I guess that was 2023 too. But guys have been hurt. Guys have had long-term injuries. They were missing Jesper Fast last year. He got hurt in the 82nd game of the regular season. Freddie Anderson's been banged up, really kind of struggling to get through playoff series. He's not right now. So it's a healthy team. So it's really not the same Hurricanes that we've seen in the playoffs. You combine that with the special teams and the way they're playing right now. If they can carry that over, I think it's probably Canes in 6. If the special team sort of resets to 0 and they don't have the same success on the power play and penalty kill, then I think we're probably going 7. Just like in 2019, and then it's kind of anybody's series. But if they can keep up their success on the special teams and Freddie Anderson can stay healthy, I do think the Hurricanes are really in a pretty good groove right now.
It's going to be interesting to watch. Luke, thank you very much for the time, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Luke Takach from the Raleigh News and Observer, sports columnist down there. He likes the Canes. I get it. He's from down there.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure I like the Canes, but I like
you from up here. He'll probably say the same thing about you.
I like Raising Canes. It's good ass chicken, man. Here's what else I know. With the temperatures heating up, be sure your air conditioning system can keep up. Now is the perfect time to schedule a $99 cooling and heating check with the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star tech will check both your home's cooling and heating system for one low price. There's a ton of benefits for a maintenance check, including increasing the efficiency of your system while decreasing energy bills. And if you spot a small problem before they turn into big problems, that'll save you money. Don't wait. Call today and get peace of mind no matter what the unpredictable DC weather is tomorrow. It was hot all last week. It's supposed to get cold this week. Rainy. Do what I always do. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. Falling in love with
you.
You be 40? I'd be 43. Folks, this is the moment you've been waiting for all day. We're giving away tickets in the last segment of every hour. You want to go to game one? You want to go to Caps game one? I know you do. I know you do. Caller number 9 right now, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You'll win a pair of tickets to game one for the 2025 playoffs. Second round for the Washington Capitals, Tuesday, May 6th against Carolina at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com.
Gonna be a festive situation.
I assume you going with AD?
Probably so.
I have a few things I need to discuss with you. Obviously, giving away these Caps tickets is going to be nuts. Jeff, buckle up because I bet the phones go ballistic. I have you are generally my logistics Sherpa. I got a lot going on getting back and forth to Raleigh for these games. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a highly enjoyable series. Also, do you remember that with me? The kid from Carolina, Cheshnikov, went after Ovi. And Ovi even gave him a break. He was like, look, man, you sure you want this?
Yeah. But that's look, man, young people, just like little brothers, try their big brothers. And you ask the question, are you sure about this? And then at the end of that thing, they understand, okay, I see why he's a big brother. Or he's the person that I look up to, my hero. They find out real quickly.
Yeah.
And he found out. But they don't just stop after one. If they have any type of that masculinity and that alpha dog in them, they're gonna try you again.
He's not wrong to want to try it.
Yeah.
But maybe you learn.
Just know when you try, you better be all in.
For sure.
It's coming, baby.
So Dave Zangaro is going to join us at 11:30. I just saw something pretty interesting from Philadelphia that I want to discuss when we come back. All right. I think we got a winner for the Caps tickets for tomorrow night.
All right.
Is it Ethan and Laurel?
Keith
and Laurel. Keith, what up, man?
Woo doggies. Let's go, Caps.
You fired up to go to this game?
I'll be red and shiny.
All right.
Who you going to bring? You get a pair of tickets, right?
I'm bringing the little lady. Yeah.
The little lady.
What's her name?
This is going to be great. Let's bring on them Canes.
What are you going to wear?
Oh, I got a couple jerseys.
Awesome.
There you go.
Are you a beer guy or do you get like a soda? What's your go-to when you get in the arena, Keith?
It's actually just water normally.
Just water. You're locked into the action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll handle the rest. We'll take care of the rest for you, Keith.
What's that?
We'll handle the rest. You keep the water.
There you go.
All right, Keith, man. Congratulations.
Enjoy yourself, man.
Enjoy the game.
Thank you, WJFK. Appreciate it.
All right, brother.
Yeah, man. Man, where'd we find Keith? Hope he enjoys the game, dude. We're giving away tickets at the last segment of every hour. So roughly plan on 11:45, 12:45, 1:45. Landini, are Grant and Danny going to be giving tickets away this afternoon too? So we're giving tickets away all damn day for 4 hours of us. Then you'll get 4 hours of Grant and Danny giving tickets away. I don't know. For all I know, CK might hire a helicopter, throw tickets out the window. We'll see. There are tickets, man. You want them.
That ain't happening.
You want them. Keep listening. It's Beamish and Finley. But before we go, got to tell you, man, when this draft comes to town, some of these people might like it here so much they just look to buy a house. Yeah. And if you're looking to buy a house, there's only one dude you should talk to. His name is John Leahy.
Reach out, friend John Leahy, just like Marilyn did. She needed to sell her Greenbelt property because she was relocating for a job. Unfortunately, her condo didn't qualify for FHA, which ruled out several potential buyers who absolutely loved the unit. But she had no reason to fear because John Leahy and the Fire Living Group were there, and they contacted a past client who was looking for an investment property. Even better, the buyer paid cash for $2,000 over the asking price. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. Talk about our friend, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
At any time. Here's the other thing. If you're thinking about selling your house, but you know you need new appliances, and you don't really feel like dropping $6K on new appliances, talk to John. He can help you front that cash for the $6K for the new appliances, which makes your kitchen look way more inviting and modern, which when you sell that thing is going to net you 2-3 times as much money. Then you just settle up with John on the $6K when you go to closing. No interest, no nothing. It's easy, and it makes you more money. Those are the kind of things John Leahy thinks about when he's trying to sell your home for top dollar and as fast as possible. That's why I'd call John 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Obviously, the big announcement today is that Washington, D.C. will host the 2027 NFL Draft, an announcement expected from the White House. Axios had the first news last night. The Commanders have announced jersey numbers for 5 selections in the NFL Draft. Number 72, Josh Connerly Jr., Trey Amos will wear 23, Jalen Lane 83, Kane Madrano 56, and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt number 32. Nationals baseball, nice win over the Reds 4-1. They take 2 out of 3 in the city of Skyline, Chile, coming home to host the Guardians tonight, 6:15 on the Fan. Capitals getting ready for round number 2, taking on Carolina Hurricanes tomorrow night at 7 here on the Fan. Winnipeg Jets defeated the St. Louis Blues to advance 4-3 in double overtime. Golden State Warriors finish off the Houston Rockets 103-89. Buddy Hield 9 3-pointers. The Pacers beat the Cavaliers 121-112. Michigan's Sharon Moore gets a 2-game suspension for advanced scouting scandal. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Plenty for us to discuss in, 25 minutes or so. We're going to talk some Eagles. We're going to do an NFC East review this week, starting with Philly. We're moving in geographic proximity. I also think there's a lot to discuss from the weekend. My 6-year-old won a championship, Brian. Bang. My 9-year-old did not.
What, golf?
Lacrosse.
Or lacrosse? All right.
Yeah, man. We celebrated by going to McDonald's. Landfill, I think you'd be interested to know. I don't know how new this is, but it's new to me.
Are you going to tell me they have chicken strips?
That was the big push because obviously they're pushing their new chicken strips, which are McCrispy chicken strips, I suppose. McCrispy strips.
Mm-hmm.
I, however, got a McCrispy sandwich, which appears to be McDonald's version of the Chick-fil-A sandwich. Here's my review, Landfill. It was pretty good. Is that okay? Did I give you enough info?
That's cool.
So that my Sunday was all kids lacrosse and McDonald's until I told my wife, I was like, listen, I'm going to watch sports tonight. Like there are sports I am watching. There are a pair of game 7s. And B, I'll be honest, the hockey game started 2-0 St. Louis, and it looked like they were going to run away with it. And I was way more excited for the basketball game for Rockets Warriors. And then Winnipeg slowly comes back, and Rockets Warriors slowly turns into not quite a blowout, but never really that interesting. And
that run at the end was special.
Sure. And Buddy Hield was just on fire. Like I had both on. But did you watch any of the hockey?
No.
B, it was 3-1 St. Louis with I want to say under 10 minutes left. And this is in Winnipeg. This is Winnipeg as the 1 seed, the President's Trophy winner. Winnipeg scores to make it 3-2. Then it looks like they score to make it 3-3, and it gets called back because the puck didn't go completely over the line. They legitimately scored with 1.6 seconds left to send it into overtime.
Damn.
And then it went into double. You know how hockey overtime in the playoffs is just it's like a drug. Like you can't stop watching it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just so intense. And then Winnipeg scored to go ahead in the second overtime. I kind of thought it was going to go to 3. The way it was going, dude, it just seemed like it would never end. So now the entire second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs is set. Jets, Stars. I was rooting for the Avalanche. Knights, Oilers. I'm definitely rooting for Edmonton. Toronto, Florida, and then Caps, Canes. Winner of Caps, Canes gets the winner of the Leafs and the Panthers. You have a dog in that fight, Brian. Is there somebody you'd prefer the Caps to play?
No. My mindset has always been the same. To be the best, you got to beat the best. So whoever comes.
I mean, Panthers are defending champs.
Yeah.
So yeah, I imagine, White Brian, give me the odds on Panthers Leafs. I imagine the Panthers are pretty big favorites in that. NBA playoffs are now set.
That's where Kachuk is.
There's a Kachuk in Florida. There's a Kachuk in Ottawa.
Yeah, Matt is in Florida. Right?
Yeah. How about Pacers beating Cleveland yesterday?
Yeah.
I throughout the season we've been like, I don't know if Cleveland's for real. What happens in the NBA? You saw this when Thibodeau was coaching the Bulls. Certainly this Cleveland team, they have some talent, but when you have an NBA team that commits to playing defense and playing hard all the time throughout the regular season, you can get a really good record without necessarily being that good. Yeah. If you commit to going 100% all the time.
I think they're good, though, man. I think they're good. They just ran into Indiana played better defense. And Jeff's buddy, Al Halliburton, was balling.
We got to give you credit, Jeffrey. You were an early adopter on Halliburton. Dude is good. Even if his dad's kind of an ass clown, dude is good. So Indiana is up 1-0 on Cleveland. The other series, that start tonight, Knicks Celtics? I believe that's tonight.
I think it starts.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's tonight at 7, which honestly, just kind of the Boston, New Yorkness of it makes it more fun.
Yep.
Does anybody think the Knicks will win that series?
No.
But
they're favored by 9.5 in the first game.
Damn. Out west.
Hell, the Thunder's favored by 9.5 too over the Nuggets.
Out west is pretty loaded and star-studded. Thunder Nuggets starts tonight at 9:30. The question there is not talent, right? Like the Thunder's pretty loaded, but they haven't done this yet. And so now you got to beat a previous champ.
But I think they have this year they seem to be playing with a little bit more because like last year they were very good, but no experience.
Right.
This year they seem to have a little bit more with them.
I mean, they thumped the Grizzlies.
Beat team by 51 and 55, I think it was, something like that.
Circling back, the Panthers are significant favorites over the Leafs. It's almost 2-1 or 1-2, I guess. Minus 175 if you want to bet Florida to win. So Thunder Nuggets starts tonight. So your 2 games tonight in hoops. Celtics Knicks at 7, Thunder Nuggets at 9:30. And then, I mean, this series is probably the one I'm most excited for, is Timberwolves Warriors. That starts tomorrow. The T-Wolves have had some real rest. Golden State has the older roster in this thing. They get 1 day off before they're on. How do they get they're on the road in Minnesota tomorrow night at 9:30? This is the time of year it gets real hard to go to bed because you want to watch these games.
Hey, you got to do it. Got to sacrifice, baby.
And for the folks that don't have multiple TV setups in the year 2025 of our Lord, where you could buy a TV for like $75, you got it. Yeah, and all you have to do is connect it to your internet. You got to step your game up, people. I don't want to be rude, but
you are being rude, Jay.
I don't think so. I said it politely. I said our Lord. Tonight, puck, just the 1 game, Panthers Leafs in Toronto. That arena will be buzzing. That's at 8:00. Obviously, the big news of the day here in Washington, though, I think, is the announcement of the NFL draft coming.
Yeah.
And, Brian, some of our friends in Philadelphia have an idea.
What's their idea?
So I follow this Philly sports blog called Crossing Broad. And if you're familiar with Philadelphia, Broad Street is this giant street in Philadelphia. So Crossing Broad is the idea of crossing Broad Street.
Mm-hmm.
And they are hardcore Philly homers, but they make me laugh. Like, it's well written. It's well done. So I'm going to read to you from this blog post I just saw from Crossing Broad, who I believe their publisher is Kevin Kincaid. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
The 2027 NFL Draft will be held in Washington, according to every insider on the planet. We're just awaiting official word from the league. The draft was held in New York every year from 1965 to 2014. Then they got wise and took the show back on the road, doing a couple of years in Chicago before bringing it to Philly, Arlington, and Nashville. Next year, they'll be in Yinzerville, and then it goes to the Swamp down in D.C., where all of the corrupt career politicians and slimeball Capitals fans live. Gross. That being said, it's not too early to start planning a Philadelphia Eagles fan takeover. And they did our boy dirty here. As you know, Tailgate Ted got up on a chair like he was Julius Caesar and proclaimed that commie fans had conquered our Hard Rock Cafe, which nobody goes to. For the record, I was at the Hard Rock. It was bumping, and they did take it over. I'm back to reading. Mm-hmm. The only people who go to the Hard Rock are tourists that are visiting the convention center. Ted then went to the NFC Championship game and watched his boys lose 55-23. Then Birds fans took over his cancer fundraiser and added several $1,000s via spite-based philanthropy, which nobody does better than Philly. There is a Hard Rock in D.C. Looks like it's on East Street, not the crappy band, but the road, only a few blocks up from the mall. We could see about reserving a room and putting together an organized Kelly Green march that will make January 6th look like amateur hour. Do you think Eagles fans will legit try to take over the draft here?
Yes.
I do too, dude.
Yes, they will try. But we don't care. Come spend your money.
Yeah. What? And
because listen, at the draft,
there's fans from everywhere.
You always have certain people show up. Either they're going to, or we're going to have enough of our fans to say, to hell with you, we're taking up all the spots.
The draft has fans of, like when you go work an international game, one of the things that's the most interesting is it's more of like a festival of football than it is two teams competing, because you see jerseys from like every era. And like when I worked the Skins playing the Bengals in London in 2018, whenever that was, the jersey I saw most was Dan Marino. Like, wow. Yeah. So for the draft, it's more just this like festival of football, and everybody's kind of hanging out and having fun. And undoubtedly there will be Eagles fans, but like ideally you could just be cool. It's just the draft. It's in the game. Nobody needs a fist fight.
They don't care about that. So they're going to always try to take over. And don't let them take over. Point blank.
Yeah. I mean, this is free. So I don't know. I thought the writing in there was pretty funny. Mm-hmm. But the Philly dude goes on to just, and let's be real, Philly folks have, in my opinion, a pretty unwarranted animosity towards Josh Harris. All that dude has done is spend money on players.
They need to be mad at their players that don't want to play.
Or the GM that keeps picking them.
Yeah. Like, I mean, they got players that are super talented that refuse to play. They always are injured. That's not the owner's fault.
Here we are, Brian, where I was thinking about this. Did you watch Clippers Nuggets Game 7, I think Saturday night?
Just a little bit.
Do you know how many points James Harden had in that game, Game 7? 7.
You see, James Harden has a tendency to disappear in crunch time.
Especially in the playoffs.
Yeah. And what happens with
7 points.
If he can get those calls where he just throw the ball up and act like he was fouled, he can score. But if they're not giving him that, he can't find another way.
My point to bring up Harden is I think the two players in the NBA that are the most similar and frankly land on my players I want the least list of actual stars, of actual players with immense capabilities. Mm-hmm. The two dudes I want the least are James Harden and Joel Embiid. Mm-hmm. And those are the two dudes the Sixers built everything around.
Yeah. And one of them is still there stealing, and the other one is gone somewhere else stealing.
I don't think They're mad at Harris because I guess he tried to move the building downtown, and now they're going to build a new building in the South Philly sports complex, whatever they call that area.
Why be mad at him for trying to build a new building?
Here's why nobody here should care. Harris bought the team in July of 2023. In the time since, really, that first year, his hands were tied. It was the Ron show. He had just gotten here. You know who would have blown out everybody and had a really bad operation because there's nobody available at that time of year? Dan. He would have just done it to show the world he was taking over. Harris was like, all right, this is what I got. I'm going to sit back and watch and see what kind of parts I've got.
I'm going to learn and see what we need to do.
Since that time, hired Adam Peters, hired Dan Quinn, drafted Jaden Daniels. The team won its first playoff game in 20 years. Made their first NFC championship game in almost 30 years. Maybe more than 30 years.
Yeah, more.
Announced a new $4 billion stadium deal. And now DC is going to host the NFL draft.
Yeah.
You can be mad all you want up there. Clearly, this dude is a difference maker, a culture changer.
We don't care if they're mad up there. The people here are happy. And that's what matters.
Right.
And I think what you have to look at, too, people like to talk about the different sports, football rules. So the people that are mad up there are not necessarily the Sixers fan. It's the damn Eagle fan that just don't like the fact that he owns the Commanders.
I agree with that.
That's what that is.
I think the Sixers fans are mad because they were awful.
Well, they need to be mad at Joel for never showing up.
I am with you, B. I think that is some seriously misguided angst. That I don't understand at the owner. The dude refuses to play.
Can't make.
No.
I mean, and then the way it is, I know they can be hard on players. Show him.
So the best text I got about the draft news, I'm not going to say who it was, but it was like 2027 NFL draft. How cool is that? Washington's going to be picking 32nd.
I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Because you know what that means, people? Champion.
Landfill. How many paid gigs will B. Mitch have during the 2027 NFL draft in D.C.?
I mean, it's going to be...
Why y'all in my pocket? A bunch. Mind your business.
I'd
be sitting up there just hanging out with
He'll have one with the team, one with the PA, one with the firefighters,
one with the league.
Yep.
Oh, funny, dog.
The draft is a 3-day extravaganza, but now they kind of set up a little Radio Row, so it's at least Wednesday to Sunday. That's going to be a busy week, B. Gotta get some sleep.
I'm good with it.
No
problems here, brother.
I know you are, sir. I can't believe, and yet I can entirely believe, Eagles fans are planning a NFL draft takeover. And you're right. You know what, DC? Have more people. Have more burgundy on the mall than green. Also, I had somebody tweet me that the widest part of the mall is right there at the Washington Monument, which makes sense because you don't have the trees and the museums right there. Like, it's much wider. But I wonder with the World War II memorials now, if that impacts the space at all. I don't know. But, dude, it's also in a lot of ways, B, if they win, I mean, sounds like it's a win, not an if. It's a little precursor for some of the big-time events you could get with a new stadium.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you got, they're talking about a Super Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, that time of year, they'd have to put, because for those that have never been to a Super Bowl, might not be aware, there's like this huge NFL fan experience you can go to that takes up, I mean, that would be at the convention
That's
center.
Convention Center.
Right.
Yeah. That is already there.
But you could set something up on the mall. I mean, how cool would like an ice skating rink on the mall be or something?
The NFL experience and all that stuff, it'd probably be at the convention center.
Radio Row, all that. Yeah. That'd be the easiest Radio Row we ever worked.
Not really.
just because we'd have to get in from
You
home.
got to get there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The easiest one ever was at the Mandalay Bay.
Or maybe Arizona.
Mandalay Bay could use. Oh yeah, at the house. I was able to just roll out the bed to the chair. Yeah.
All right, when we return, we're going to Philly. Dave Zangaro will join the program. Tell us what the Eagles have done in the draft.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Commanders have handed out jersey numbers for 5 selections in the NFL draft, most notably Josh Connerly Jr., number 72, Trey Amos, number 23, and Jalen Lane, number 83. Washington, D.C. will have the 2027 NFL Draft most likely on the National Mall. Axios was the first to report. Nationals with a sweet win over Cincinnati, 4-1. Luis Garcia Jr. a homer. Capitals preparing for Carolina Hurricanes game 1 tomorrow night. The Jets stunned the Blues to advance 4-3 in double OT. Warriors beat the Rockets 103-89. Pacers over the Cavaliers 121-112. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Don't these dudes hate each other now? Aren't Hall and Oates like dead to each other? When you hear Hall and Oates with us, it means we're going to the city of brotherly love. Talk to our friend, Mr. Dave Zangaro. Davey Z, how are you, buddy? How's the off-season
What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
What's up, man?
Get us up to speed with all things Eagles. I think you guys already had rookie minicamp, right?
Yeah, they had it Friday and Saturday of this week. So, yeah, already back in the building. It's kind of wild after like that long of a playoff run that just be back in the building already, but that's what happens.
Sure. Tell us about the draft class. Who looks good? Kind of any surprises?
Yeah, I mean, well, first, I think it was a bit of a surprise that they drafted Jahad Campbell, a player who, you know, I think was a top 15 consensus pick, but was there at the end of the first round because of some injury concerns. And whenever that's part of the equation, it's always really tough to figure out, well, did they get a steal or is that concern legitimate? They have to trust their medical staff like every team in the league does. But as far as value goes, I mean, that's really good value to get that good of a player that deep in the round. And they were trying to move up during the first round. I think they started with 22, the Chargers. They tried to get up to that spot. And eventually they only moved up one spot to get to 31 to draft him. So we'll see how he does. He's injured right now. He's still coming back from a shoulder surgery, so he did not participate in that rookie camp. But, I mean, he's a really good player. He has he played linebacker at Alabama, but he got recruited as an edge player, and they like his versatility. They're probably going to use him off the edge on occasion, but an exciting player. We just don't know exactly when he's going to be 100% and ready to go, but they were willing to take that risk because I think he's that good of a player.
Would you say that Howie has been the I would say the hero, the MVP, because he seems to keep him stocked. I mean, ready up there.
Yeah. I mean, that's the key. And you know, you look at the way that the Eagles are constructed right now, and it all kind of changes. You guys will go through it down there when it's time to pay the quarterback. The whole structure of the team kind of has to change a little bit, but it goes beyond the quarterback in Philly. They have, you know, they have 10 players making 15+ mil per season. 8 of them are on offense. So, and you see it, like you see the names on offense, AJ Brown, pretty much everyone on the O-line, Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, they're paying all these guys top money. So the only way to supplement that is to find cheap talent on defense. And the only way you do that is if you draft well. And it's been pretty impressive how well they've drafted in recent years. You look at that defense. I mean, most of them are on rookie contracts still. And eventually the pendulum is going to swing a little bit because they're going to have to pay the Jalen Carters and Nolan Smiths. But for right now, they have all these really talented players on rookie deals, and they just keep replenishing them. It's really a homegrown defense. And that's what makes it so special is you have, you know, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Nakobe Dean, like all these guys are homegrown. Milton Williams was, and then he leaves as a free agent. So you have all these guys that they've just drafted, and that's been the key to the success. I mean, if they don't draft as well as they have over the last few years, free agency can't save you at that point because you don't have the money to spend. So really impressed by how well they've drafted, and they need to keep it up because, like I said, if you draft well, eventually you have to pay those guys too. So It doesn't get any easier.
Sure. Have they, obviously they've lost a lot coaching wise, just coordinators keep getting head coaching jobs elsewhere. I mean, off the top of my head, I can think of Steichen and you just lost Kellen Moore, obviously. And who's the dude?
And Jonathan Gannon in Arizona.
Gannon in Arizona, right. Have they lost a lot in the front office? Because clearly Howie does a hell of a job, but I wonder, you don't do it alone.
Yeah, it's slowed down a little bit in the last couple of years for whatever reason, but I mean, they have lost some talent. Andrew Berry in Cleveland was with the Eagles for a little while. Catherine Raish, they Brandon Brown and Ian Cunningham were both with the Eagles, so they have lost some talent. It's quieted down over the last couple of years, but eventually they're going to lose more people, and that's something Howie knows because there's only so far you can progress in the Eagles front office because he's going to be there. So they're prepared for that. They have a couple of assistant GMs right now. Alec Halaby is probably the one who's going to get hired away next by some team. He's taken some interviews already. I think some teams are kind of hesitant to hire him because he has what has been referred to as like a non-traditional background, not a quote unquote football guy, but neither was Howie, and that's worked out pretty well. So I think Halaby's the next one to eventually get promoted, or you hired away rather. So, but they've been so good at replenishing and just trying to bring in people, and they will promote them. And it's kind of been a nice launching pad for some careers. So they're not they know that they're going to lose talent in coaching staff and front office. And you just try like heck to make sure you have enough talent in the building to replenish it when that happens.
Well, that's a good problem to have.
Yeah,
when
definitely.
people want your players, I mean, your coaches are your players. I mean that you're doing good.
Well, and seriously, they lose coaches, front office guys, and players, and keep that drum keeps marching, man.
Yeah, and it's not easy. I mean, we saw like in the Andy Reid days, his early staffs were so good, and then I think really where he started to hit some bumps in the road was when he wasn't able to replenish his staff at the same rate that he had earlier. And I think there was a dip, but we'll see how the new offensive coordinator does. Kevin Patullo, who's been with Sirianni, he's kind of Sirianni's guy. They promoted from within. The last time they did this, it didn't go well. So curious to see how that goes. But when you have Vic Fangio on defense, they're feeling pretty good about that side of the football.
Talking with our friend Dave Zangaro here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can follow Dave at DZangaro NBCS on Twitter and Instagram. DZANGARO NBCS. Check out his Eagle Eye podcast with his partner in crime, Reuben Frank. The most interesting pick, and maybe you disagree with this. Now, granted, this was a fifth round pick, or maybe a sixth rounder, and certainly not the Saturday of the draft quarterback that the world became obsessed with. Kyle McCord, kid out of Syracuse, quarterback. Well, I thought was decent at Syracuse. I mean, he was a major recruit. He was at Ohio State to start his career. What's that pick about?
It's about replenishing at an important position. And they did this a few years ago with Tanner McKee, who's now their backup. And they see value in it. They just see value in adding quarterbacks and developing them. They got back Dorian Thompson Robinson from the Browns in that Kenny Pickett trade, so they have him in the building as well. So they have like a competition now for that third quarterback job. That's all it is. It's about just, if you use a sixth round pick and that guy becomes your backup quarterback in 2 years, they see that as a wise allocation of resources. And yeah, it makes sense, especially when, quarterbacks don't stay healthy in the league all the time. It's a rare thing. So if you have you need a backup you trust, and if you can develop that player and not have to pay, backup quarterbacks get paid so much if you're a veteran. So if you can find that guy on a rookie contract, there's definite value in that. And McCord's the guy who, it's fun story locally here. He was a local kid from South Jersey. Actually, you're right. He was a big time recruit. He picked up his first offer when he was in 8th grade. So he's been on the radar.
That's great.
For a long time. And yeah, they're bringing him in, and we saw him throw a few passes at rookie camp, and he looked the part. Nothing to get carried away with there, but I've seen other quarterbacks come in and throw a few passes, and you know right away that, okay, that's not going to go well. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, with quarterbacks, like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's only the quarterbacks who have been here, but, like, I can tell pretty quick whether or not there's at least something there or if there's definitely not something there. And so far, he looks the part. Big, tall, strong pocket passer. Definitely a different style than Jalen Hurts, but so is their backup, Tanner McKee. So I don't think they're really, like, locked in on one type of style quarterback.
Talking with our friend Davey Z, Dave Zangaro. So at this point, I mean, McCord is kind of a lottery ticket. If you get you get a new backup, you get a new backup. Clearly Kenny Pickett wasn't the correct backup. Have you, like, we know enough Eagles fans and the sports radio scene up there and your podcast, when you throw out a mailbag and you want people to have questions, like in DC, it's become very clear what the fan base is concerned about is they don't think there's enough edge rushers or a standout edge rusher. What are Eagles fans, when they call into WIP, like, what are they yelling about? Joel Embiid?
Well, I think there's a little apathy about the Sixers right now. I think with the Eagles, it's Philly, so there's always going to be some griping.
Right.
It's a little tougher after you win the Super Bowl, honestly. Like, there's a little bit of a honeymoon period. I think a little bit of the griping this offseason was just that they had to lose players and they weren't able to be big-time players in free agency. And I think that kind of hit fans because you're seeing, okay, Josh Sweat leaves. Milton Williams leaves. You cut ties with Darius Slay. Isaiah Rodgers leaves. Like, all these good players, Kenny Gainwell leaves. All these good players leave, and the Eagles aren't able to go out in free agency and be active. But, I mean, they knew that going in. That wasn't a surprise. They basically, this offseason, knew that it was going to be an offseason of tough decisions, but prioritizing the players they absolutely knew they needed to keep. And their top priority was Zach Bond, who was an all-pro linebacker last year, kind of a departure from the typical Howie Roseman thought process. But, I mean, Bond was so good last year that they prioritized the off-ball linebacker, and they made sure that he sticks around for the next 3 years. So I think that was, it's tough when your team doesn't have the cap space and you're sitting there on the first day of free agency and you're seeing, hey, my team's not doing anything and we're losing all these players. Like, what's going on? But, that was kind of expected from within the organization. I think it just took some fans. It's a tough thing to see, especially when you watch these guys. I mean, Josh Sweat has 2.5 sacks in the Super Bowl, and then you're watching him leave. That's not easy.
Yeah. It's just like, it's one of those things, like, you're not going to win a Super Bowl and keep everybody and then go get everybody the same year. It's not happening.
Well,
yeah, it just is what it is, and it's like the numbers. We know what free agency is, right? It's overspending. That's not a bad thing all the time. Sometimes you have to do that to be competitive. But Milton Williams is a really good player, and he was a good player for the Eagles. He played a 3-tech. Won the one-on-one matchups he had. Was a really good player. He got $104 million. Like, the Eagles just were not going to do that. So, in a way, like, some of the prices in free agency probably made it a little easier for them to deal with it because they knew they weren't going to be able to match.
Then you look at, if you keep Milton, who are you willing to let go? You know what I mean?
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's not even just about this year. Like, they even traded C.J. Gardner-Johnson, which is like, all right, well, why would they do this? It's because they knew they weren't going to pay him big money long term. And remember when I said the Eagles have, like, drafted all these good players on defense and eventually they're going to have to pay them? I mean, They're already thinking about that.
That Jalen Carter contract's coming.
Exactly. And he's going to be eligible for it next year. So they're going to want to pay him next year. And I don't even want to think about how much money that man's going to make if he has another big season. I mean, he'll
be the highest paid defensive lineman in the NFL for at least a period of time.
Oh, absolutely. As long as his season goes the way his first two have gone, no question about it. So it's like those, and Nolan Smith will be eligible too. He's been their best edge rusher. So it's like, it's time to pay some of these other guys. They have Quinyon coming down in a couple more years. So they're looking at this from a long-term perspective and really prioritizing, all right, who are our cornerstone players and who are the good players that we'd like to keep, but we just really can't.
Dave, do the fans ever give the benefit of the doubt to their GM that seems to be doing it so damn good?
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's so funny to, like, be in the media in Philly because, like, even if Howie Roseman makes a decision that you're not sure is the right decision, you also have to be like, well, I mean,
Track
he
record's
has
pretty
gotten into
good.
3 Super Bowls in 8 years, and he's won 2 of them. So he probably knows a little better than me. It actually makes it tough to be in the media at times because, like, we're paid to give opinions, and sometimes my opinion is like, that's not the right move. But then again, I don't know. He's doing pretty good. So
There you go.
He certainly is. Davey, thank you for the time, bro. Appreciate it. Root for
All
the
right, Dave.
Caps.
all right, guys, I will. Take care.
All right.
All right.
That's our boy, Dave Zangaro, just great at what he does. And another guy that's great at what he does, Paul Henry and the team at Paul Henry's Window Installation. They've completely changed my house. We stay nice and cool all summer long. It's nice and cozy all winter long. I got new doors, new windows. I got no drafts. It is something that really changes your home when you redo your windows and doors. It's a commitment, but over time, the cost pays for itself because your energy bills go way down.
Yep.
I'm telling you, the folks at Pepco probably don't want us talking about this, man. They're going to take that L. If you call now all May long, you get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
If you want to just change your house, I think all you need to do is you reach out to Paul, call him, tell him come change windows, because that's exactly what people see when you're driving by. You know windows that are old, you know windows that are not up to par. They start to have that little fade in them. They start to have the little like a cloud inside them, because sometimes when that little gas layer breaks, you're gonna have problems in your house. You start getting all of the different things coming in from the outside and things of that nature. Paul comes in and he changes it up. Also, make sure your house look new. People start looking at it and thinking, hey, man, what did you do to your house? Did y'all come and get painted? No, we got new windows. Windows are the eyes of the house, and they change everything up. So call Paul right now to get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
Dog, the 90s were a wild time. I assume this was 90s. I don't know when this song came out. I want to be clear. I was never really a limp guy. That's not my scene right there. You know what is my scene? Caps, game 1. If you want to go, we got tickets right now. Jeff, press the button. Bang. Phones are open. 800-636-1067. Caller number 9 right now. Damn, people called fast.
Oh, they're quick, dog. They're waiting on it. These are Caps tickets, man.
Yo,
Playoffs?
Playoffs? You win a pair of tickets to game 1 for the
playoffs?
2025 playoffs with the Washington Capitals. Tuesday, May 6th against Carolina at Capital One Arena.
Hell yeah.
For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. We're giving Caps tickets away all day. That's the second pair we've given away. We got 2 more pairs to give away an hour from now and 2 hours from now. And then Grant and Danny are going to be giving tickets away all afternoon, all at the end of the hour, I believe. I'm not going to speak for Grant and Danny. Do we know when they're doing theirs? Same idea?
I would think.
I love it. Folks are going to be fired up. That arena will be buzzing.
It will be
This
bumping.
is also perhaps stupid or overly simple. But I think there's a chance. I think of the first 4 games, the Caps have a little bit of an advantage. They get 2 legit night games. The Canes Saturday game is a 6:00, which just throws everything off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that crowd might not be quite as crazy as they would.
Yeah, think.
That's what I think. Yo, so
what else are they doing in Raleigh?
There's a lot going on. Shane Gillis, 2 nights of Pearl Jam.
Getting ready for the game.
There was somebody on the line that was not caller number 9, so Jeff did not take their call. But I saw it, and it said Roost.
You thought it was a rooster?
Do we think Russell's trying to call in and get free Caps tickets?
I can see that happening.
Landville, would that surprise you in the slightest if Rooster was trying to get free Caps tickets? All right, I believe we found our winner. His name was AP. All right. AP is on line 6. Yo, AP, congrats. You're going to the Caps game, man.
Thank you, JP. How you been, brother?
We're good, dude. How fired up are you?
God is great all the time. I'm hyped. I went to first series against Montreal, so I'm excited to go against Carolina.
All right, man.
Where do you live, AP?
I'm in Fairfax over here by Mason.
Okay, yo, I was there this morning. Shout out to Oarsman Fairfax Toyota.
Good people.
They are, man. You know what? I actually drove Route 50 the whole way into DC. It was kind of pleasant.
You did?
Yeah, traffic was fine.
You sure?
Hit some lights.
It's Monday.
Dude, it was.
If it was Tuesday or Wednesday, right. I guarantee you wouldn't be saying that.
I agree. My options
might still be on the road.
My options were to take the Beltway to 395 or just stay straight. So I stayed straight. So AP, who are you going to take to the game with you, dude?
My baby bro.
Awesome, man. What's the jersey situation?
I'm going to be rocking my Oshie, the red Flying Eagle joint.
Oh, I like that. Well, listen, man, enjoy the game and bring home a dub, all right?
Let's get it. Hopefully I'll see y'all there.
All right, man. That's our guy. AP just won Caps tickets. Can't confirm or deny if that was Adam Peters. I don't think so, but you never know, man.
Didn't sound like it.
Coming up next, time for us to get up to speed on all things Washington Nationals. Mark Zuckerman joins the program. We're giving Caps tickets away all day, 12:45, 1:45. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Jersey numbers handed out for the Commanders. Josh Connerly Jr., number 72. Trey Amos, number 23. Jalen Lane, number 83. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore is going to get a 2-game suspension for advanced scouting scandal involving Connor Stallions. DC gets the NFL draft in 2027. Axios was the first to report. Nationals baseball against the Guardians today at 6:15 on the Fan. After taking down the Cincinnati Reds 4-1, Luis Garcia Jr. a homer, C.J. Abrams a 2-run double. The Nats had a 3-run 7th inning. Mackenzie Gore struck out 9 in 5 frames, and then now the Nationals have won 3 of their last 4. Capitals hockey against the Carolina Hurricanes tomorrow night, Game 1, second round, 7 p.m. on the Fan. Winnipeg Jets defeated the St. Louis Blues to advance in the West, 4-3 in double OT. They'll take on Dallas next. Golden State Warriors beat the Houston Rockets 103-89. Pacers over the Cavaliers 121-112. Tonight, Denver Nuggets open at the Oklahoma City Thunder. Also tonight, it's Game 1 in the East semifinals. The New York Knicks at the Boston Celtics. Celtics won 10 more games than the Knicks did this season. This May only. Get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan. Nats took 2 out of 3 over the weekend from the Cincinnati Reds, and our guy Mark Zuckerman was there for all of it. Zuck, how are you, man? How's life?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, man. How you been?
All right. We had a lot of rain in Cincinnati, and now I see that it followed me back home.
Oh, yeah.
I felt bad just seeing the tweets of like the constant rain delays and games getting moved around. But still, I would say, Nats took 2 out of 3. They hit pretty well in the 2 wins. They're 3 games under 500, coming home with a little bit of interleague play set up over the next couple of days with Cleveland coming to town. Generally, we'll start big picture. Generally, people got to feel pretty good about what Washington's doing right now.
Yeah, I think if you can step back and look at the bigger picture, absolutely. There's some encouraging stuff going on. And let's remember, they started the year, they had a terrible opening week. They were 1-6. So since then, they're 15-13. So you're over 500 since then. And a good number of those losses are games that were lost because of the bullpen. So, obviously it's an important part of the team. You can't just discount that. But if you just stabilize that a bit, and they have in the last 4 days or so, the bullpen has pitched well. I think there's potential here for this to flip a little bit. They're playing very competitive baseball, and it just boils down to a lot of these close games. Can they get that one hit they need to take the lead? Can they get the bullpen to close it out for them? The starting pitching has been very good across the board. They're beating good teams. They have a winning record against teams that are over 500. They've actually struggled some against the lesser teams for whatever reason. So there is stuff to be encouraged by. They're not there yet, obviously, but I feel like these are kind of fine-tuning things. These are little things they need to clean up. They do that, I think they're going to be in position to start winning more games than they lose.
Mark, is that something that we have to focus on? I mean, you said about the bullpen, and you've had some bullpen struggles for some time here. How do they get that to a point where they know they can count on it?
Well, the good news, B. Mitch, is as of last night, they no longer have the highest bullpen ERA in baseball. They've surpassed the Angels. They're now 29th instead of 30th. So there you go. Progress. No, what's happened is a few things. Kyle Finnegan had his 2 blown saves, but he brushed those off, came back, and was good. Jorge Lopez, an important guy they signed to be their setup man, he got off to a really bad April. He's had now 5 straight scoreless appearances, looks more like himself, who he was supposed to be all along. That's important. And then they did make one fairly significant switch during the road trip. They cut ties with Colin Poche, who just never could throw strikes for whatever reason. They DFA'd him, and they signed this guy, Andrew Chafin. Wait till you guys see him. He is straight out of Central Casting. He is Kenny Powers from Eastbound and Down, like in real life. And he has a track record. He's made 600 big league appearances. He's been all over the place over his career. He's only pitched once so far, but he faced two batters in a big spot the other night in Cincinnati, struck them both out. This is a guy who can help stabilize things. And so all of a sudden it's looking a little bit better there. Again, they need to do this for more than 4 days. You got to spend this over a longer stretch. But I don't think anybody truly believed they were going to be as bad as they were in that first month. It would be hard to be, have a 7 ERA as a group for a whole season. So if that just gets to be better, it doesn't have to be great. If it's better, I think they start winning some of these closer games.
One thing that's really helped them is, and I don't mean day to day, right? Because there's obviously good games, bad games, but the starting pitching has been really pretty good. We're talking with our friend Mark Zuckerman, excuse me, from Masson Sports here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Look, I mean, Mackenzie Gore, I'm just looking at his wins above replacement. Now you get into May, this is like we're actually into the season. Like the results aren't maybe skewed by like one good or bad performance. Is Gore starting to have the kind of games, the type of performances? I mean, obviously the strikeout numbers are significant that everybody kind of had hoped and expected with a player of his caliber.
Yeah, I mean, he leads the league in strikeouts now, and he's doing that while also hardly walking anybody. He finally walked 4 guys yesterday, and 3 of them came in the 5th inning when it was just a downpour, and they tried to play through it. And at one point there, prior to that inning, he had a 7-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio for the season. So I looked this up to see, has any Nats ever done that before? The only guy who's ever done it, a qualified starter who pitched a full season, was Max Scherzer. Okay. Now there's a long way to go. It's a little over 1 month, so he has to show he can do this for 6 months. But that tells you just how dominant he's been so far. And while there've been, a couple of those really outstanding games like opening day, to me the more impressive thing is a game like yesterday when he's pitching well, but he's got some guys on base, and then he has to deal with that downpour in the 5th inning. He's got runners on base. He slips at one point, falls down, and he gets through it. And he ends up going 5 innings, giving up the 1 run. That, to me, is the big step that he's taken, where a year ago, that might spiral out of control on him, and all of a sudden he's given up 4 runs instead. And now he's able to limit the damage and keep it to 1. So even on the days when not everything's exactly perfect how you want it to be, to still be that effective, I think that's what is helping him kind of develop into a true ace right now.
I'm old-fashioned. I still look at ERA and batting average. I know those stats are lame now, but I still look at those. In 8 starts, Gore is averaging 13 strikeouts per 9. Now, he's not always getting to 9, depending on how long he goes. And his ERA is 3.3. I am Zuck, I'll be honest with you. I am more encouraged by Gore than I expected to be. I kind of last year I thought it was pretty up and down, and I wondered if he would deliver on the hype that had surrounded him. And this year's the first month of the season at 6 weeks, whatever it is, has been so encouraging, I think.
Yeah, no, he has taken that next step, and he's always been touted as the potential ace. But as you said, inconsistency was a huge part of that. That the reason that he hadn't got there yet, and so that's what I'm talking about. These nights, you're not going to have everything working for you every time you take the ball. It'd be great if you can, but you're not always going to have that. So what do you do with those starts when you're not at 100% or the conditions aren't 100%? Can you find a way to still be successful? That's what makes the great ones great. And so far, he's been able to do that, and that allows him to have those numbers you're talking about. And I mean, again, long way to go. But right now, when you consider what Gore has done, what James Wood is doing, what C.J. Abrams is doing, that trade's looking okay at the moment, huh?
Well, dude, when do we start to have a real conversation about Jake Irvin and Mitchell Parker? B and I proclaimed Mitchell Parker our guy last year, so we're just kind of riding with him at this point. Yeah. But like these dudes are now over a big period of time showing that they are legitimate major league starters, and maybe in Parker's case, maybe more.
So they both I think their biggest strength right now is they are just bulldogs, and they're going to give you 6 and even 7 innings at times and take the ball every 5th day and give you a chance to win. And that's an important thing to have. They may not be number 1 starters, anything like that.
Right.
But they're guys you have to have in a good rotation, the innings eaters, the workhorses, bulldogs, whatever you want to call that. Now, Parker was great for the first month, and in his last 2 starts, all of a sudden he's starting to walk guys, and that has been the number one thing he's avoided since coming up last year. He was pretty down on himself the other night for struggling with that. They're trying to work on some things, figure out what the issue is. I think it's mechanical more than anything else. So he does need to clean that up, but if he can, he is showing that he is a guy who's going to give you a chance. Not always going to be, dazzle you, but you're going to look up at the end of the night and say, man, he went 6 innings, gave up 2 or 3 runs, gave us a chance to win. That's important stuff to have. Behind a number 1, you need those middle of the rotation guys who can do that.
And as this thing continues, we talk about the pitching and the bullpen. I'm sorry, B. I try to play it cool, but eventually I just want to get to James Wood.
James Wood, yes, but he's doing great. But I'm saying Dylan Cruz, what is going on with Dylan?
Here we go.
That one hasn't gone as well as you would hope. Yeah, so far.
But you don't think it's a problem, though?
Well, he is still kind of swinging at a lot of stuff, a lot of slop. Their teams have figured out, they don't throw him a lot of fastballs. He chases pitches out of the zone. So there is that, and that's something he's going to have to figure out. He just went through 2 slumps. It was 0 for 23 on the road trip. He finally got the hit yesterday, and it was 0 for 22 on the season with runners in scoring position. And he snapped that one with that same hit. So maybe that's a little something to get him going. He's still got to figure this out. And I think what everyone keeps cautioning here is he was rushed through the minor leagues. He made it to the big leagues within a year. He still has very little overall professional experience. And I know we've been spoiled here by so many prospects over the years who've come up and been gangbusters right away. It doesn't always work that way. It usually doesn't work that way. I think the good news is they're giving him time to figure it out. I don't think they're putting pressure on him. The other thing that I think that stands out about him that's important to note, and I think bodes well in the long run, no matter what he's doing at the plate, he's played outstanding defense, and he runs the bases really well, too. And I think that's important to note because, especially for a young player, you can take your troubles from one part of your game to the other part of your game, and he's done a really nice job of separating those things. And I think that shows them, just maturity and overall, quality of player that they think he's going to be, is that he's not going to let his offensive struggles affect, the other parts of his game.
Okay.
Is it with Cruz? Because early on, it's early, man. He'll get there. Now we're 6 weeks in, and it seemed like there was like a little bit of a bright spot there, and then there were these slumps again. Is there any sort of timeline where like people get worried, or is it not even this year?
No, I think if he were to do this all year, then you do have some concerns, of course. And would they let him go the whole season, batting under 200 and struggling like that with runners in scoring position? Maybe not. At some point, they would maybe say, okay, it's time to take a break, send him down and work on things. But I don't think they're there yet, obviously. And because you do see glimpses of it that tell you, okay, he does have this ability, clearly. I mean, there's a reason he was so highly touted. You don't just get that kind of reputation and be picked that high in the draft without obviously having the ability and everything else. He probably just needs to settle down a little bit. I'm sure he's feeling it himself. He's an intense competitor. I'm sure he's never struggled to this extent anywhere that he's ever played in his life. And so I think that part of it is maybe even a bigger challenge for him. Just like calm down, trust your instincts, trust your natural abilities. You're going to start to figure this out and you'll be okay. But yeah, there is a point where you do start to worry more. I don't think they're there yet, but it's not an endless rope where they would say, okay, you're going to play all season no matter how it goes.
For sure. How about CJ? Because he's playing really well, and I think
they got a little young nucleus there, man.
Dude, that's what I think we're all trying to figure out is they're playing pretty good. Davey deserves a lot of credit because they kind of tend to start slow and then start playing really well, and we're seeing that again. But Zuck, I'll be honest, just as an outsider that wasn't, I don't know, the ins and outs of day-to-day life in the clubhouse. But when CJ got in trouble in Chicago and was at the casino at 8 a.m. and there was a game at 1 that afternoon, and I think they kind of gave him some time off. How important is it that he has started well this year, and it seems like there's none of that type of stuff popping up?
Yeah, no, that was huge. And, honestly, all off season, I kept thinking this is the number one storyline with the team. Is he going to come back and be the guy he was supposed to be? And just talking about him as a player, like forget about any off the field stuff, but is he going to respond to this whole thing well, come back and play well like he did the first half of last year when he was an all-star? And the answer is yes, he absolutely has. He addressed the issue in spring training. He's done everything right since then. And most importantly, he's come out and played really well for them. And he's on a 10-game hitting streak right now. It's obviously James Wood's their best hitter, but it does feel like when C.J. Abrams is going well, the team goes well. There's something to that. I think it's the reason he bats leadoff for them. You look up his numbers in their wins versus losses, or when he was out for a little bit on the IL a little while ago. I think there's a real correlation there that when he's going well, this team goes well. And I do see a more mature, just kind of focused kid who wants to be the player that we saw he was last year in the first half, which is, an all-star, a truly all-around great shortstop in this game. And I think he knows he can be that if he keeps his head on right and, and works at his game and fine-tunes everything.
Well, to that point, what you said earlier about the trade. So of their position players, Abrams and Wood have the highest wins above replacement of everybody. And then of their pitchers, Gore has the highest wins above replacement of everybody. So there definitely are some young pieces there. Are Davey and Rizzo, how's everybody getting along? Like, is anybody frustrated? Do they feel pretty good? Just the overall vibe with them coming back home now. They got the day game on Wednesday. Like, you're far enough into the grind of the season that if there are any chafing or anything, like it would start to show, right?
Sure. And I think, that first month when you got the bullpen losing games the way they were, that can lead to some bad stuff, of course. And to their credit, I didn't see any signs of that. And it reminds me of 2019 when obviously that star-studded team was losing games early because of the bullpen, and it could have fractured the clubhouse, and it did not. And it wound up in glorious fashion in the end. And I think that is a credit to the manager who has done such a good job over the years of keeping everybody together and just focusing on, hey, go 1-0 today and don't worry about any of the other stuff. So there is that. And, they opened that road trip with a crazy game in Philadelphia. They rallied from behind to take the lead, and then Finnegan blew at the bottom of the ninth. And the mood in the clubhouse that night was about as down as I've seen it in a long time. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean it in a good way, because that told me that this team now believes that it should be winning these kind of games, that it's not enough to say, hey, we battled back and, good for us. Like, no, they were in a position to beat a good team on the road. They didn't, and they felt really bad about that. I think you're going to see more of that kind of stuff now. The expectation level has been raised within the clubhouse for sure. They believe they're ready to start winning more games than they lose, and they're slowly creeping towards that mark. But when they do lose a game, it affects them, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because I talked to C.J. Abrams at the red carpet homecoming event. I forget exactly what it's called, but I think you know what I mean, like before opening day. And he said, he's like, yeah, we've heard for a long time that the Nationals are coming. Like, we like to think now we're here. And I think when you have young guys with that kind of mindset, that's at least how you want an organization to develop. Now, obviously, there's other factors, but I don't know. It's been fun watching the Curly W's. Mark, we always
appreciate you, Mark.
Appreciate you making time with us, man.
You got it. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Mark Zuckerman, give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman. He is not the dude that started Facebook. Less than an hour from now, seriously, less than an hour from now, we're supposed to get an official NFL draft announcement from the president, the mayor, and the Commander's owner. And it's going to be nuts. I can't wait. We're going to open the phone lines after that. We are going to give away Caps tickets in about 30 minutes.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Bike to the Beach is happening June 20th. And whether you're riding 25, 50, or 100 miles, this ride is fun, impactful, and for an incredible cause, supporting autism awareness and inclusion. It's fully supported, built for all skill levels, And it all ends at the beach with a hotel finish line, festival, food trucks, and beer at the beer tent from Dewey Beer Company. Don't miss your chance to be a part of something powerful. Sign up now at biketothebeach.org and ride with us to make a difference.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Commanders have handed out jersey numbers for 5 NFL draft selections. Josh Connolly Jr. will wear 72, Trey Amos 23, Jalen Lane 83, Kane Madrano 56, and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt 32. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore is going to be suspended for 2 games because of the advanced scouting scandal involving Connor Stallions. Washington, D.C. gets the NFL draft in 2027. Nationals down the Reds 4-1. Luis Garcia Jr. homered and C.J. Abrams had a 2-run double. They play the Guardians tonight at 6:15 on the Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. I want to do a little Commanders talk. We just did a really good baseball conversation there with Mark Zuckerman. If you missed any of that, you should get on Spotify or wherever you listen to your podcasts and just find it. It's probably already up.
Mhm.
Now, Landville has a question written down here in his most landfill of ways. But as we kind of know where things land across the NFL, listen, things can always change. You can still work drafts. Like a lot of things can still happen. But generally, by now, you kind of got your team. There will be some changes before week 1. But generally, this is what you got.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, Washington's defense ranked kind of middle of the pack. They were clearly driven by their offense. Their defense ranked 13th in yards allowed, 18th in points allowed. Both were big jumps from where they had been bottom 5, bottom 2 for much of the last couple of years.
They were like catfish, bottom feeders.
Yeah. So last year things did improve, but in big moments at big times, they did struggle. I think they really struggled against the run. Especially against the Eagles. But you know who else struggled against the run against the Eagles? Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever, you can't. The goal is to beat them, right? As far as the best defenses in the NFL last year, from a yards perspective, it was Philly. Houston was quite good also.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Minnesota had a really good defense as far as just creating turnovers. The Bills created a lot of turnovers.
Detroit did a good job till they saw us.
Well, Detroit just got crushed by injuries.
They got gutted, but still, got to be able to sustain that sometimes.
What's interesting is how sometimes NFL defensive stuff is more a matter of how the offense plays.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles gave up the second fewest points per game in the NFL, and the Eagles gave up the fewest yards per game in the NFL. That's a hell of a recipe, folks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only team that gave up less than Philly points. So, and this it's really splitting hairs here. The Eagles gave up 17.8 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
The Chargers gave up 17.7. But Jim Harbaugh also ran his offense like West Point. You know what I mean? Like they were just trying to control the clock and grind it out. Like it was an interesting first year from Harbaugh out there, and they were good. They made the playoffs. I've done a deep dive on this back when I used to write a lot. How hard defensive rankings are to replicate year over year over year. Because a huge chunk of defense is generating turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
And generating turnovers is really hard to predict.
Yeah.
Some of it is as simple as which way a fumble bounces.
True. But if you're consistent with putting your ball your helmet on the ball and grab a guy, wrap up. Don't just try to grab the ball without wrapping up because he ends up going for the whole way. But you wrap up, and if somebody else coming, they put head on the ball. Or if you're better in coverage, where you play man coverage, you get a little tighter. You get those things, But the pass rush is most consistent in turnovers, I believe. If you get great pass rush, and you can also stop the run with that rush, you can affect people because you get to points where you hit the quarterback when he's trying to throw the ball. You hit the quarterback and the running back together at their mesh point, and it changes everything.
Well, to that point, then, B, we have seen Washington make some big moves to try to improve their team. The big moves primarily have been offensively.
Yep.
You're talking a trade for a new left tackle that cost you a bunch of draft picks, a trade for a wide receiver that didn't cost you much, guaranteed some money, and then your first-round pick goes to the O-line also. Yeah. Now, they did take a corner with the second-round pick that a lot of people really, really like, but they largely did not overhaul the defensive line. They lost John Allen. They lost Dante Fowler. You add Kinlaw, and I know people got up in arms about the money with Kinlaw. One, you overpay in free agency. That's just how it goes. Two, he's like a tier 3 defensive lineman money. Like, it's not that much money.
Yeah.
They've brought in some veteran pieces to play along the defensive line, but you're talking about pass rush. Pass rush generally is the best way to have a dominant defense.
Totally.
Period. Are you concerned with what they've done there?
I'm not concerned at this point because I watched them last year generate pass rush with what they had. And I think that they didn't go gung-ho because they feel comfortable with some of the guys they brought on and some guys that came on at the end of the year last year. I also believe that if your offense is much better and you could put more points on the board and you could take more time off the clock, you change another team's offense and you make them play how you want them to play. All right? Which in turn gives your defense a level of an advantage. So if Washington ups their points per game by 2-3 points, the other team has to put the ball in the air more often. They have to try to score more often, which means that they're one-dimensional. So like you mentioned, it all helps. Like, when they play complementary football, that means the offense is doing such a good job that they make the defense job easy. Guess what else the defense is?
Rested.
Fresh and rested.
Commanders finished 5th in points scored last year. They averaged just under 29 points per game. 7th in total yards, 4th in first downs. A lot of long drives for Washington last year, which was a big part of their success. I don't disagree with you, right? Like, I think Adam Peters looked at everything going on this offseason and said, to me, the further we get past it, it becomes kind of clear he didn't love this draft class.
I don't think a lot of people did.
As an overall scope of it, because you traded away a bunch of picks, and then when you were in the draft, you never once traded back to get more picks. This was not a pinata he wanted to hit more often.
I don't think it was about the picks. I don't think it's as much about the picks as it's the quality of the picks. If they had more quality of a pick and people, but this draft was so even where many people didn't want to move.
Right. I think that Amos was there at 61 made it really easy. But like last year they traded back because I think they wanted volume of guys to get into their program.
Yeah.
But they also really liked the next batch of guys there. I'm not sure they did because they never once tried to move back. And I think year over year, pick a good offense, not the best, but like just a team that's had a pretty good offense over the years. Houston, Miami. I'm not saying like the Chiefs or the Ravens, but let's go to the Rams. Right? They've been pretty good with Stafford. So if you just look year over year, what these teams do, it's way easier is not the right word. It's significantly, though, more sustainable to build and keep an offense good, especially if you have a quarterback.
If you have a quarterback, yes, and then also the rules of football makes that easier.
Right. But I'm saying
they are so heavily swayed towards the offense.
So if you have to invest, what did we say coming out of the championship game loss in Philly? That Washington has to figure out how to improve their lines.
Mhm.
The lines on both sides of
Big
the ball.
boys.
That's where they got to get better. And they identified the offensive line as the place they were going to really zero in on. And I think you can make a case that it makes more sense.
Well, the offensive line, I would say yes, because who's the most important person in football? Quarterback.
Right.
Don't you have a good one? So if you could keep him more upright, if he was able to do the things he did with the line last year trying to come together, if you have a better one protecting him in front of him, he can do a lot more. And I think if you strengthen your offense, you strengthen your football team. So they get way more than defenses get. Way more.
Totally. To me, I know that people have edge angst. The edge angst is going nowhere, but I think this all makes a lot of sense on a lot of levels, honestly. And I don't know that they have enough. We won't know until we see it next year. But I would not have wanted to be on the hook for the very few, to me, attractive free agents and the money they got anyway. Like Milton Williams could be really good. You heard Zangaro say it. He's like, but man, he really hasn't played much to now be a 9-figure dude. Like, free agency ain't the place to shop. You know, it's just generally, now that the cap has gone up so much and these teams use these tags all the time and teams have gotten way smarter about extensions, you don't want to be shopping in free agency. It's not to say you can't, but that's why the trade market has increased so much. So when Lamphill asked me, is the Commanders' defense bad? I don't think it is. I think defenses have so much variance year to year. They believe in what they've done on the edges to be able to at least somewhat replicate last year where they were still top half of the league in sacks. If it's strictly about sacking the opposing quarterback, I think you're going to be all right.
Yeah, you just got to get pressure on him sometimes, too.
Now, if it's strictly about going to Caps game 1, you better listen to the next segment.
Mr. JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in mere seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
Here's the best part. These Rude systems, they are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions. No more gang, 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 gang in the middle of the night. All that's gone because Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. I'll tell you the truth. Before my Rude equipment got installed, my Shelby's room, because it's the far side of our house away from the air conditioner, always was hot. Always was hot. We had to put a fan in there, all these things. Now, at the new Rude life, man, everything is the same temperature. It is so impressive. And you could save some cash. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 G's on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
We're talking about Rude, R-U-U-D. They have the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in a DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm going to take everybody behind the curtain for a brief moment here. That is what is always a nutso place.
This place is nutso.
So I have no idea why, but there's a cake in the break room. And there's no plates or anything, so I got a slice of cake, and I'm eating it kind of like a slice of pizza based on these paper towels.
Because you're weird.
Sure. And then Rooster walked in and said, "What's the cake for?" And I just started making up various lies to him. First, I told him it was Linnell's birthday, and he said, "Oh, well, happy birthday to Linnell," who walked by and said, "It's not my birthday." And then he looked at me. I was like, "Of course that's not the truth." And then one of the saleswomen was like, "Oh, it's for the new morning show." And Rooster's like, "What new morning show?" And I was like, "The junks, they're out. You're up." And he's like, "Oh," he's like, "I know you're kidding now." I was like, "Yeah, they've been on the air for 30 years, Rooster." And he's like, "I'd be great for a morning show." Landfill, can you imagine how much he would complain if he had a morning show?
He wouldn't be here. He will be late.
Even though there's zero traffic?
Now he's over there complaining about the studio. Other studio smelling, as he said,
funky.
Funky as I'll leave it like that.
I can't imagine what happened in there.
Sit in the room by yourself, you fill you out the can, you just let it flow.
That's funny. All right, I know what you're waiting for. Jeff, how are your fingers?
Just like his hands, small. He can't hold a full Whopper. He got to get a Whopper Jr.
Long but quick, the Jeff Walker story. Jeff, are your fingers good?
They're good.
Press a button. Caller number 9, right now, you win a pair of tickets to Game 1 for the second round of the 2025 playoffs with the Washington Capitals. Tuesday, May 6th, that's tomorrow, knuckleheads, against Carolina at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. 800-636-1067. Caller number 9. Right now, you win tickets, man. That joint is going to be jumping.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun night.
It will be.
Here's what else is going to be fun. In about 10 minutes, now, me and Landini, we have learned that when we're waiting on a mayor's announcement, you can generally find this information on the mayor's social channels.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where you find announcements coming from Pennsylvania Avenue these days.
Hey,
Truth Social.
I might have something to say about this one, too.
We might have to check Truth Social, Landfill. But the word is, in about 10 minutes, the president, the mayor, and the Commanders owner are all going to stand together and talk about the NFL draft coming to D.C. in 2027, which really, really is a cool thing. And I think it'll be so much fun, and I think the visuals will be incredible. I am guessing, B, that these are busy people with crazy schedules. I am guessing this thing will be late. Do you think this starts on time?
I don't know.
I don't know much about the executive branch and how they operate. I do know we got a winner for tomorrow night's tickets. Clark is in Gaithersburg. Clark, congrats, dude.
Hey, thank you. Let's go, Cass. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
So you live in Gaithersburg. Have you been to any Caps games so far this playoff run?
Yeah, I went to Game 5 last round.
Oh, hell yeah. All right. Who are you going to bring with you?
You know, that's a good question. I'm going to try to get a hot date, but if not, then, I'll definitely take someone. We'll both be rocking the red.
All right.
How old are you, Clark? How hot is this date?
I am 38.
Okay.
And, we'll try to get the best looking one possible.
Well, dude, if you're 30, like you're a grown up, right? If you get a date and you get to go to Game 1 of the second round, that sounds like a poached egg situation. Like y'all should have breakfast, I would think.
Hey, man, that's the name of the game. So we'll see.
What jersey are you going to wear?
Well, I wore my Caps 2018 Stanley Cup shirt to Game 5, so I feel like I got to keep that good luck trend going.
Yeah, dude. I think
keep it going, brother.
I think you do. Congrats, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Enjoy the game. Did you disagree with what I said, B?
Yeah.
In what capacity?
Well, I mean, if they're 38 and they're mature, they're not thinking like you think. You gotta get something younger and dumb to get all that mindset going on.
You think if you take a date to a Caps game, I think that's a pretty good date.
Man, look, I'm letting you know the mindset's different.
Jeff?
Yeah, bro. Most people that age, they looking to marry.
They're gonna make you work a
After
little
a
bit.
date?
Yeah, they gonna make you work for it.
If they see, oh, he got money to go to the Caps game,
He won him on the
Friday
radio.
huh?
He won him on the
They
radio.
don't know that.
I was about to say you
They
ain't
don't
telling
know
that
that.
part.
I think I would tell him that. He's like, yo, I'm broke. I won these on the radio.
Yep. And you're like, cool. If you get the game, and then guess what? You damn sure will get no poached egg that day.
No, I was saying I'm
Go out by
flexing all night. Yeah, I got these tickets. They was my bad. They all way up here, but
Yeah, are they uppers?
yeah. Oh, the
I don't
radio
think you can flex with uppers. I think you
Hey,
go honest and
in
you're
the,
like,
in the playoff game when them tickets expensive, you can flex any seat in the building.
There you go, baby.
I brought my wife to a World Series game and they were uppers, and she said, "Why are we sitting up here?" And I said, "Because it's the guy.
Your wife
it's the World Series."
Your wife grew up with stuff, so she understands already. See, when you just said the poached egg situation, it ain't gonna be no intelligent woman that grew up with something.
All right.
Not, especially just that first time y'all going on a date. Oh hell no.
Okay. Apparently, the president is set to make a sports announcement at 1:00. We all believe it's going to be the NFL draft here in D.C. Beamish has been calling this for 2 years. Let's all find out together. We're going to open these phone lines up. We got one more pair of Caps tickets to give away, and then Great and Danny will be giving Caps tickets away all afternoon, too.
night in the NBA with a pair of semifinal game number ones in the conference. The New York Knickerbockers against the Boston Celtics at 7 p.m. Then at 9:30 p.m., the Denver Nuggets take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Tonight in the NHL, it's the Florida Panthers versus the Toronto Maple Leafs in Game 1 of the East second round. The Washington Capitals face off against the Carolina Hurricanes tomorrow night, Game 1 at 7 p.m. live on The Fan. Impressive work on the road in Cincinnati for the Washington Nationals as they take down the Cincinnati Reds 4-1. Luis Garcia Jr. a homer and C.J. Abrams a 2-run double.
And the 0-2. Breaking ball, looping line drive, base hit left center field, it's down. This will bring home 2. The ball past the center fielder Dunn, backed up in left by Lux as Abrams goes sliding into second with a clutch. 2 out, 2-run double. And the Nationals lead it 4-1. 2 huge insurance runs delivered by Abrams.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Hosting the Cleveland Guardians tonight, 6:15 on The Fan. Big news in the NFL with the NFL Draft coming to Washington, D.C. on the National Mall in 2027. The Commanders announced they've given jersey numbers to draft picks Josh Connerly Jr., number 72, Trey Amos, 23, Jalen Lane, 83. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore has been suspended 2 games for the advanced scouting scandal involving Connor Stallions. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, folks. We're all waiting for the same thing you're waiting for. We've been told there's going to be an announcement about the 2027 NFL Draft being held here in Washington, D.C. on the National Mall. Jeff, press the button. Here's what we're going to do. The way these political things go, they're often kind of moving targets for people are calling. We're not giving away tickets right now. That's not happening for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. Now, if people just want to talk, Jeff, we can talk. Apparently, my man Landfill's a big C-SPAN watcher, and he's been checking the website. And one part of the C-SPAN website says that the announcement's coming at 1:00. One says 1:15. I tend to, as somebody that's attended enough press conferences, not political ones, just regular press conferences. A lot of times
they always start late.
They start a little late.
Yeah.
So I want to give ourselves some leeway. I want to ask, fairly simple, how excited are you for the draft coming here? Because this isn't that far away. This is something we've all been like hinting at, reporting, expecting. I mean, Events DC and Mayor Bowser, they've been working on this thing for years.
Yeah.
I remember I first heard about it. Be honestly, when you went to Nashville, people then in Ashburn were like, "Oh man, it'd be great."
We were discussing it then,
right?
Yep.
So this is not something that is new.
Yeah.
But it's certainly exciting. So 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. How do you feel about the draft? I'm excited, B. I think it'll be cool.
I'm excited too. I mean, look, I've been to several of them in different areas, and they generate an excitement, and they also generate income in that area. And I think DC would be a great place to host it, and also they need it.
Agreed. Professor Landini, how do you feel about the draft?
I'm actually all out on the NFL draft. I think that it's gotten too big, and if they scaled it back a little bit, if they made the first round a little bit shorter, if it was a little bit less of a spectacle, I think it would be better. There's too much buildup. The first round is too long. I don't need it.
You don't crack.
I want to hear the names. That's what I want.
You don't crack.
Are you going to send B-Mitch a text again that's like, yo, I'm super stoned. Can you just tell me who they draft again?
Yeah, he didn't watch the damn draft. Talking about some he's not. He wasn't in before.
I did watch the first round, and it took way too long.
But that doesn't address that it's here.
Yeah, I'm also not into that.
How will you feel
He's
about
not gonna go to it.
increased traffic in Washington?
It won't be where he's at.
I feel like Roger Goodell and Josh Harris got together to personally make my life worse.
You know, you're starting to sound like, and you're gonna hate this. You're starting to sound just like Rooster. I think y'all cut from the same cloth.
You are sounding a little roosterific.
I don't agree with that at all.
100%. Y'all always think someone did something to bother you when they never thought about you, I think.
That's my issue, actually. Think about me a little bit more and put this thing in Baltimore.
How long?
Hell no.
This is probably a cluster buster question. How long does Odyssey have a lease on this building? Like, do we know?
I think it's till 2030.
One question I'm going to ask you, why would we know something like that?
I don't know. Landfill might know. Landfill been here for a long
Landfill's
time.
a producer. He's not the person knowing the damn building lease is.
Landfill, do you know?
I think it's till 2030.
He think it's still 2030. He don't know.
I was just saying, if we weren't downtown by 2027, I would think Landfill would feel much differently about the draft. I like the biggest.
He'll still hate it.
The biggest the draft will impact you is traffic, right? Like,
No, because they don't start till night.
There's people all over.
Yeah, but
They're
not gonna bother Landfill.
They're
gonna be Ubering and catching metros and walking.
Are you aware of Landfill? Everything bothers Landfill.
That's why I don't listen to him.
All right, if you're tuning in, I'm getting a lot of people asking me about the announcement. I'm not in charge of this announcement. We're going to take it live as soon as we are able to. What we're doing right now is taking your calls. It is widely reported that
Jeff is throwing out his shot. Jeff say, ALD, I'm NFL draft DJ.
I like it. Jeff's already doing that.
Yeah, Jeff.
All right, let's go to Steve in Fairfax. Steve, how you feel about the NFL draft coming to town?
I think it's awesome. I think it's a great thing for the community and everything. And actually, I had a question for you guys. Do you think this is a precursor for trying to sway some votes to get RFK and satisfy DC council members for that tax revenue that DC residents have to pay? Now they have this as kind of a backup. So within 24 months, half the money gets paid back, and kind of see what's what after that, and jumpstart this thing.
I don't think this happened after the stadium stuff was announced. I think this was already in play. So I really believe that the people that's trying to act like they don't want a stadium here, they're wasting their time.
But now they get to see all the revenue that comes in from being involved with.
Yeah, but they're not going to
NFL.
see that before they have to vote on it. They got to vote on this by July. The revenue ain't coming for 2 years.
Yeah, but can't they, use the formula from Green Bay or Detroit, just saying that's going to be X amount of dollars,
Dude,
you're going to see the growth.
I don't think they'd be getting the draft if they weren't getting the stadium. But I think it's all part of, there are very, very large forces at play that have probably maneuvered this to a finish line long beyond what we see, honestly. Thanks for the call, dude.
I think,
Oh, Lord.
I think we're streaming.
I blocked it. I was doing something else.
I got a serious question. I think Big Tony's calling. I don't know that we've heard from Big Tony in a while. Big Tony, how you feel about the draft, dude?
Hey, what's going on, ears and big head? Hey, look here, man.
All right.
I'm going to tell you what.
All right, 2 pig legs.
We're going to start joining on the air. Huh? Hey, look here. I love the draft because I'm going to tell you right now, all you folks out there that need a new phone and need some credit cards, I'm going to be down that joint pickpocketing like a mug, man. I'm taking everything. Hey, B, it's going to be about 600,000 jokers down there. Half of them going to be drunk. And you know how folks just put their phone in their back pocket? Man, I'm going to come down there with a duffel bag. I'm going to roll up. Don't ask me for passcodes and all that. That's on y'all. And another thing, B, your boy Jeff Walker said he had a triple-double. Come on, man. That diamond probably went for like 2, 4, and 1, man. Come on, man. Hey, y'all take it easy, man. I'm out, Sean.
I noticed Jeff didn't come back and talk about his game, but we just got a picture here that I just posted in the thread.
There's a number of things to discuss here. Jeff, on what planet did you drop a triple-double? This was your all-star game you were very excited about? All right, I guess Jeff's doing calls.
All right, what was the question here? I was answering the phones. Yeah, I was working.
Somebody said you had a triple-double in what's called.
In the All-Star game.
You did?
At 20, 10, and 10.
Yeah,
That's it. Outright lie.
He went and took that picture from somebody, put his little stuff on it. That's not Jeff doing 20, 10, and nothing. Because if he had done 20, 10, and 10, he would have definitely ran in here and told us about it.
It would have been in the text thread. It would have been on every social media.
TV.
But hold on. Are you shooting from half court in that photo?
Yes.
Like, was that part of your plan?
You see, I pulled it. Shoot, JP.
Jeff, you do not have half court range, dude.
How much you want to bet? I bet you I make 3 half court shots before you make 1. And we could put $100 on that.
I don't want to make that bet. That doesn't. You doing it ahead of me.
It looked like a Photoshop thing because he's doing a jump shot, but his feet are on the floor.
Yeah,
that's not Photoshop.
That's Photoshop like hell.
I'm strong enough to shoot the ball from half court like a free throw.
Yeah, okay.
That's
yeah.
Well,
I guarantee you.
Will you admit that you did not have a triple double?
No, I would not admit that.
We know he didn't have it because the fact that we had to get Big Tony to send us a picture, we know he didn't do it. You know why? Because he would have been running, screaming that.
So look, this is the thing. We had the celebrity game, and I just see all these outrageous stats, and I'm like, hold on. He did not score that many points, and they wasn't about to make it look bad like they was just running the score up on my team. It was a 5-point game. So I was like,
did y'all lose?
Yeah, but we also got work. Like, everybody know we got work because the birthday boy wanted his team to win because he was playing on that team. So we got work. But everyone inflated their stats, so I inflated mine. I wasn't about to look like that.
Yeah.
Thank you for clearing that up, buddy.
They did it for Wilt.
Did it for Wilt. Is this Joe in Upper Marlboro online too? Joe, how you feel about the draft coming to town?
I'm real excited. We were going to make the trip up to Pittsburgh for the draft next year, but obviously this year, or 27, it's a lot closer, so lots of excitement. We usually do a draft party every year, so this will be really cool to go there and have it so close to home.
There you go.
So if you have a draft party, what does that entail?
Drinking.
Well, it's mainly just me and my cousin for the last 5-6 years. We get together every year. We watch the movie Draft Day, and then we just make some good food and just have a good time, watch the draft.
That's awesome. Well, you can watch Draft Day and then take the Metro downtown and watch it in person.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, dude.
Awesome.
Glad you're excited. I'm excited when people are just excited and there's no I don't know, cynicism or jaded. Jeff, are you excited? You're throwing your hands up in the air.
Yo, what? The draft in DC? I am there. Look, it's only so many things that you could witness, That's one of them you got to witness. Like the draft, all them people there. When you going to have all the fans representing all 32 teams together in one spot? Again, you only play, 17 games in a season?
Yeah.
You only see 8 other teams. Well, really 4 because you got your division games. But I want to see party with all them other fans. It's going to be a nice event. I can't wait for it. I know the city is going to buzz. I was just telling Landfill and WB, I say, look, the city's going to be lit. And while they all picking, I say, you know what's going to happen after all the picks are made the first night? Everybody going to flood to different areas of the city to party. And for someone that's a part of DC nightlife, that's amazing.
And you're going to be.
Jeff might have some paid gigs.
Jeff will have 15 DJ events in 3 days.
Yeah, get that money.
Landfill, odds. So the draft as it's currently constituted, and I don't think this will change in the next 2 years. The only constant in life is change. But I think the draft will still look the same in 2 years. Can I get percentage chance Jeff calls out for work on Monday after the draft?
Oh, man. You not going to make much money.
88.
That's minus 50,000.
Jeff's going to be nonstop Wednesday to Sunday.
That's minus 50,000.
And then on Monday morning, we're going to get a text.
grand and win 100.
We're going to get a text. Dog, my cousin's car broke.
Nope. I'm going to do what I did for the Christmas party this year. put my day off early in advance.
Still,
Put it in right now.
I'm gonna tell Draft.
Draft.
I'm gonna email him 2 years early
because I know you won't be here that day. Let's try our guy. Jake is in Whitville. Jake, you fired up for the draft?
Yes, sir. I sure am, man. And I'm going to tell you what, as a lifelong Commanders fan and also as a lifelong construction worker, I am stoked about the idea of all the new development with the RFK Stadium's going to be bringing up to D.C. because as a journeyman, just working everywhere, going everywhere I can to lay block and lay brick and lay stone, this is going to be great for every other construction worker out there that just wants to go out and support their family. So, yeah, raise hell, go Commanders. This is going to be great for everybody.
There we go. Hell yeah, man. I like that positivity.
That's a different point of view, too.
Yeah.
Like everybody's talking about this, that, and the other, but you know what? It's going to open up some jobs.
Yeah, whenever you're talking like 3 to 5 years worth of work, that's a gold mine to a construction worker.
Yeah.
You know, somebody that's, you know, not to get into specifics or anything, but somebody that's making, say, the average construction workers between 60 and 100K a year. If you could secure that for, you know, 3 to 5 years, that's awesome. That's a lottery ticket right there, brother.
That's awesome, man.
All right, brother.
It's good to have different perspectives, and I appreciate that one. So thanks for the call, Jake.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
All right, take care. Thanks for listening. Listen, I got a lot of people asking me about the announcement. Landfill's update is that the announcement about the NFL draft was supposed to start at 1, then it became 1:15. Now it's up to 1:30. This is what you kind of got to expect when you got a lot of people with a lot going on in the world to figure things out.
Yeah.
So I don't think in any way this impacts I don't think there's going to be like some last minute screaming session in the Rose Garden that the draft is off. Like, I think it's just trying to get everybody in the same room. Let's go to Alex in DC. What's up, Alex?
So I want y'all to picture this. It's the spring of 2027. Cooper Flags led the Wizards to the playoffs. The stadium's being built. You got Andrew Crystal and Ryan Leonard leading the Caps in the playoffs in the post-Obi era. The Nats, with all their young talent, are in first place. And then we get the NFL draft at the same time. How cool is that going to be?
That's some I like that. I like that a lot. Cooper Flag, James Wood hitting bombs.
Man.
I like it, dude. Well done.
Yep.
Thanks, dude.
All right, brother.
I am curious. With the stadium, there are obviously critics. Jeff, we're keeping phones the whole hour, so just load everybody up. With the stadium, there are obviously critics and opposition. And I can understand some of those viewpoints, right? I think if you're a critic or opposed to the NFL draft coming to town, that is just straight hater-ish. Like,
you just heard Landfill.
I think Landfill would confess to straight hater-ish.
Yeah, he's a hater.
White Brian, you live in the city. How do you feel about the draft coming to town?
I'm indifferent. The city has enough people in it, so it's just going to be more traffic.
Where we get these weird people from, man?
White Brian, outside of Auburn sports and your wife, is there anything you're not indifferent on? You have a general air of indifference, White Brian.
The Mets. That's probably it.
But the Mets, I mean, are you happy about them?
He's indifferent. Because he cheers for them and they suck most times.
Yeah, I mean, they're winning a bad NL East, but
I'm happy right now.
He won't be happy at the end of the year, though.
I just can't wait for the inevitable Mets meltdown. It's fuel for my blood. Rusty's in Delaware. Rusty, how you feel about the draft? Will you and your son come from Delaware?
So that's exactly what I was going to tell you guys. How y'all doing today? Good to hear from you.
Good, man.
So when I got saw the article last night and I made the announcement out loud, and he looked right at me and he said, "Dad, are we going?" And I've been hesitant about attending things like that just because of the mass amount of people in a small area. but it's once in a lifetime type opportunity. So yeah, absolutely, we're going to go, and I don't know how close we're going to be able to get, but we're going to try. And he made a bold prediction himself. The other guy was talking about optimism. He said that we're going to have to wait until the 32nd pick that night to go ahead and find out who we draft.
There you go. All right, Rusty, appreciate you. We got to run the break here, bro.
Appreciate it.
We're waiting just like you're waiting. There's an announcement coming. Washington's getting the draft. Let's hear it officially. Nobody go anywhere. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
The White House in the middle of an announcement to say that the NFL draft is coming to Washington, D.C. in 2027. The most recent draft was in Green Bay and had over 600,000 people attend the event. Nationals baseball, a sweet win over the Reds 4-1 with Luis Garcia Jr. homering and C.J. Abrams hitting a 2-run double. Facing the Guardians tonight, 6:15 live play-by-play here on The Fan. Capitals skating and practice ready for the Carolina Hurricanes. Game 1, second round tomorrow night at 7 from Capital One Arena. That game also live play-by-play right here on The Fan. Florida and Toronto start tonight in Game 1 after the Jets beat the Blues 4-3 in double overtime yesterday. Warriors beat the Rockets 103-89, Pacers over the Cavaliers 121-112. Tonight, it is the Knicks against the Celtics in Game 1 at 7, then the Denver Nuggets against Oklahoma City at 9:30. Former NFL coach John Gruden is joining the Nashville Cats of the Arena Football One League as part owner. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
So self-conscious. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Tyreek Hill, dude, just can't help himself cause trouble. Tyreek Hill did a Q&A, I guess, on Instagram or something. Asked to name his top 5 quarterbacks. And remember, there was a point in time where he argued Tua was the best in the NFL.
He didn't name Tua or Pat.
Lamar, Josh Allen, Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, Joe Burrow. Like, it wouldn't be accurate, but at least say Tua if you're him. Ahead of Mayfield. You didn't. All right, here's the question. We're waiting on news. Apparently, this has been pushed back again. We're waiting to hear from the coalition of folks that are prepared to make this announcement about the NFL draft coming to D.C. in 2027. Yo, White Brian, see if you can look this up. Like, when Green Bay got the draft, who made that announcement? Or Detroit or Nashville? Something tells me generally this is just like
the NFL did.
The NFL just announced it. I tweeted this out. I said, how do you feel about the NFL draft coming to DC? Excited, it's fine, or don't want it? I feel like that's 3 very distinct operations. Excited got 70% of the vote. It's fine got 25%, and then there's 5% of haters like Landfill that don't want it. I think, to me, I'm excited. I think it'll be neat. Would you be excited or it's fine?
I'm excited about it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, been to. I like them.
I got another tweet, too, from Larry Danielle. I don't know the accuracy of these claims, but per Larry, the 2024 NFL draft in Detroit generated a record $213 million in economic impact, including $160 million from visitors. This revenue stems from various spaces like hotel occupancy, restaurant spending, and other local businesses benefiting from the influx. That's what you're looking for, man. It's a lot of dough. Let's go to Co from the Foe. What's up, Co?
What up, Co?
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? I'm ecstatic that, the draft's coming here, man. I'm out here right now as we speak, checking the shelf life of water, man. I'm trying to gear up, man, get my vending on, you know what I'm saying? Get out there, touch all million Americans who gonna come down to our beautiful city. And like Rusty say, or somebody said, about that 29th pick, I see it, about that 32nd pick. I said our future, man. We be in that bowl either before the stadium or before that draft, man. Peace, fellas.
Thanks, dude. I like that call. Co's fired up. I tell you what, phone lines are about to go crazy yet again. We're giving away Caps tickets in probably about 15 minutes. But right now, we're giving away 2 tickets to see Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul. Sean Paul, the Good Vibes Only
What
tour
mean, JP?
with special guest DaBaby. That concert is Friday, July 25th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. 800-636-1067. Caller number 9 gets those tickets.
All right.
That'll be fun.
I think Brian gonna punch in your face later on too, because at 11 something he sent that 213 million. When you asked him to look it up for you, put it in the text thread, and you wait to give somebody else credit for it.
Shout out to White Brian. Still haven't gotten a haircut, Brian.
Brian, when you heard him just say somebody else did, you were like, "What the hell?" I said that at 11.
Might be. I think it's clearly exciting, man.
Yeah.
All right, so the Packers and NFL announced the 2025 NFL Draft will be held in Green Bay. NFL Representative Alex Brooke made the announcement. So these are not always grand affairs.
No.
I think DC's good at holding big-time events. Usually they're political. It'll be kind of nice if this one isn't. Hopefully people can just...
We got to make sure it stays that way. Make it all about the draft.
Yeah. Certainly. I would think the NFL will protect its neck a little and not let one of their major events get co-opted.
You hope.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, hell, it might be the announcement might have already gotten co-opted. Because I know this. I've sat through a lot of Roger Goodell press conferences. They're rarely 35 minutes late.
Yeah. I think in the beginning, this thing was supposed to be at 11 o'clock. And then
it was 1.
1. No. The 11 o'clock thing that was out there before. Then it 1 came out like in the last few days. Now it's almost damn 1:40 and ain't nobody started talking yet.
Dun, 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 dun.
Just saying.
It's, you know what it's really helpful for? To have variants like this? When you have a radio show and you plan out the last hour around the announcement. And then just kind of want to build out for there. Damn. I just saw something on social media. You know Madonna? Like Madonna, the singer?
Yeah.
How old do you think she is?
Madonna is probably close to 70.
66.
That's close to 70.
Guess how old her boyfriend is? I thought she was married to that director. Guess how old her boyfriend is?
Probably in his 30s.
29.
Hey, she using him and he using her.
She looks very drugged out.
She might be.
I mean, hey, man, do you? I thought she was married to Guy Ritchie. Clearly, I'm not up to date on Madonna's personal life.
Man, those things happen so quickly. You never know.
Guy Ritchie movies are good, though. I do know that much. I think... So I'm reading this from whatever you may hear today from various people. This is a story from 2024, from a little less than a year ago, July 24.
Mm-hmm.
DC's bid to host the 2027 NFL Draft envisions staging a significant portion of the 3-day event on the National Mall. The correspondence is internally referred to as Project Breeze. Representatives from Events DC and the NPS, which administers the National Mall and Monuments, have been in discussions with NFL executives for months about the possibility of holding the 3-day event in the district.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to read that. This story is from July of 24, almost a year ago. And the conversations have been going on for months prior to that.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say it was 2023, probably, when at least initial conversations began. Like, whoever today may take credit for this event coming to town, let's just try to be mindful of the people that
have worked at it.
Yeah.
And have been doing it for a while.
It looks like they talked about this as early as January of 24, along with NFL executives. So there's a lot of moving parts here. Listen to this. This would be here's some actual details. Now, this is from a previous plan. And if we know anything, plans tend to change. But according to this Washington Post article, the league, according to the emails, proposed having the main stage for the draft on 4th Street between Madison and Jefferson Drives, near the National Gallery of Art and the National Air and Space Museum. A portion could also be held on Pennsylvania Avenue, where attendees could flow to the mall. So 4th Street by the gallery. Here's what I know from the 2 parades I attended, which was the Caps parade and then the Nats parade. I don't know kind of how you specify this, Brian, but if you're talking fourth up, I mean that you're pretty close up to the Capitol that way, and you'd have a ton of space stretching west towards the Lincoln, and you put up TV screens, and you know what I mean? That to me would be pretty ideal because the backdrop of this thing is going to be Goodell and the Capitol behind them. When you do Pennsylvania Avenue, so the Caps parade, if you remember, the culmination of it was on the mall with all the big open space.
Yeah.
The Nats parade, probably because they wanted to do something different,
Ended up a little farther up, didn't it?
they ended up on Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And it kind of just creates a little bit of a bottleneck. My advice, which no one is asking for, would absolutely be to do it on the mall rather than on Pennsylvania Avenue or Freedom Plaza, one of those things. You think they'll listen to me?
Nah.
Thank you.
I think they already have plans.
All right. We're waiting on the announcement just like you are. Hopefully we get it here at some point. When we return, we got to make some bets, and we're giving away another pair of Caps Game 1 tickets against the Canes.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine a live prop bets into same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Now, let's see. Do it.
B. Mitch and Finley, we're back on 106.7 The Fan live. Going now to the President of the United States announcing the NFL draft will be held in Washington, D.C. All right, there you have it. The official announcement. The 2027 NFL Draft is coming to town. They expect over 1 million people. And apparently Donald Trump's a Jaden Daniels fan. That's what I learned there. And also, there is more than one way to pronounce industry, which I never knew. Here's what's most important. Jeff, push that damn button. One last pair of Caps tickets to give away. Caller number 9 right now, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Caller number 9, you will win a pair of tickets to Caps Game 1 tomorrow night against the Carolina Hurricanes. For tickets and more event information, visit thevandc.com. Grant and Danny next. All of your political questions, they can't wait to take them. See you tomorrow.
The Washington Commanders handing out jersey numbers for their NFL draft selections. Josh Connolly Jr. will wear number 72, Trey Amos 23, Jalen Lane 83, Kane Medrano 56, and Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt 32. Today, the Cleveland Browns have signed former Steelers Pro Bowl wide receiver Deontay Johnson to pair him with Kenny Pickett. Former NFL coach John Gruden is joining the Nashville Cats of the Arena Football One League as a part owner and also a consulting and advisory role. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore expected to be suspended 2 games because of that advanced scouting scandal of Connor Stallions. Big day for Washington, D.C. as the NFL draft is coming to D.C. in 2027, expected to be at the National Mall. Nationals defeat the Cincinnati Reds 4-1. Luis Garcia Jr. homering. C.J. Abrams 2-run double. Outstanding pitching from Mackenzie Gore, striking out 9 in 5 innings. Tonight against the Guardians, 6:15 live on the Fan. Capitals skating and preparing for the Carolina Hurricanes. Game 1 second round tomorrow night at 7 on the Fan, live from Washington, D.C. The Jets stun the Blues to advance 4-3 in double OT. Tonight it's Florida against Toronto. Warriors defeated the Rockets 103-89. Pacers beat the Cavaliers 121-112. Doubleheader tonight, East Semis Game 1. New York Knicks at the Boston Celtics. Game 1, Western second round. The Denver Nuggets against the Oklahoma City Thunder at 9:30. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
All right, let's do radio, huh? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We're not waiting for the beat to drop.
Got no time for it.
We are late. We got things to get to. We only get 4.5 hours here, so let's get after it. 3 o'clock today, Adam Gold from Carolina. He works radio where the Canes play. He's going to join us to preview the Canes and the Capitals right at 3 o'clock in 55 minutes. And Eric Edholm of the NFL did power rankings, has the Commanders 6th. Want to get his breakdown on why Washington is the 6th best team in the NFL. That's at 5 o'clock. But here is the big headline today.
Yeah, man.
In addition to those 2 guest spots, we're giving away Caps Canes Game 1 tickets to round 2. The game is tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Puck drop at Capital One Arena on Tuesday night. That's tomorrow. So we've got tickets for you every single hour of our show today. We're going to give those away at the tail end of the hour. So when we say goodbye to end an hour, generally right about 53 minutes after, about 7 minutes till the top of an hour, it's when you're going to want to be listening. We're going to be giving you the cue to call to try to win Caps tickets all show long.
We're giving away Washington Capitals playoff tickets, dude. It's not like a December game next year against the Wild or something. Like Hurricanes, man. It's time. They finally announced when they were going to play after it seems like a month off. Carolina will have gone exactly a week. Washington 6 days in between. I know why. They're waiting for the other playoff series is to finish. I just need you to get your ducks in a row so the teams know, so fans know, people can make plans accordingly.
That's also unnecessary to me.
Well, yeah.
The series that hadn't ended yet, and over the last 2 nights in Game 7s, by the way, amazing hockey. The last 2 nights, we had a team score with 2 seconds left to push a game to overtime and eventually win in double overtime on home ice last night in Winnipeg. But those were both Western Conference series. The Eastern Conference teams were all buttoned up.
That's a good point, actually.
They've advanced.
Yeah.
There's no reason to wait for the West. They want to do this all based on TV schedule and have A and B games every night in the early and late windows. And that seems like your problem to me. I mean, to screw over the teams, and someone will say, oh, well, it's good for the Capitals or it's good for Carolina to rest and to wait. The teams didn't want to sit there for 72 plus hours not knowing when they were playing their next hockey game. I can assure you that. But alas, on Saturday night after a Wednesday advancement, the Capitals found out games 1 and 2 are at home Tuesday and Thursday. So that's tomorrow and Thursday. Then they're back on the road Saturday, Monday in Carolina. My only annoyance with the schedule, I would say, the way it worked out, the Caps do not get a weekend home game. Carolina, potentially, depending on how long the series goes, will have Saturday home games twice over the next couple of weekends, which just generally is a louder, more energetic, festive atmosphere because you're downtown pregame and longer, closer to the game.
That's what your whole day is centered around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're not like rushing over from the office and trying to get there by puck drop and throwing on your jersey over your shirt and tie. So the Caps don't get a Saturday game, which is a bummer. But we should lay out our schedule too, Danny, because we got a lot going on.
We're busy little bees. So we told you this. When the Caps have home playoff games, we're hanging out at City Tap Penn Quarter. Caps have home playoff games. You'll note that old Fannie Mouye and Rant Golson, maybe? I tried to do the bet. I couldn't do it.
That was tough.
Yeah, it was tough.
What was the point of all that?
It was. I got a little too far down the line. Anyway,
Aaron Grant. That was.
Yeah,
there was a
G&D.
lot.
We're going to be at City Tap Penn Quarter, and we're hanging out. That place rules, by the way. So we'll have guests come by. You guys come by. Great food. Atmosphere is awesome. It's just a block away, a couple blocks away from the entrance.
John Walton, voice of the Capitals, will be on site with us tomorrow at 3:00 live to get ready for the game. We'll be there from 2 to 6:30 on Tuesday and on Thursday. But that's not it. On Monday, for Game 4, we're going to Bethesda. We're going to be at Caddy's in Bethesda. So Game 3 is going to be Saturday. Game 4 is Monday. And for that Game 4 on Monday night, a week from today, we'll be out in Bethesda at Caddy's, where we've had a couple of watch parties.
Yeah, Bethesda! Thank you very much. Yeah, we watched Ovi score some goal that felt pretty significant from Caddy's in Bethesda, which was awesome. That place has been so welcoming. So we are out. We're busy little bees, my friend. We are out and about, ready to rock and roll. We want to give you tickets, and we want you to come hang out before the Capitals play.
But let's get to the news of the day, because it is gigantic. The NFL draft is coming to Washington, D.C. This is going to be one of the great sporting events that has ever been hosted in this city. And in terms of the number of people that will come to D.C. to enjoy an event, this is about as big as it gets. You could maybe compare it to a Super Bowl or a World Cup or something like that. But you've seen the NFL draft's traveling roadshow the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
We just saw the aerial shots of, over the span of a full weekend, over 1 million people descending upon a town with a couple 100,000 in Green Bay, right? D.C., on the mall, destination location, people being able to go tour museums and do things. This will be the spring break location for everyone across America that's a football fan. Families will be coming here and spending days, I'm sure. It's an amazing thing for the city, for the business of DC, but in our little world here, more importantly.
Yeah.
Huge deal for us here at 106.7 The Fan, and for football fans like myself and Danny. Roger Goodell making the announcement just minutes ago over at the White House.
The draft has really become one of the great entertainment and sports events. Just a week ago in Green Bay, we had over 600,000 people attend. The year before in Detroit, we had close to 800,000. As the president remarked, we believe we'll be well over 1 million when we come here to DC in 2027. So we not only believe it's a great site, we believe it's consistent with what the president said, which is investing in our communities, investing specifically here in the nation's capital, one that I grew up here in Washington, D.C., and is particularly important. We think we can have a tremendous impact on this community, and it will not just be an event, it will be something that will show the world how far the nation's capital has come and where it's going. So we're very excited about that.
Roger Goodell's getting used to that Amtrak route down 95, huh? Because he was here for the stadium announcement a week ago. Now he's here for this announcement. There's going to be all kinds of other stadium things and draft things he's going to have to do here in D.C. But the owner of the Washington Commanders was in the Oval Office as well. What a week for Josh Harris. 1 week ago, he gets a deal struck with the mayor to try to bring football back to D.C. Now he's got to get some votes from city council. And today, he delivers on what has been a multi-year effort by his ownership group. I mean, I first heard from members of the organization probably 6 months ago that they were closing in on the NFL draft. But this has been a full year of really feeling like they were getting closer and closer. And today, they were able to get it done.
What a great day for Washington. I mean, to host the NFL draft in 2027 on the mall, I believe we'll get over 1 million people, and it's going to be an amazing day, and it'll showcase what Washington's all about, but it'll also showcase what our country's all about. Washington is the gateway city to our country, and it'll be an amazing day, and we can't wait to get started. And I couldn't have done it without my partners, Roger Goodell, thank you, and Mayor Muriel Bowser. And we're ready to get to work. And I can't imagine RFK coming back. I grew up here. DC used to stop and on Sundays, and everyone would be inside watching football, or everyone would be glued at the stadium. And so we want to bring that back. And football really is as essential to the culture of America. We all love it. We all watch it. And it brings people together. And so what a great way to celebrate the United States of America, the NFL, and the Washington Commanders. And President Trump, we leave on your desk a Trump jersey. You are the ultimate commander.
Josh Harris at the White House today making the big announcement.
It was such a strange sight, by the way. People with all sorts of, different backgrounds and vested interests just sort of standing up there like it was the most normal thing in the world. I think about all the years of Snydering where everything was terrible and he couldn't do it. And they couldn't get a stadium. They couldn't make any headway. They were persona non grata. He was just outside looking in. And again, it's just mile markers. The President of the United States referenced, like, you guys have such a nice quarterback. He's a good player. What is happening?
Very surreal.
We're the cool kid.
Yeah.
People need to understand this. The big takeaway isn't that, the draft is here and it's awesome. It's going to come to town. This organization, this city, no longer are we the team where you just go to commercial break before the pick. And also ran cannon fodder, an embarrassment, the laughing stock. Look at all the things that are happening. Nobody smells better than us. We've got all the threads. We're all dudded up. We're studs. Everybody loves us right now, and I like that.
It's nice.
Yeah,
I'm listening to that clip and watching it, and I'm going, "That's my owner. That's my owner right there." He's getting me a stadium in the city. He's going to try his best. He's getting me an NFL draft. He's making moves. He's making things happen. But this is a significant day. So kudos to Josh Harris and his ownership group and the team. This is massive for them. Obviously, the city, the mayor's on a bit of a heater here, if I could say that.
Yeah.
Between the press conference last week with the stadium, now this, she's heating up NBA Jam style on the sports front. The rest of you can sort out the rest as however you'd like to. And then the NFL and Goodell, because I got to say that this is the best location for a draft, oh, by the way. It's cool when they do it in Kansas City at some, railroad tracks or whatever the theme was there. It's going to be neat when they do it in Pittsburgh. I don't even know where it is going to be in Pittsburgh, but I'm sure bridges and things in the foreground, the background. There is not a better aesthetic. There is not a more beautiful look. There is nothing more powerful or influential or significant to this city than if you're doing something on the mall with the monument behind you and the U.S. Capitol right there, and the White House off in the distance, and some of those aerial shots. You're not going to do it better than Washington, D.C. Sorry, it's just not going to be done better.
And that's the deal.
And if you're the league to get 1 million people to come down to the mall, it's awesome. So today you go to the White House and you build a bridge. By the way, I think the relationship that you need there is significant as a storyline here, because there's some, I guess, fear that maybe federally there could be obstacles, that if there's involvement outside of D.C., in the White House with the stadium, that it could be a problem. So you get over there, you build some bridges, you build some relationships, you high-five some people, you say some nice things, and the relationship maybe helps you finish the stadium as well.
Yeah.
I don't think those two things are completely, undone. I think they're intertwined.
Yeah, I think they're related. I don't know exactly how or what the connection is, but it's too coincidental for me. Now, I understand there's a lot of work that went in beforehand to get the draft here. So, but just the fact that there's an announcement within a week of stadium type stuff getting done, too hard for me to ignore. I mean, you think about how complicated DC is, though, just as a quick side to kind of illustrate your point. There are a bunch of spots in DC where if you walk 100 yards, you could be in 3 different kind of jurisdictions, right? The federal, city, city, parks department, or just DC proper, where, you're not sure who's going to cuff you and stuff if you're doing something wrong. You need all sorts of permits and approvals and all these different obstacles when you're doing stuff that's there on federal parkland or that spills over into the city. Everybody's got to be on board pulling the rope in the same direction. That was always thought to be one of those big obstacles, right? Where you're going, we'd like to have it there, but you need this permit or that permit. And the only issue those usually for, super giant marches or inaugurations or whatever. And now you've got the NFL working in conjunction with everybody. City's on board, Parks Department in theory is on board. All the feds are on board. Everybody's in on it. And it looks good.
But think about this for a second. The stadium was a non-starter before this sale. It could not have happened, period. But it certainly was off the table in the nation's capital, where everybody wanted it to be. Yeah? The NFL draft was not coming to Washington, D.C. when Dan Snyder was the owner, or if he was still the owner. Wasn't happening. Roger Goodell's not doing a press conference, standing next to Dan Snyder for any reason. Certainly to give D.C. the great benefit of an NFL draft over other deserving teams. Wouldn't be happening. So you've got these possibilities, these events, these amazing things taking place for the organization. And oh, by the way, the team that hadn't won 11 games in 30 years, the team that hadn't been to an NFC championship game since your boy was 2 in a diaper, was just in one and just ripped off 14 dubs last year. It's a new world, people. It's just so fun. It is cool to see that we're the cool kid, that we're wearing the members only jacket, that the commissioner's getting on the train to come down to D.C. to make announcements with the Commanders left and right over the last calendar week. Get used to it, because times have changed, and it's no longer embarrassing to be a fan of this football team.
That's the summary. Again, I think I try every once in a while to smell the roses, especially because there's no football games. Like we didn't lose to the Cowboys this week, or the Eagles beat us the NFC title game or something like that. And I can think about how far we've already come from the moment where we all read that tweet that finally Dan Snyder, who was still trying to hold on to the thing in the 11th hour, we now know that officially, when it finally was wrestled away from that little twerp, and the sale is happening. He faxed that letter. We wish the Harris Group well, et cetera, et cetera. From that moment, look at the renaissance. Look at it. Go in every department, in every area, by any measure, you would say, not just an improvement, because it's easy to improve from a negative. It's easy to improve from zero. It's easy to improve from the worst. But a dramatic and substantive rocket ship up into the stratosphere towards not only normalcy, not only decency, but excellence.
Yeah.
Things that were not possible. Now, not only are they possible, it's just this is what's normal now. Just winning stuff. It's tremendous.
Here's the question I want to ask people on the phones next at 800-636-1067. And I want to get your answer on this in a moment too, Danny. I am so elated about having the draft. I'm giddy. I will take my children. I will go at least to the first day. I'll probably go to 2 of the 3 days. I could see us hanging out there on a Saturday when it's not as busy or whatever. By then, my young guy that's coming along this summer that isn't born yet, he'll be a couple years old, so he'll be out there. But my 4-year-old, I mean, he's going to be wearing jerseys and loving life, and he'll know some of the college prospects, I bet. It's going to be a blast. I can't wait. But I grew up loving the draft and going to the draft. I went to the Javits Center. I went to the Radio City Music Hall. I've been to this event several times. It's one of my favorites. What is your personal interest in attending the draft? Would you say it's low, medium, or high? You can call us now to answer that. We'll hit the phones next, 800-636-1067. It's also going to be our G&D poll of the day. You can go vote on 1067 The Fan's Twitter account. It's presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local long-distance residential commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Would you consider yourself highly interested, medium interest, or low interest in actually going to the mall to take part in the draft festivities? Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Earlier today, we heard from President Trump announcing that the 2027 NFL Draft is going to be in Washington, D.C.
I'm pleased to reveal that the 2027 NFL Draft, that's a big thing, will be held right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., on the National Mall.
The president was joined by Mayor Bowser, as well as Roger Goodell and Josh Harris. The draft going to be held right there on the National Mall in 2027. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Guardians tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin takes on Luis Ortiz. Capitals and Hurricanes will get underway. The second round Stanley Cup playoff matchup will be tomorrow. Game 2 will be on Thursday. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We are delighted to be here with the Washington Commanders, the NFL, and the president to talk about this very exciting announcement for Washington, D.C. We believe in investing in sports because they have helped us transform neighborhoods, and the NFL bringing this event to the nation's capital will help us fill hotel rooms, our restaurants, and Americans from all 50 states will come to their nation's capital and enjoy our beautiful city and museum. So we're just delighted to be here, and we want to thank everybody for all the hard work to get here.
Massive press conference in the Oval Office about a half hour ago. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. The NFL Draft is coming to the nation's capital. I'll be there with bells on. How about you guys? 800-636-1067. Now, Danny, you are on the record many times over on this show, historically, as not wanting to go anywhere where there's a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to do the stand shoulder to shoulder with folks in huge crowds. Times Square New Year's Eve thing.
That's right.
That's what the vibes are for these drafts largely. I'm sure you can do folding chairs or blankets or whatever. It's going to feel like the 4th of July on the National Mall, what have you. What is your level of interest in dragging the Rouilles out to the NFL Draft to take part in a potential, once in a generation event on the National Mall?
Because it's a one-time thing, it's one of those, I'll try to get everyone to go. I know it will be met with complaint, and I know it'll be met with more misery than it's worth at the end of the day, because the hype never meets the reality. But because this is the first time it's happened since 1940. It happened I think the NFL Draft was at the Willard Hotel when there were like 7 teams, and I'm kind of exaggerating. But this doesn't happen. This is a new thing. It's historical. It's kind of a showcase. We need to take advantage of the city we live in, the opportunity that's presented. So yeah, I will try to get the family to go, knowing that I'll have resistance and complaints, and I'll end up furious.
So you're probably a medium interest?
Yeah, I'd say medium.
How would you vote
medium.
On the poll?
Medium.
So go vote right now. It is our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day on our 1067 The Fan Twitter account. What would your excitement level to attend the NFL Draft when it comes to DCB? I'm part of the 40% that are saying high interest, 26% are medium. Now, I'm really surprised by this. 34% are saying low interest. Is that I'm not dealing with the traffic or the metro into the city?
That's it.
Basically, anytime 1 million people are on the mall, I don't want to be there, which I generally am for.
Yeah, that's how I feel in general. And again, I agree with everyone, and I disagree with all the bad things, and I like the good things, same way you guys do. But whenever there's a big to-do, I'd like to be somewhere else. That's just sort of generally just in terms of my day-to-day. Like, I got to go to work. I got stuff to do. I got kids. I don't really have time for it. So that's normally the thing. But this one is something that I care a lot about. You know what I mean? In terms of the football, it's part of my gig. It's part of like what puts food on the table for us. So that one's significant.
I will never go to the 4th of July celebration in D.C. on the mall.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you that right now. That's not changing. I will never go to an inauguration again, short of a friend or family member getting inaugurated. I don't see that happening.
But if your brother gets elected,
yeah,
you would go.
If Sean became the president, I'd make it out. But I'm not standing in the crowd with the masses. You know what I'm saying? I better have a pretty good seat up front for that one. I went to the inauguration in 2008. I did my thing. There's a lot of people. It's too much. The metro that day was a claustrophobic mess. I'm just never doing that again.
Mhm.
I will be there. I will go to this event. Here's the list for me of things like this that I would attend. Championship parades, where there's 1 million people in the city, and the NFL draft. And if there's some type of major Super Bowl activation like that, although it would never be that many people on the mall at any given moment for a Super Bowl week, I would do that as well, probably. But that is my short list, I think. But I have extreme high interest in going to the draft. Let's get to the calls and start with Bryce and Manassas on Grant and Danny. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey Grant, hey Danny. Hey Danny, just want to mention quickly, I've met you briefly before through Amir Dazdani. I don't know if you remember. You did some comedy show, so just want to mention that.
Oh, right on,
quickly.
man.
Yeah. But first and foremost, I just heard this 2027 that they are doing it here. I'm amazed, and I'm, as junkies will put it, butt sized to see it. But I was already actually planning on going to it in Pittsburgh next year with my wife and kid, because I couldn't believe, Pittsburgh's like 4 hours away.
So you were going to make the 4-hour drive. So do you guys still execute that plan, or do you just wait a year and do it on the mall?
I want to. Well, we went to Pittsburgh last year with my daughter, who's like less than a year old, and we love Pittsburgh. Like, people think it's like they say armpit of America, but we loved it there.
Pittsburgh is sneaky nice.
I got family in Pittsburgh. I love Pittsburgh, the Steel City, the bridges. It's actually beautiful on the Ohio River there. They got the nicest ballpark in America, as far as I'm concerned, PNC Park. It's a underrated town. It's blue collar. There's some, there's a little snarl to it, right? It's like a fourth line in hockey, a little bit. It's workman. But I'm a Pittsburgh guy through and through. So, yeah, I would still go. Go enjoy yourself. It's only 4.5 hours.
Seriously.
Stay in a hotel, do the tourist thing. But now you get to go to another one a year later. Thanks for the call, buddy. Let's go to Mike in D.C. Level of interest in attending the draft on the mall.
Very high. I'd say that with Mayor Bowser, Commissioner Rogers, and now Donald Trump's in on this thing, failure is not an option. I think you're going to give a shot in the neck to that RFK Stadium and get those council guys out of the way. They're trying to get in on this thing. They're not in on this thing. And I'm just super pumped up.
So interesting. You think today's press conference makes you feel better about the stadium? I wanted to get into that, but why do you say that, Mike?
I mean, they got the powerhouse. They got Donald Trump in on this. They got this all coming through. I mean, he's the big boss, and this thing's rolling. So failure's not an option, and we're all going to be champions now. This is the shot in the neck that the whole DC needs.
Shot in the neck's tough. I like a botch cliche more than anyone. I think he's looking for shot.
Yeah,
in the
shot
arm.
in the arm.
Is there such a? There probably are shots in the
Well,
neck.
there's the dart in the neck is from old school.
You got a
dart in your neck. That's awesome. But I know what he's talking about. I mean, to me, I don't know why exactly. I'm with him.
Well, I'll tell you why. I think it got better for trying to get a stadium in DC today. So my initial thought when I heard they were making the announcement yesterday, was I was surprised that they didn't tie the draft to DC to the stadium, just as a carrot. Hey, we're going to give you the NFL draft. This has been a fait accompli for a little while here.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knew that. But I thought maybe they could hold it over the city's head and say, you don't get the NFL draft without the stadium. Because now Charles Allen, Phil Mendelssohn, as they talk to whoever today, they go, we're getting the draft either way. We're going to make those tens of millions of dollars from the NFL. That's one of the big events we've been speculating that comes with a stadium, right? Not that you were going to wait until the stadium was built, but I just thought they were going to say, we will give you the NFL draft within the next 2 years if you pass the stadium deal. So I thought maybe it was a missed opportunity just from a leverage standpoint. But when I watch the relationship building that's happening, Harris goes to the White House today. Presumably there's a lunch he's going to have, the mayor's going to have. They're going to sit down with the president of the United States, and they're all going to be discussing football in D.C., the draft, this stadium. You heard the president was even talking about the beauty of the site and the aerial shot and where it's at. Somebody had been briefing him today. They're talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a let's make sure he doesn't get in our way thing. Like, and I don't just mean him as much as the overall federal operation. Remember, it took one tweet from Elon Musk and the stadium thing almost went kaput, right? And I know from talking to some people with the team, they feel like they can get the city part of it done as long as there aren't, it's politics, it's whack-a-mole. Just something happens over here, and next thing you know, it's a problem. So they're in the business right now of making friends. with as many people as they can. And if they can go build a good relationship right now in terms of the city and bringing people back into the city and talking to the president or whatever it is, I think they feel like there could be a benefit, even if he doesn't help them. Just don't hurt us. Just let us work this out. We don't need anybody to the rear of their head or have any issues. So I think it's all good in terms of there's nothing bad that's going to come from having a better relationship when you leave today than when you got there. When somebody has the power to make your life harder trying to get this stadium.
I smell what you're cooking. I thought of it from a totally opposite side, maybe. In so much as I refuse to believe it's coincidental. I understand that a lot of work has been happening behind the scenes on all the different fronts, and we only are now just kind of finding out about it, quote unquote, in terms of what's public. But within 7 calendar days of stadium proposal, we're locked and loaded, and now it's going before the council as soon as the budget gets submitted, and the NFL draft's being assigned to Washington, D.C., I feel like that just means we're further along than we realize. Like, this isn't just some random coincidence where a couple of makers going, you know what we should do? Is go to D.C. for it. It all feels contingent. It all feels like this is all related in some major way. Yeah.
The draft in the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Very possible. I just know from what I've heard behind the scenes for a long time, the draft a year and a half ago was pretty close to being a reality. And the question has kind of been, is it 27 or is it 28? And that had nothing to do with the stadium. Let's go to Brian in Oxon Hill. What's up, Brian?
How y'all doing, man?
Good, buddy.
Thanks for taking my call. First time caller.
Appreciate you making it,
welcome.
dude. Thank you.
My man, my men. Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, let's do that. But yeah, I'm highly excited. I just had a chance to go to the draft in Green Bay. I went on a sponsored, commander-sponsored trip. It was super dope. They paid for room and board. It was all expenses paid, and we did so many great things during the trip. So we stayed for round 1. And when I tell you I had a blast, now somebody earlier said that expectations typically don't meet, reality doesn't meet expectations. And I definitely feel that way most times. But when I went to Green Bay, I was like, wow, I just can't believe I'm having such a good time here.
I feel that way every time I go to that venue. It is so historical. There's a football romance to it. It's just amazing. I would have loved to have been at that draft because the whole city just oozes football. You cut them open, they bleed green and gold. It's amazing. But I think it was the mayor. Somebody said in the press conference today, people from 50 states are going to be coming. True.
Yeah.
Every fan base is accounted for. It's thousands of people. One of my favorite things to do at the All-Star game I go to every year in the summer for baseball or the NFL draft or any of these events is do like a little scavenger hunt where you cross off every time you see one of the 32 teams or 30 teams or whatever. And you're going to see 32 different jerseys from different organizations. Like, this is a football celebration nationally that you're getting to host in your city. It's amazing. It's going to be a big deal. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the draft coming to DC. Also next, sounds like Adam Peters and the Washington front office have a fan in Philadelphia GM Howie Roseman. We're Grant and Danny. Remember, we're giving away Caps tickets all show long, every hour in our final segment. It is our final segment. So you're now listening for the cue to call on Grant and Danny. Will tell you when to start dialing at the end of this segment coming up in a handful of minutes right here on the Fan. These are tickets to the playoffs, to Game 1 tomorrow night against the Carolina Hurricanes. Round 2, if the Caps can get past Carolina, they'll be in the Eastern Conference Final for just the second time during the Ovechkin era. To the phones we go. Ken's been waiting in Alexandria. Ken, how you feeling about the NFL draft coming to D.C.? Big news of the day.
I'm thanks for letting me in. I'm really happy to come to D.C. I live in Alexandria, so I don't have to worry about a lot of the traffic, maybe some spillover, restaurants and stuff like that. But if you paid me $1,000 in cash to go there and be there the whole time, I would not do it. I'm not going there in person.
You sound like my dad. In fact, I was reminiscing with my pops today on the phone. So many years ago, my mom and I went to the NFL draft. I was probably 12 or 13. I mean, I was at the draft when they drafted LaRon Landry in the first round. I was at the draft when they drafted Sean Taylor and Chris Cooley, like several drafts over the years. But I said, Dad, did you ever go to the draft with me or just Mom? He's like, oh, absolutely not. That's not for me. He's like, I would not have gone to that. And so he reminded me, I didn't realize that he took my sister. My two older brothers were old enough that they were either home alone in Virginia or out and about doing things, whatever. But this is obviously New York. So the four of us went, Mom, Dad, me, and my younger sister. And he said a couple of times when he would drop us off there, or we would get in a cab and go over from the hotel, he and my sister would just go sightseeing. So they went to the Empire State Building or did tourist stuff in New York all day long when we went to the NFL draft. But my mom has always been a huge sports fan, big football fan, and she got into it and excited like I did. So that was kind of our thing. But there are people like that, like my pops and like him. Hey, cool that it's in D.C.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Good for everybody. Go have a blast. Let me know when it's over because I'm not going to be going or probably watching it either.
By the way, I respect that opinion a lot. Where you recognize, like, you're not doing the, well, it's me. I may have to wait in more traffic one day. You recognize that it's good for the city, but you don't have to actively participate.
It
No
also
problem there.
Could be good for Virginia. In
Sure.
fact, not
Good
could
for everybody.
Be. It 100% will be. Like, shtick aside, if I'm smart, I'll start planning now. Airbnb my place in Northern Virginia for like those 4 days for a really good price and just go get everyone to go to Cape Charles or stay with my parents
Seriously.
or whatever and make some good cash out of it. John's in McLean. What's up, John? How are you?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Frequent listener. Okay, so let me first preface to say I love the NFL. Been watching the Commander skins since the George Allen days, and I'm thrilled the draft is coming to D.C., but there was no way I would go downtown to watch this. I'm going to watch it on TV. I can get a drink. I can hear the commentary. I can walk away. I can come back, wait till the picks are in. And there's no way I'm going to go downtown and watch this. Also, I'm a little frightened it's going to get politicized. I'm really nervous that Trump's going to find a way to hijack this thing, and that bothers me.
Yeah, I don't know what that looks like, and frankly, I don't want to double click because I just agree with everybody listening right now, like every single one of you.
Yeah,
we think the exact same thing about everything.
Right.
So that's the nice thing about this show.
Yeah,
is
it's
we
great.
always agree with all of you,
Mhm.
every one of you. But look, that's off my radar. You can't ruin this thing, as far as I'm concerned. Will there be NFL draft picks made? Is the stage going to be in front of the Washington Monument with the Capitol in the background or whatever? Then I'm going to find a way to be okay.
So, but I wonder what that. Well, who knows? I mean, as you said, there's no reason to go far down that road. Like the Nationals World Series wasn't ruined for me, right? He'd throw out the first pitch one time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
there's moments are moments, but you still got hours and hours of telecast and draft that are not whatever that is.
Well,
so I understand your point. I guess,
have this crazy ability, and it didn't used to be crazy, but it's super crazy in 2025. So everybody, real quick, throw your big boy and big girl pants on and just hang out with me for a second in Adultville.
Here we go.
But I am able to not have my relationships with people changed based on how they feel politically. And like, if I'm at a baseball game and someone throws out the first pitch, I'm just going to still watch the game and be okay with it. That's just me. I'm one of those people. Now, is it possible? I mean, like, it's politics, man. These are politicians. This would be happening regardless of who was in the White House. It started with someone else in the White House. It started with, a different ownership group or what have you, right? Like, today isn't really about that office, but your job, essentially, what happens is whenever that's your gig is to put your finger in it and claim victory. And certainly that's what's going to be happening. But that kind of stuff is just not going to cross my desk as much as it will with some people. I want the NFL draft. I'm getting the NFL draft. People can take their victory laps. I'll be the guy clapping when the Commanders draft the fast receiver, hopefully.
Right. Yeah, comparing mocks.
Let's go to Scott in Salisbury. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, Grant and Danny, first time caller.
Oh, look at you guys coming out of the woodwork for the NFL draft.
Very cool. Love you guys. Love listening to you. But listening to all your guys, I think you've said everything I wanted to say because I'm getting to be an old fart. I don't want to go up and milled in with all those people.
It's so many people, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of folks.
It's so many people.
About like New Year's Eve and them guys are all packed together. How do you get up and go to the bathroom? You know, you take 20 minutes just to get in and out of the crowd.
Well, I hope you like porta potties.
Well, yeah, you got to stand right by one. You can never get back to it.
That's true.
Because someone's always in line from your group, you know,
Thanks
no matter
for the
what.
call, buddy. I mean, Times Square is a nightmare.
Yeah.
No. And I'm not doing a bit. You could pay me $1,000. If I've got to be there for 12 hours to do that, I would respectfully decline. But I like the draft. I don't care about the ball dropping. I don't even like New Year's Eve that much sitting on my couch. I'll do it. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't get fired up. Is there a college football game on? I'll just make it a normal Saturday and watch that. That's kind
And then
of
count down shortly after it ends.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, all show long, every single hour, end of the hour, we're going to be giving away Caps playoff tickets. So right now, let's do that. These tickets are to Game 1, Round 2, tomorrow night against the Hurricanes. Let's give a pair away right now. Caller number 9 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you are winning a pair of tickets to Round 2, home Game 1, Caps Canes tomorrow night. Enjoy yourself on Grant and Danny Tuesday, May 6th. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Your next chance to win, if you don't win right now, is in 1 hour. Speaking of the Capitals, as they start Round 2 tomorrow, let's preview that series. We'll talk to Adam Gold, who covers the Carolina Hurricanes down near Raleigh. He joins us next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. About an hour ago, President Trump, alongside Mayor Bowser, Roger Goodell, and Josh Harris, announced that the NFL Draft is going to be in Washington, D.C. in 2027 on the National Mall. Here's Josh Harris at the White House.
What a great day for Washington. I mean, to host the NFL Draft in 2027 on the Mall, I believe we'll get over 1 million people, and it's going to be an amazing day, and it'll showcase what Washington's all about.
In baseball, the Nationals beginning a 3-game series against the Guardians at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-1 with a 4.01 ERA. For the Guardians, Luis Ortiz takes the hill. He is 2-3 with a 4.78 ERA. 6:45 right here on the Fan. In hockey, we know the schedule for the Caps and the Canes. Game 1 going to be tomorrow at Capital One Arena. Game 2 on Thursday. Be listening all day for a chance at Caps Game 1 tickets. In the NBA, last night, the Pacers beat the Cavaliers 121-112 in Game 1 of that series. The Warriors wrapped up their series with a win in Game 7 over the Rockets, 103-89. Pair of Game 1s tonight, Celtics and Knicks at 7 o'clock, and Thunder and Nuggets at 9:30. There's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. It's tea time. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Huge show today on Grant and Danny. The NFL Draft's coming to the nation's capital. It'll be on the Mall in 2027. Toby with the latest every half hour on that via the updates. We'll get back into it on the show in a bit. Caps and Canes kicking off their playoff series at Capital One Arena tomorrow night, 7 p.m. puck drop. Home games Tuesday and Thursday. We're doing live shows at City Tap House, Penn Quarter, before each of those 2 games. So come on out and pregame with us. Just a few blocks away from the arena. Rock your red. Going to be cool. Be giving some things away. Come hang with Grant and Danny ahead of those games.
This radio program right here, we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Danny, how should I do that? I'm always so weird about that. Like when we do taped reads or when we're promoting something, come hang with Grant and Danny. But I'm Grant, and now
I know.
I'm going full Ricky Henderson third person. We're talking about the show. So if the show name was The Junks or Junks Radio or whatever, the Sports Junkies, I could say that and it's not weird.
Because like, let's say the two of us were called, I'm making up a show name, the Sports Reporters. Right?
Wacky.
Let's say, let's come hang out with the Sports Reporters.
Andy Pollin and Steve Zabin.
Yeah,
style.
come hang out with but it's not. It's us. It's our names. So hang out with us.
I'll never know how to do it. It's always going to feel weird every time I say it.
Yeah, like when we say it in a promo, like if Big Voice Guy says in a promo, say Grant and Danny. That's because that's who you're talking about.
Right.
We're talking about ourselves. I don't know what to do.
We're covering the Caps and the Canes, though, today and every day this week. Our coverage is brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For a quarter century, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. So I've got a buddy who does radio in Carolina, and I told you that I went on his show with him last week. And it started with me being kind of press box Paulson, breaking things down.
11 minutes of pleasantries, and then it turned nasty.
And suddenly, the Brandon Duhaime sweater that I was wearing just kind of took over, and I had to unleash the fury a little bit. But I felt bad about it. I sent an apology text, and I invited him on our show to build a bridge here. My guy, Adam Gold of the Adam Gold Show in North Carolina. What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Hope you guys are. I can't wait. We should have started this yesterday.
That's true. It's ridiculous that this series hasn't started. You guys clinched on Tuesday.
It's a week.
Right.
We clinched on Wednesday, and we didn't even know when Game 1 was going to be played until Saturday night. We're waiting for the Western Conference for some reason. It's preposterous.
I just assumed that the NHL was going to wait to see if there was a Game 7 and that we would be the prelim to the Game 7. But then when we found it out, they were like, no, you guys will start Tuesday. Like, wait a second, why did we have to wait? If you knew what was going to happen, the whole thing was dumb. They would have started Florida and Toronto yesterday, I assume, because that's the more high-profile series, the defending champs and Toronto. I mean, only Washington and Carolina care about our series.
And yet, here we are, waiting one more day for a Tuesday start. I remember right after the Caps clinched on Wednesday night, texting and talking to people, and they said, well, there's a small chance it could be Saturday, but probably Sunday, I guess, worst case Monday. And now it's Monday, and we're talking about tomorrow's Game 1. But I will say this, Caps fans feel like the break can't hurt you. They've got a veteran team, whether it's Alexi Protas, who's overcoming injury, or Logan Thompson, who's banged up. I think something's going on with John Carlson, although they haven't said that. It can't hurt this time of year. Is that kind of the feeling for Carolina as well? I know Frederick Anderson was back on the ice over the weekend.
Yeah, my guess is that Freddie Anderson might have been able to play in Game 5 if they had to, but Rod had kind of alluded to the fact that they were targeting Game 5 for Piotr anyway. I don't know what to make of it. Freddie's made of glass. If you get too close to him, he might fall off the table and shatter. But he certainly played well. I think Carolina was fine with the rest. They said, look, it's the same for both teams. Nobody can complain about rust in Game 1. You're either ready or you're not ready, and, the layoff won't really have anything to do with it.
Why do you think Carolina is so heavily favored in sportsbooks?
Other than being obviously better than Washington, I honestly don't know. I've joked about it all year because, they've been the betting, near the betting favorites for the Cup. And I'm like, wait, I watch this team every day. They're not nearly as good as you think. Now, they're good. They're obviously good. But the Vegas line relies a lot on advanced metrics. And those things just look at Carolina in a very favorable light. It's a lot about shot attempts and, shot suppression. Carolina, if you believe in things like Corsi, which are shot attempts, Carolina's usually near the best in the league at attempts and the best in fewest attempts allowed. And theoretically, that should lead to goals. I would point out that prior to Rod Brindamore, they were really good in those two categories too and didn't make the playoffs for 9 years. So I think it's more than that. But, Carolina's also been, I think if you did the records over the last 7 years, they're like the third best team in the entire NHL based on regular season record. And there is something to be said for making the second round of the playoffs the last 5 years.
So you mentioned that they're considerably better than Washington.
Well, yes.
What metrics are you using? Because they were 12 points. We just played a regular season.
Come on. You guys are better. You couldn't hear the sarcasm there?
Okay. I couldn't, actually.
I thought you were just trying to return serve to how unprofessional Grant was, Adam.
I thought you were just trying to troll me back.
I have material planned. Don't worry about it.
Okay, you'll get to your material. Good.
Okay.
So, but my follow-up was
there's very little to choose between these two teams.
I agree. You look at it like Washington scored more goals, allowed fewer goals, had more points, but I actually think the Hurricanes should be the minimal favorites. And it's based on what you just referenced, which is recent postseason track record. I just think that they match up better with Washington. I worry more about Carolina, frankly, Adam, than I do Florida, which isn't to say that any team couldn't eliminate the Caps, as I always say on your show all the time. Hockey's I stole this from my guy Tarek El-Bashir, but it's a silly game played on ice. You could have been run by the Flyers in the first round if they somehow got to play, and that wouldn't have shocked me if the Capitals got eliminated. It's just a dumb thing. But I guess my point is, where are they better? Where are they worse? How do you size up the two opponents here, tail of the tape style?
I think from the goal mouth out, I think Carolina they're not coming for me, by the way. I think Carolina's better in goal right now than Washington is. I think it's minimal, but I think Carolina is better in goal as long as Anderson stays healthy. If if Kochetkov's got to play a role in this series, it's probably not a good thing for the Hurricanes. But as long as Anderson stays healthy, I think Carolina is marginally better in goal. I think their defensive structure is better, but I think Washington's is also way better than it was under either of their previous coaches, whether it's Peter Laviolette or if we can go all the way back to 19 and Todd Reardon. Oh, boy, do I miss that guy.
That makes one of us.
That makes one of us, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, but from our perspective, we miss Todd Reardon.
No doubt.
The most sour person ever. But I think you guys obviously have a whole bunch of size, but I think Carolina's speed, if that is the deciding factor in the series, I think Carolina's in good shape. But if they get drawn into a physical battle, that isn't what Carolina wants to do. So they have to avoid that at all costs. And I think Carolina can play a physical game. We did down here, beginning of April, with 142 penalty minutes in that game. So Carolina can play that game, but that's not their best game. So Carolina's got to make this about skating a little bit more than physicality.
For the Caps fans that listen and go, wait a second, better than Thompson. He was the best goalie in the East. I need to point out that Anderson's numbers in the first round were better. He was unbelievable. 159 goals against, 936 save percentage. How did he finish the year? I wonder if that was in any way indicative of the opponent, not being able to score puck in the net, or was he rolling at the end of the year and just carried that over? He's been hot.
Last couple of starts, he wasn't great, but if you go back and look at, he had about an 8 or a 9 start stretch. Remember, he missed half the year with a knee injury. And he wasn't great when he first came back, but he had about an 8 or 9 start stretch, starting with a loss to Edmonton, where his save percentage was in the 940 range. And Anderson has proven when he is right, when he is healthy, he is a top 10 goalie in the league, maybe even better than that. The knock on him is that he hasn't been healthy, and I'm there. Freddie just can't stay healthy. So, Hurricanes just signed him to an extension for next year, which is base salary is $2.75 million. Now, you have to budget for the fact that you're going to need another goalie for half of the season. But as long as he's available in the playoffs, his career playoff numbers are very good. So I think Anderson is excellent. This is not about whether Logan Thompson isn't good. He's good. There's no doubt about the fact that he's good. I just think Anderson is a slight edge to him, again, as long as he stays healthy. But, again, so I will ask politely, stay away from him. Don't run him so he can stay in the crease.
Adam Gold with us here on G&D. So Carolina terrifies me for a million reasons. But mostly you mentioned it. It's the speed. That's that causes me panic. Grant and I have disagreed about this for years, but when I hear heavy game, I think you lose in the first round. So the Caps finally got out of that first round for the first time since winning the Stanley Cup. But this is the kind of team and matchup that I feel like gives them fits. They're prone to not being able to get the puck out of their zone, and some of it's not just open ice skating speed. It's not a sprinting contest, but they take away space, and that leads to turnovers and leads to scoring chances and the like. Yep. When Carolina's going good, is that kind of what it looks like? And when they're not going good, where might they be vulnerable?
They live when Carolina's playing their game. They live behind your net, and they don't let the defense move the puck out. They're great along the walls. Where you can take advantage of Carolina is if you do find space, if you can get the puck to the other side of the ice. Go east to west. I think Carolina can be had. It took a while this year for Carolina to fully get to their game. So they really didn't get to it until a little bit after Four Nations. They've been playing well. They outscored their problems the first 6 weeks of the season. Then that kind of waned a little bit, and their performance did. But in the second half of the year, especially after Four Nations, they started getting back to their forecheck game a lot more. And when they do that, they make it very difficult on you because it takes a lot of pressure off the fact that, like, for half of the year, it's Pyotr Kochetkov. Now, he went through stretches where he was great too, but I don't have any confidence that he could be great now. I think that time has come and gone. So if Kochetkov does play, he might get a game in the series. Then, Carolina wants to keep the puck away from their own net. That's the game they won against the Devils because he wasn't any good early, and it was 3-0 New Jersey inside of 10 minutes. And then all of a sudden Carolina got to their game. The puck rarely got in front of him, and New Jersey didn't score again. Or they scored one more goal, but that was it. So Carolina, if they can play their game, remember they won a game with an E-bug goalie in Toronto because they didn't allow the puck anywhere near their net. By the way, we should all fear Florida. Florida's the best team. Florida's the best team in the league by a lot.
No, they're very good.
They are.
I'll worry about them when I get there, though. I got things to tend to.
I got to jump over this alligator pit first. You know what I mean?
Yes, no doubt about it. So here is what I hope for this series. I think we're going to Game 7. I think we're just like 7 years ago, Game 7 in Washington. Whether the outcome is the same, I think the outcome ultimately will be the same, but I think we're going to 7 games. But here's what I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear Spencer Carberry, who I'm thrilled for him being a Jack Adams finalist, by the way. I don't want to hear, Carolina was taking some liberties that the officials didn't see. Please, coming out of that game in the beginning of April, the 5-1 Carolina win, which had the 142 penalty minutes, that's where you're going? That was weak. That was very weak sauce from Spencer Carberry. It made me laugh. Well, what is Carolina doing? I just didn't know. I didn't understand. Carolina has been one of the more penalized teams in the league. Like, how are they getting away with stuff? They never get away with anything.
Never get away with anything.
A couple times.
Are we sure they've never got away with anything?
Couple times, man.
Maybe once here or there.
Every team does. Every team gets away with stuff.
That's the
but
one.
He was just like, your team sometimes you just get beat.
Oh yeah, that was a bad night. I think they acknowledged that as well in the room after the game. But they ran away. You'll have to forgive them for running away with the division in the conference so early. That game just wasn't that important for them.
It's not the first time it's happened in the last several years. Also, are we going to hear at all during these playoffs, this series, that Andrei Svechnikov asked Alexander Ovechkin to fight in Game 3 in 2019?
Yeah, you might want to stay away from Ovi if you're Svechnikov.
Yeah, he should have. He should have, and he should not have agreed to fight. It was a stupid thing for him to do.
He paid the price.
19-year-old kid.
Yeah.
What?
He paid the price. That was tough.
Totally. But nobody wanted to see that.
No,
but
we've had one of those too, by the way. I still remember Jay Beagle, Aaron Asham. If you remember that, where Beegs went up and said, "Let's go," and I go, "No, please."
Yeah,
no.
Beegs may not remember that one all too well.
No, don't do that. You don't have to do that. It doesn't have to be this way. And then he just died on the ice in front of us for a couple of moments. Luckily,
my favorite part about that whole sequence was after the game, Ovi saying, "Well, he has to go." Like, no, he didn't.
Well,
it's fine. Fighting happens. I got no problem with it. But you could have just said, "Hey, it happened. I'm sorry he got hurt." He basically blamed the fight on Svechnikov.
Well, Svechnikov came up to him. He didn't want to go.
Oh, Andre agreed to go. He did not instigate the fight. He did not say, "Let's go."
I wasn't there. I haven't heard the mic'd up audio. I remember Svechnikov came up to Ovechkin and pretty clearly looked like a guy who was asking for a fight. But I'll take your word for it if you were there with him.
That would have been an interesting time to ask for your first NHL fight.
It happens all the time.
Yeah. I didn't see him. He did not have a fight all year. That would have been. That's a very curious time. Look, whatever. It doesn't matter. But it's that after the game over stuff where we try to play little games. I could do with that.
That's every team, and it'll happen in this series too. I'm sure in both directions. I mean, Brenda Moore was saying the same things after the terrible hit from Warren Fogle on TJ Oshie, which, by the way, Trevor Van Riemsdyk was on that Hurricanes team. I'd forgotten about this.
Yeah, he was there.
And I was talking to TVR. He was on the show last week, and I was bringing up that series. And he's like, I was on that team. And I said, oh, that's right. I didn't even think about that. And he completely agreed it was a terrible hit, which I found interesting.
It was a terrible hit. You and I talked about it last week. First of all, 5 Caps played in that series for Washington and 1 for Carolina, Trevor Van Riemsdyk. 5 Hurricanes played in that series for Carolina and 1 for Washington and Dmitry Orlov. Here's the one caveat I will put on Warren Fogle, only because I know Warren. Warren was too dumb to realize that he was making a bad play. It was a totally dangerous hit, but he was too dumb to realize it was a dangerous hit. So it wasn't malicious, right? But it was a bad hit.
That's funny.
A terrible hit. But yeah, Warren was not too swift.
Last one real quick. It sounds like you've got Canes in 7. Special teams. Do I have this right? I looked this up quickly and jotted this down, but now I'm trying to find these numbers again. I feel like the Aho Jarvis power play was awesome in round 1, but the penalty kill was also really good. Weren't they perfect on the penalty kill as well? So specials, I feel like were a strength for them in round 1.
So the number 1 penalty killing unit in the league this year, and 7 of the power play goals they allowed were at 5-on-3. So Carolina basically, look, they've had a great penalty kill since Rod Brindamore became the head coach. It is their signature, but it can be had. And Washington got them in one of the games this year with a couple of power play goals. But that's going to have to continue to be good for Carolina. My belief is you don't have to win special teams, but you can't lose it. So, and I think this probably goes for Washington too, because they're so good 5-on-5 that for them, if they have to feel pretty good about things, if they just break even on special teams. And that's, to me, what Carolina needs to do is just break even in special teams, and they'll have a good chance to win the series. But the penalty kill was it 15 for 15 against the Devils, plus a shorthanded goal. Jarvis and Aho are super dangerous shorthanded, and has been a key for them all season long. It has won them games, whether it's the penalty kill or getting the shorthanded goal here and there. It has won them games. The power play, I think Carolina's power play is still no better than a B-. I know they scored 6 out of 19 against the Devils, but I'll give it a B-. If Carolina can be around, if anything close to 20%, like just don't be bad, I think that'll be okay.
If Adam's goal was to come on the air and kick over the same hornet's nest that I did a couple of days ago in Carolina, I didn't think you did, but I am getting a lot of tweets from people.
The fans are riled up.
They're very upset, so I think you accomplished your goal.
Well, how hard is it to rile up fans?
I thought you did well. I thought it was very pleasant and amicable, but yeah, I think you tripped the wire. I don't know what the wire was, but you tripped.
Well, he spoke out loud. I think that's enough.
Cap's Twitter? How is Cap's Twitter?
How is it?
Yeah.
Danny refuses to tweet.
Yeah, I don't want to participate in it as a lifelong Caps fan, Adam, to give you an idea.
I love it for the most part.
I loathe it.
I will say that the most, it's not toxic. Like Nat's Twitter in this town, in my opinion, is completely toxic. Every 0 for 5 leads to send that guy down. Every hitting coach is the worst. Everybody's the smartest guy in the room and has a blog. I can't stand Nat's Twitter. Commander's Twitter is like factions where they're like sending each other gifts in the mail and making fun of each other. I can't stand that. I think Caps Twitter is mostly a good community, but they do not like outsiders. That's one thing you're going to have to contend with.
Oh, I know. I stopped responding mostly because of Kane's Twitter.
Is it rough?
It's terrible. Everything that happens is a referendum. Like a team could win 8 in a row or 9 in a row as they did at one point this year, lose a game, and it's we'll never win again. Like I can't live like that.
It's tough, yeah.
I can't live on that high wire. Like you're gonna lose.
Adam Gold show in North Carolina. One of my guys who knows his Canes, and hopefully this is going to be. I don't want to say hopefully a long series, but a competitive series, and the Capitals win. I know you agree with me on that. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Adam.
You take care, fellas. Anytime.
Be good. Adam Gold, check him out. Good insight from him on the Canes. It's going to be a really brutal next several games. Caps are more physical. Canes are faster.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to be like a bloodbath in terms of the fighting. They don't want to, do
No,
that.
you can't afford to.
But
I mean, they've taken on that persona of that loathsome jackass, Rod Brindamore, where everything is needle in your face. It's the face wash right after the whistle. It's going up against it, trying to bait you into stuff. They would love for you to get frustrated because they're going to be in your face the entire time with their speed, taking away their space. They're a pain in the butt.
Stay out of the box is my main advice because they're on special teams. They're a better group, power play, penalty kill combination. And I think at even strength, the Caps are going to be able to dictate terms. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Warren Sharp came out with a strength of schedule breakdown in the NFL. The news is not as bad as you might have thought for the Commanders.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, President Trump, along with Mayor Bowser, Roger Goodell, and Josh Harris, announced today at the White House that the NFL Draft is going to be in Washington, D.C. on the National Mall in 2027. With one more day off before they begin their second round matchup against the Hurricanes tomorrow night at Capital One Arena. Be listening to the Fan all day long for a chance to win some Game 1 tickets. Ready to level up your skills? PGCC offers over 500 courses, job training, personal enrichment, and workforce development. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your day. As Toby just told you, we are giving away Caps playoff tickets all day long on the station and on this show. So your next chance to win is at the end of the hour, coming up in about 20 minutes. You got to be listening to us for the cue to call right here on Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. I mentioned that there was a analysis done on strength of schedule by Warren Sharp that dropped today. The easiest schedules going into this NFL season. Maybe the reason everyone likes San Francisco so much. I keep asking you, why are people so high on the Niners after a terrible offseason? They have the easiest schedule in the NFL. And the Patriots, who I think just had the best draft and have had a great offseason, are the second easiest schedule in the NFL this year. I sneaky think they could be a wild card team this year. I know that's bullish, but if you're looking for one of those like Washington this year, Houston the year before.
It happens every single year.
Somebody pops up.
Yeah, where a team's gotten punched in the mouth for a couple of years and everyone thinks, oh, what a bunch of stupid losers who will never win again. The schedule breaks favorably. They've improved. The next thing you know, everybody thinks, they get anointed after a handful of weeks and they hang on for a postseason spot.
The non-division championship teams in the NFC South have a really easy schedule. Danny, Saints, Falcons, 3rd and 4th. That's really good news for Atlanta as they go to new starting quarterback, young starting quarterback, and Michael Penix moving on from Kirk Cousins. Then you got the Buffalo Bills 5th. They're going to be a juggernaut in the AFC. The question for Buffalo still and always will be, do you get past Kansas City in the AFC playoffs or Cincinnati, whoever it is that you're going to run into in those final couple of rounds? Hardest schedules in the NFL. You probably would have thought Washington might pop up here, but the Commanders don't show up in the bottom 5, not even close. The bottom 5 hardest schedules in the NFL this year, the Giants at 32. This is one of the reasons why I said there's just no way Dable and Shane survive this season. That's why I kind of like them not going quarterback at the top of the draft. I know they traded back in and got Jackson Dart. I would not have done that. I would not have given up future picks to do that, but their ownership allowed them to. But I think those two guys are going to be blown out because their schedule's brutal. The Browns, who will have Joe Flacco starting, have the second hardest schedule in the NFL this year, which spells doom for them, I think. The Lions and the Eagles. Here's your good news for Washington. We keep talking about the Commanders having this treacherous schedule. They're 19th. They're basically in the middle of the pack. Now, this all changes a week or two in. I've always had the adage, it's when you play a team, it's not who you play. You might get an injured quarterback and get to play a backup, and all of a sudden the Chiefs are not scary because Mahomes has a 2-week injury or something, and you get to play Carson Wentz or whatever. But for the Lions, maybe the best team in the NFC, the Eagles, probably the best team in the NFC, to both be among the tougher schedules in the sport. The Vikings are 5th hardest. The NFC North plays a really arduous schedule. This is way better news for the Commanders than I would have thought.
Yeah, and I'm fascinated with this because I look at the opponents, and they obviously haven't changed. There's no variable here for Washington. We've known for some time who their opponents are going to be. And when you look at their rotation, just who they happen to have on their future schedule, 2025, it's playoff caliber team. That's excellent. Green Bay, Kansas City, the Chargers, Minnesota, 14-win team last year. I know there's some variables there with quarterback, but still, it's a pretty damn good roster. The Eagles twice we already know about. Detroit, Denver, a team that's on the rise. that jumped up and beat some people last year. Seattle perennially around 9 or 10 wins. I don't see easy there. So maybe you get the benefit of the Giants a couple times, who for whatever reason, no matter how good or bad they are, it's always ugly as hell playing Washington. But I'd be fascinated for more and Sharp as to how we got that ranking instead of what looks to me like more difficult than that.
So I don't think it's easy as much. I mean, they're 13th hardest is another way to look at it.
Right.
19th of 32 teams in terms of strength of schedule. So it's certainly not easy. I don't think anyone's acknowledging that. It's closer to bad than good, but it's just more middling than I would have anticipated.
Right.
And again, I go back to maybe the most encouraging thing is the Eagles, the Lions, two of the powerhouses in the NFC that almost certainly are going to be the teams that you're vying against for supremacy in the conference if you're really good again. And Eric Edholm, who joins us today at 5 for NFL.com, just did a power ranking where he's got Washington number 6 in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So if they are that kind of team, if they're that quality, then Detroit and Philly are going to matter a lot. And for those teams to have some of the hardest schedules, the NFC North is probably the best division in the NFC, right?
You'd say so.
And it maybe in all of football. You got Minnesota, Green Bay, and Detroit. All three of those teams are considered to have some of the hardest schedules in the conference because of the division that they're playing.
Yeah, Chicago wasn't bad because of a talent problem last year, you would say, right? And you had a pretty good offensive mind to that staff in terms of Ben Johnson pairing him with Caleb Williams and company. They're not pushovers. I mean, again, they had Washington dead to rights until the Hail Mary happened, and then that kind of broke them and sent them into a tailspin. But that wasn't a bad club last year.
You can listen to the show all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan, our flagship. Of course, take us with you wherever you go. The audio is available coast to coast on the Odyssey app. It's free wherever you are. And you can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream as well. I just got a comment here from Todd who said, who starts the most games for the Giants? He's talking Russ, Jameis, or Jackson Dart this football season. I would go with Russ Wilson. I think he's going to get the first nod. They'll bench him at some point. My guess is they don't go to Jameis when they do. Like, he'll be the backup week in and week out. But when they move on from Russ, they're going to be really bad. They'll be 2-7 or 3-8 or something. And then maybe you roll with Dart for the final 6 or so games. If Jameis starts a few games, it's because Russ is hurt. But I think they go Wilson, maybe a game of Jameis or two, and then Dart. But I think Wilson will lead the team in starts.
Yeah, I think of a situation like this, and when anybody's fighting for their job or trying to fend off the wolves at the door, or whatever analogy you want to use, you only have a couple levers you can pull to excite people, right? Remember when Bruce Allen was a disaster and the team started really bad? So it's like, you know what the big problem is? It was Jay Gruden. I've got to fire Jay Gruden after 5 weeks. The damage is already done. You're not really doing anything, but you're buying yourself some time. That's a move that Daboll or Shane can make, right? Is to switch a quarterback. So they're going to save it. But so to me, I bet you Russ plays the most, but it's not by a lot. I bet you it's one of those like Washington type seasons where one guy plays 8, one guy plays 6, one guy plays 5, and it's Kyle Allen for some reason. You know what I mean? It's something like that.
Some notes on the Commanders' schedule from Warren Sharp at Sharp Football. Last year, the Commanders played the number 1 easiest schedule in the NFL. This is a point I was making at times throughout the season as things were going so well. 12 games against teams that did not make the playoffs, the most in the National Football League. They went 11-1 in those games, 92% win rate in their games against non-playoff teams. They were 1-4 against teams that made the playoffs, which is revealing.
Yeah, the one win against Philly, right? That comeback.
8-4 in 1-score games. That doesn't always carry over. See the Vikings year over year over the last several seasons where it's like a undulation between winning and losing those games. He says this year they have the number 2 biggest increase in schedule difficulty of any team. So while they went just to 19th, it's still a significant jump for them. Within the NFC North, they go from playing all 4 teams last year to only playing the Bears this year. They go from playing the Bears last year to all 4 teams this year, the hardest division in the conference. They've got Detroit, Green Bay, and Minnesota as well. In the AFC North, last year they played the whole division. They have no games this year. AFC South, they got the Titans last year. They do not play anybody from the division this year. In the West, they go from playing Arizona to Seattle, which will be harder. And the big difference, I think, in terms of strength of schedule, AFC West, they didn't have a single game last year. This year, they're playing a Chiefs team that made the playoffs, a Chargers team that made the playoffs, a Broncos team that made the playoffs, and a Raiders team that's going to be a lot better with Pete Carroll and bringing in a veteran quarterback. So I think that's where maybe some of the big changes are for Washington. We'll get you our double play next. And remember, at the end of our upcoming segment here at the final of the hour, we are going to be giving away another pair of tickets to tomorrow's Caps Canes Game 1. But you've got to be listening to the Fan. Guys, what's up? It's Grant and Danny, and it is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers. Today, we are giving away Caps tickets at the end of this segment.
So you got to be listening for that. Here's my double play, GP. We celebrated the wife's birthday. So happy birthday, Mrs. Rainey Douye. It was a wonderful birthday weekend, as far as I know, for the lady wife. She didn't tell me anything was bad. That I think I did a pretty nice job.
Worked out well for you,
yeah,
I'd say.
I think we did well. The key is, of course, to involve the children in as many ways as possible for it. So that's kind of what ended up happening is kind of the central. My oldest nicknamed all the boys because nothing but boys in the house, right? So it's me and now the sitcom My Three Sons. He nicknamed us the Goobers. So he signed happy birthday, Mom, like blah, 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 from the Goobers, which I think has kind of gone a long way. Like it wasn't me saying that, it was him saying that. So now that felt like it was pretty good. We were pretty pleased.
Okay.
Yeah.
You liked that.
We navigated. I liked it.
That nickname's not going away then if Dad liked it so much.
The Goobers, right? So it doesn't sound as malicious if I say it to him. That's pretty much the theme.
I'm considering waddling over to Nats Park tonight for a little baseball. Can I get a weather update, please?
Ooh.
Toby Altizer, you'll have to fill in for show meteorologist Ryan Clary, who is, I believe, working from the home office today.
Very corporate.
He's very DC of him. He has decided not to come across the 14th Street Bridge to go to work today. So he'll be at the home office. So, Tobes, what do we got for weather tonight? Will we have a baseball game?
So we look good for first pitch. We look like there's going to be no problem. We got under 40% chance of precipitation around first pitch. Now, it gets a little dicey. We need a quick ball game tonight, Grant. We need a 2 hour, under 2.5 hour affair because it's looking like in the 9 o'clock hour that thunderstorms are going to roll in. Not just rain, which you can maybe play through if it's a light enough rain, but thunderstorms around 9 o'clock. So hopefully this is a quick affair. They should be able to get the game started. I don't know if they'll be able to fully finish it, though.
That's a sticky wicket for me because that means your boy's getting wet after postgame tonight. I got postgame at Nats Park, so I'll be in the red box when you guys leave the ballpark. If you want to come by and say what's up. But that means I'm going back over to Half Street and waddling down all the way to our studio in the rain, possibly. This is not good. No rain jacket for your guy. Nats, sneaky winners of 2 in a row for the record. 3 of their last 4. They got the series finale against the Phillies and then took the Saturday and Sunday games, outscoring Philadelphia 15-7 in the process at Great American Ballpark. But don't look now. Mackenzie Gore, 11 more strikeouts than anybody else in the big leagues. 9 more punchies yesterday.
Worked around 4 walks.
Yeah, and that's not even that's completely misleading in my opinion because a couple of those, maybe 3 of those, came when it was pouring rain and he was trying to
slipping,
get out of a jam, falling on the mound. But I thought he was really good again. Efficiency wasn't there like it has been, but that's the name of the game in 2025 in Major League Baseball. You're going to have some 5-inning outings. But C.J. Abrams has been great. Did you hear Ian Desmond on any of the broadcasts this weekend?
I did not hear much. No, I was driving around at one point going, like, who's this third voice? This is a totally different sound.
On television. He was on the TV.
I thought he was on radio.
No, Ian Desmond was with Bob all weekend.
Then I botched that. I got my wires crossed.
I don't think there was a third voice on radio, unless I don't know about it. But maybe it was maybe there was a mystery guest. I don't know. You might have heard
by the way, very easy to be a crossfire. Kids conversations to and from, giving people rides.
No, Desmond was on the TV call with Carp. So he does not have the broadcasting chops of, frankly, anyone who's done many broadcasts. Like, it's very low energy, and he just does not emote or enunciate. There's just no mic skill. Having said that, it sounds like I'm bashing him. I'm not at all. I thought he was excellent. Like his points, the things he said, the things he brought up, the amount of times I learned from something he said, or especially as a hitter.
He was a sharp, thoughtful dude, yeah.
Into at-bats. I thought he was sensational. Now, he'd have to work at it from a broadcast standpoint. You know, Franny's been doing games for years and years, so there's just some natural chops there. But I thought Desmond was really, really insightful, which I want out of my commentator. I thought he was a welcome addition. That was cool.
No, that is neat. Yeah, we got a chance to talk to him at the Nats Gala right before the season started as well. Just, it's neat that he's kind of back making the rounds again.
He does not look like Ian Desmond at all.
No.
He has long, white dreadlocks.
Yeah, and there's a lot of salt in the beard.
It's only salt on his head, and it's mostly salt on the beard.
Uh-huh.
He's one of those guys that's aged like 15 years since I saw him a couple years ago. Nicest dude ever. One
Seriously.
of the great guys in the clubhouse.
Mhm.
As you said, was always good to chop it up with the media. Won Good Guy Awards many times over. But I'm an Ian Desmond guy, so it was just cool to have him back in the fold.
Yeah, always very gracious.
All right, let's give away some Caps tickets right now as promised. Caller number 9 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a pair of tickets to the round 2 Game 1 tilt tomorrow night with the Hurricanes at Cap One Arena, 7 o'clock puck drop. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Congrats to whoever wins those tickets. Your next chance to do so in 1 hour. Our Beltway Blitz is next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, earlier today, Josh Harris, along with Mayor Bowser and Roger Goodell, are at the White House as President Trump announced that the NFL draft is going to be in D.C. on the National Mall in 2027. Here's Roger Goodell talking about the draft coming to D.C.
The draft has really become one of the great entertainment and sports events. Just a week ago in Green Bay, we had over 600,000 people attend. The year before in Detroit, we had close to 800,000. As the president remarked, we believe we'll be well over 1 million when we come here to D.C. in 2027.
In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Guardians tonight at Nationals Park, 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nats. He's 2-1 with a 4.01 ERA. He'll take on Luis Ortiz, who was 2-3 with a 4.78 ERA. 6:45 Nats and Guardians right here on the Fan. And in hockey, the Capitals begin their playoff series against the Hurricanes tomorrow night. Game 1 going to be tomorrow. Game 2 going to be on Thursday. Both those games at Capital One Arena tonight. In the NBA, a pair of Game 1s. Celtics and Knicks at 7 o'clock. Thunder and Nuggets at 9:30. Summer heat is on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $200 off every window. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program is brought to you every day by our friends, the law firm Kandori and Murrah. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Your next chance to win tickets to Game 1 of the Caps and the Canes right here on the Fan comes up in about 50 minutes at the very end of this 4 o'clock hour, so make sure you're listening at that time. We're also giving away tickets to the D.C. Defenders this week during our Beltway Blitz. So coming up in 8 minutes, we will give away a 4-pack of tickets to Defenders against Arlington. You better be listening at 10 after. We'll tell you when to call in just a few. But without further ado, let's get to the Blitz. Let's kick things off on the ice. The Hockey News, Sammy Silver joins us. Sammy, it took forever, but we now know when the Caps are playing. Games 1 and 2 at home, Tuesday and Thursday, and then Saturday and Monday they'll be playing games 3 and 4 in Carolina. What'd you make of the schedule finally coming out?
Yeah, it was good to see it finally come out, so I know when to show up. No, I think it was nice, to watch the Game 7s. I thought it added a lot of craziness and fun to the playoffs, and obviously that Winnipeg and St. Louis game was crazy after that series went the distance there. So I think it benefits the Caps to give them a few more days of rest, give them a couple more, full practice days, kind of, prep for Carolina, kind of get the body ready. My dog apparently wants to chime in. Just gets them geared up for the series. So finally out, they're ready to go, and it should be a good game 1 tomorrow.
Whenever a dog barks on the show, Danny and I play a game and guess what kind of dog it is. So it's time for the game on Grant and Danny called Guess the Guest's Dog. I'm going to say this is a poodle. I'm going to say poodle.
I've got a beagle, like a J beagle.
Ooh, very good.
Ooh, both of you guys are off. She's a German Shepherd Terrier mix.
Oh.
Rescue. Her name is Koozie.
Koozie's a good name, though. Does she do the bird after she gets really excited? Does she put her paws out and just start?
How's the off-ice behavior for Koozie?
Yeah, she sellies like crazy. Yeah, no, it's what you guys heard is classic Koozie.
There you go. I was going to say.
Makes perfect sense. How does this matchup work for you in your head? I mean, stack it up. Canes are faster. Caps are bigger. What do you think?
Yeah, I think honestly it's more even than a lot of people are making out. I think those teams are really deep, and I think you look at the Caps and then the scoring depth that they have in the offense, and they have a lot of physicality too. Not just Tom Wilson and Ovechkin, but you got Brandon Duhaime back there, and Matt Roy can throw the body too. So Caps have a lot of physicality, and then you look at the Hurricanes, right? And you're right, they're a fast team, and they throw everything on goal, like every possible thing. They don't shy away from getting pucks to the net. So I think that's something that the Caps are going to have to look out for, and obviously work harder on the forecheck. But the best offense the best defense rather can be offense, right? So I think the Caps know how to score. They just got to get to a style of play and a higher gear where they're throwing everything at the net, and not trying to get too cute or anything like that. So should be a fun series, but they're more evenly matched than I think a lot of people are making them out to be.
So sell me on that, Sammy, because to me, Carolina terrifies me. It's not open ice speed. It's not a skating contest, but it's the fact that I feel like when anybody plays them, especially when I see Washington play them, there's just no room. There's no room for good decision making. There's no room for getting the pucks out from deep in your own end, and the turnovers happen. And it just seems like they're everywhere all the time, all at once, like that movie about being everywhere all the time, all at once. They terrify me. Sell me on why it's a better matchup than I think.
Yeah, no, I think you're not wrong. They don't give you a lot of space out there, but the Caps, it's not like the Caps have never won against them at any point this season, right? I think you saw a couple of really good wins, including a really good one at home, to close out April there. And, I think that there's a Caps team that's resilient. They demand the very best out of each other, and they're a close group. And bonds like that off the ice can really help you on the ice when everybody's buying in. But, the Caps know how to have a higher speed, and, they know that they need to, elevate their game to match their opponent. They're not going to step off the gas. They're not going to take it lightly. They've been practicing really hard these past few days. They've been going over film like crazy. So, I think the Caps, they have this belief and something special about this group, and it's, you can't really deny it, as much as you hear about it. So I think it's more even than people think. The Caps have a lot of offensive depth to do. They scored a lot of goals this season, and they know how to make space for themselves, physically. So I think if they bring that same physicality we saw against Montreal, it should be smooth sailing.
Caps playoff coverage on Grant and Danny throughout the series, brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry for over 25 years. Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Sammy, outside of Logan Thompson, give us a couple of X-factor players that have to shine for the Caps to take out the Canes.
Yeah, I think you want to see Pierre-Luc Dubois start to find some offense here. It's not like he wasn't finding it. His role is a shutdown center. He plays against other teams' top line, so it'll be an X factor to get some points from him. But for him to keep doing the same exact thing he did against Montreal, and obviously Dylan Strome scoring at a high rate right now, you got to keep that going. But other guys, I think, you see guys like Brandon Duhaime, right, who have, 3 goals in 5 playoff games and turn it on when they need it. So, people like him and Andrew Mangiapane, I think he's somebody who can be a big X factor. And, obviously you can't, not talk about Protas and Anthony Beauvillier. Those 2 guys are just, hard workers out there, and they're going to bring a lot. So a handful of forwards, but, I think PLD will be a big difference maker in this series.
Tell Kuzi we miss him.
I will.
Thank you, Sammy.
92. Whenever you're ready to come back and watch a game in the suite, we want to see Kuzi. Thanks, Sammy.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Hit that national sounder, please. My God, that's Craig Heist music talking about the Nationals. That's right.
Heist star?
You got that right.
Back on the Grant and Danny radio program. He had held out.
That?
He was like a training camp holdout. He said he would never do our show again. He was at odds with Danny. They were feuding, but he is back today and better than ever. Star, I guess you and Danny worked out.
We patched it up, right, buddy?
Absolutely.
We saw each other in the press box, and I was like, "You having some ice cream?" He said, "Yeah." And then we went ahead and they patched it all up. Heisty, Dylan Cruz. Oh, I think he got 1 hit on the road trip, 1 more than me. I think it was 1 for 21. So I guess so much for that hot streak kind of being over. Looks lost in between.
Well, yeah, it's ups and downs with him, Danny, no question about it. But the one thing I don't think that he does is take his offensive problems out into the field, and that's a good thing. Davies always expressed a lot of confidence in him. I think they still do, and I think it's just a matter of time. And the other thing is, you talk to people that watch him from other teams and people who cover the game from other teams, and they just say how much they like him. So I guess it's the growing pains at this point, and just have to wait and see whether or not it comes to fruition.
The man they call Mr. Exit Velocity, Craig Heist, joining us on the Beltway Blitz here on Grant and Danny.
Well, Toby taught me all about that.
Yeah, Exit Velocity. I heard
Exit Velocity,
you've been evangelizing Exit Velocity all over the press box lately. You're hosting a seminar.
How you doing?
I heard you're going to be doing a big Exit Velocity TED Talk over at the.
Yeah, I'm having a seminar, Grant, next week.
War points, barrel percentage, and exit velocity.
Right.
A talk with Craig Heist.
Yeah, I'm trying to determine what the difference is if the exit velocity is, say, 110 to 115, and whether the ball goes out of the ballpark or whether it's hit right at a defender. Exactly what's the difference?
The angle that it left. That's not important.
Okay. There you go.
Star. How about Jake Irvin, tonight's starter, taking on the Guardians in Game 1? He's been up and down a little bit, but coming off of his worst start in terms of runs given up, he's their number 2 starter. They need more out of him. What have you seen from Jake? His velocity's down 2 miles an hour this year.
A little bit of inconsistency, no question about it. But I think he is capable of doing what Mitchell Parker and Mackenzie Gore do on a fairly consistent basis, and that's get your team into the 5th, if not beyond. In fact, the 3 of them combined are 10th in the National League in total amount of innings pitched. So, I mean, to me, you just can't argue with what the starters have done to this point. It's a matter of whether or not, if they have the lead and it's past the 6th inning, whether or not the bullpen can hold it. And for the most part here lately, it's not been bad with the bullpen. But again, it's a work in progress. They're 3 games under 500. You got the Guardians coming in, and they're second in their division in the American League right now, game and a half behind the Tigers. So we'll just wait and see. But a lot of baseball to be played yet.
Heisty, thank you as always, buddy.
All right, guys.
Talk soon, my friend.
Greg Heist on the Nats is part of our Beltway Blitz. We promised you we'd be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the DC Defenders here. So why don't we do that? Sunday, May 18th at Audi Field. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Say something nice to Tobes. He'll be telling you you're a winner. If you're caller 10, Defenders got to get right because they got shellacked this weekend. That was their worst loss of the season. I'd be willing to bet one of their worst losses ever.
Because they haven't lost many games.
Margin. No, they've been good. Much better at home than on the road, clearly. But it was a tough one for them this weekend in Michigan. So someone's winning those Defenders tickets. We'll have them kicking off the Beltway Blitz all week long right here on Grant and Danny. Your next chance to win on the show, Caps tickets, coming up in about 40 minutes. Let's talk to Johnny Cakes Allville. Cakes, see, we got an NFL draft coming to the nation's capital on the National Mall. What do you think?
Look at that. We are big time. I mean, that's a huge thing. And let's be honest. We all know that if that little weasel dirtbag former owner, Dan Snyder, was still in town, there's no chance they would have awarded the Washington franchise an NFL draft. Like, it just shows you that how many things are possible with Josh Harris and his ownership group. Things just get done. I mean, look at all the wins, not only on the field, as you guys like to do the winning off the field bit, but just people want to do business with Josh Harris. They want to get deals done with Josh Harris. We're now on the cusp of the stadium returning back to where it should be at RFK. That doesn't get done without Josh Harris here. And the NFL draft is one of the marquee events that brings eyeballs of the sports world. It brings tourism dollars into your city. I mean, it's a huge deal for Washington, D.C., and I think it's just a signal to the D.C. residents that Josh Harris gets things done, and he's going to get that stadium done too.
Cakesy, 30,000-foot view. Grade their offseason at this point.
I would give it a solid. I think it gets a B. I'm maybe trending towards a B plus. I mean, you look at the draft, and maybe that was not what everybody was expecting. people wanted an edge rusher, but if you look at upgrading the offensive line with a 1 year prove it type of deal to help upgrade the offense. Look, Danny, Grant, we know what young star quarterbacks need. They need more weapons and they need more protection. Well, you bring in Deebo Samuel, you draft a right tackle in Connolly to upgrade the line. Now you have bookends on that offensive line to help out your young stud signal caller. I think that's a B to a B plus. The only really missing link is the edge rusher is going to have to be done kind of like as a patchwork unit.
Kicks, going back to the big theme of the day and the draft coming to DC, how is it related at all, in your opinion, with Harris being at the White House today and hanging out with the mayor again and the commissioner being there to getting a new stadium in the city?
I mean, I just think it signals that he's a deal maker. He's a mover and a shaker. Whereas, like doing business with Dan Snyder was toxic. Doing business with Josh Harris and his group is fruitful and productive. And, just look at all he's accomplished in the short time he's been the owner here. Things just couldn't get done. Dan Snyder couldn't get out of his own way as the owner. And Josh Harris just keeps getting wins. He gets, the RFK Stadium is up for a vote. The NFL draft is coming under his watch. It's going to be here in 2 years. So, yeah, I mean, it shows that political figures are willing to get in the ring with Josh Harris and get things done. I think that's obviously the biggest difference between him and Dan Snyder.
Cakesy, for the stadium and for you, for old Johnny Cakes Allville, like if you were stuck in the elevator with high-level decision makers, be it Mayor, Josh Harris, anybody that had some influence, what would you say, like bug in your ear? Hey, this is what the new stadium needs to have.
It just has to be as cutting edge as some of the newer stadiums we've seen pop up over the last few years. It has to be on the same level as a SoFi. It has to be as good as Allegiant Stadium out in Vegas. But I think it also has to work in some of the architecture that is reminiscent of DC. It has to have its own flair to it. But I think obviously the one thing that you definitely need for it is it has to have a dome. It has to have a roof on the stadium. Now, I know retractable domes and roofs are kind of passé, but I think that dome stadium is a must.
Danny, you don't know where Cakes is going at the end of May. Did you hear his big announcement this week?
Oh, I did not hear this week. Where was it this morning? You announced it?
Cake? No, it was the end of the week last week.
Oh, okay.
Where do you think Cakes he's going to be at the end of May?
The same place he goes for vacation every year, to that beach in South Carolina.
Cakesy, tell my guy where you're going to be.
It's actually not the end of May, Grant. It is the beginning of July. But Danny, I will be playing for the first and hopefully not last time in the World Series of Poker main event, my friend.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
So wait, I was just reading that it was May 27th to July 16th, and I was going to comment on how long that is and are you ever going to come back to work? But do you just somehow get to skip all the prelims and go right to the championship?
Yeah. Here's the thing, Grant, the World Series of Poker, it probably, I don't know the exact number, but it does run that long. But there are probably 50, 55, maybe 60 different events. So I'm playing in the big enchilada, the big boy, the $10,000.
But you don't have to qualify in.
So you don't have to do one of the satellite numbers.
Could I get into that with enough money, or do you have to be a poker player?
No, you can. If you have 10,000 American dollars, you can go to the cage and you can buy your seat into the World Series of Poker. Grant.
I don't have that much money, but I do know Eric Bickle.
Oh, well, okay. Let me just also. This is a big prerequisite. I'm not paying a single dime out of my own pocket.
Johnny Cakes,
that's how we do it,
ladies and gentlemen.
That's how we do it.
This is how I do it. Now, again, let me give you another detail. I have an arrangement. Let's just say it's an arrangement with my friends at Gulf Coast Poker. They are buying me in. Now, in exchange for that buy-in, they get 65% of any winnings.
Ooh.
And old Johnny Flakes 30% in his pocket.
Does this somehow end with like some dude with give me like a heavy bad guy Russian accent, Danny?
Perhaps you do not know who you're playing with.
Like, is this going to be a movie in 5 years where Cakes is played by I don't know, Michael Cera or something, and they're chasing you down? I don't know why Cakes would be Michael Cera.
Paul Giamatti stars as Johnny Flakes Allville.
That's a very aggressive. You know what, Grant? I appreciate that. That's a very young aggressive comp for me. Danny's Paul Giamatti is definitely more.
Well, he's going age appropriate. I was just saying, maybe the character doesn't exactly reflect the real life guy. Like Paul Giamatti works for sure. We could do that.
Sure. But, I hope. Look, at this point, I haven't signed any papers. I haven't signed a contract in blood at this point, so I don't think it's going to turn into like any sort of like I'm going to be on the run and I'm going to be a fugitive from the law, and like the bad guys are after me. I don't think there's anything nefarious as far as this arrangement is concerned, as far as I know at this point.
But the Cinderella story out of nowhere, winning the whole damn thing.
I got it. By
Can you
the way,
imagine?
Cakes is played by Jason Alexander.
Jason,
Silly.
That's tough.
Who's also a degenerate poker player, which that kind of makes sense.
Let's go.
I had pocket aces and I lost, Jerry. I lost.
I love him some poker.
Do we want it to be Vinnie Jones with like a British accent, Danny? Chasing Cakes down?
You seem like you're a bit confused, ain't you? You've lost more ways than one. You're going down.
Or like maybe like a Javier Bardem. Like this could be Oscar bait, this film.
For
some reason, Gary Oldman is Cakes' coach. He's his advisor.
But is it Gary Oldman with the seamless American accent so no one knows he's British for 25 years?
I think Javier Bardem is the guy ordering the hit on Cakes that originally staked him.
Yeah, that could work. I think I prefer my Gary Oldman to be the Russian taking over Air Force One. That's the Gary Oldman that I would
Gary
want
Oldman, it's
in the
silly
movie.
Gary Oldman.
A good one.
What was the name of the general? Do you remember the dude? Like, was it Raditz or something like that?
It's like General Radic, I think. He sounds like a name like for the probably a third liner for the Carolina.
I was going to say he plays for the Hurricanes also.
Is Duff Lindgren still in game shape enough that somehow he can be hunting down Cakes?
I think Dolph Lindgren is still getting it done after all these years. I think I've seen him in either like a DraftKings or a FanDuel commercial.
Supporting roles in Aquaman over the last couple of years where he's just Dolph Lundgren, man, just doing Duff.
Let's just all act like I didn't call him Duff.
Duff
Duff Lundgren is what I
We're off the
don't know who
rails,
that
by the way.
person is.
You picked me up when I was down, Cakes. Thank you. Go get him. I want to win in the World Series of Poker. No pressure.
Hey, I do too. I hope that's the case. I hope I come back with a big suitcase filled with cash.
Do a ton of people like how hard is it to win money? I know if winning the big thing could be millions, but like, do 9,000 people get money?
Here's how hard it is. About 10% of the field cashes. So 1 in 10. Are those good percentages?
Silly. When I got Cakes on my side, absolutely.
I want to hear Lon McEachern say, Johnny Cake Solville, a radio man from Washington, D.C. Like, I want that.
Danny knows Lon McEachern and Norman Chad.
This guy.
I always call him Lon McEachern. No, that's the guy who does the poker bits.
I do like that you called him Lon McEachern, and he's Lon McEachern.
Well, they didn't give him a pronunciation on Google.
No, I know the guy's name. What's Norm? Not Norm McDonald.
Norman Chad.
Yeah, Norman Chad.
Definitely Norman Chad.
Yeah, who's always like makes fun of everybody, even when they win and they do well.
Does he still
He's
have
very
a stash?
snarky, that Norman Chad.
Still got his mustache?
Oh, yes, he certainly does.
Very good. All right, we've kept you too long. You're getting ready, so you're probably training right now, chasing chickens and drinking raw eggs for the World
I'm doing
Series
all
of
those
Poker.
things.
All right,
Yeah.
go do your music montage, Cakesy.
All right, boys.
See ya.
Later. Thank you.
See you, buddy.
He's gonna go hit like a hanging raw frozen cow right now.
For whatever reason, yeah.
Just getting ready to play poker. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Another chance to win Caps tickets coming up in about 30 minutes right here on G&D. Everybody seems high on the Commanders. We're going to talk to Eric Edholm later today. NFL Media. He's got them 6th in his 32-team power rankings. Is that just about Jaden Daniels, or are they good outside of the quarterback position? Let's discuss that next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, big news today as President Trump, along with Mayor Bowser, Roger Goodell, and Josh Harris, all were in the Oval Office at the White House today to announce that the NFL Draft is coming to Washington, D.C. in 2027. It's going to be held on the National Mall. In the NBA tonight, some playoff action, a pair of Game 1s. The Celtics taking on the Knicks in Game 1, 7 o'clock tip-off for that one. Thunder and Nuggets at 9:30. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Reds 4-1 in the series finale yesterday to take 2 of 3 from Cincinnati. They head home now to take on the Guardians for the first of 3 tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-1 with a 4.01 ERA. He'll take on Luis Ortiz, who is 2-3 with a 4.78 ERA. And in hockey, the Capitals will begin their series against the Hurricanes tomorrow night. Game 1 is tomorrow. Game 2 is on Thursday. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In 30 minutes at 5 o'clock, Eric Edholm of NFL Media. He's got the Commanders ranked 6th in his NFL power rankings. We'll ask him about that. People are very high on Washington, despite some flaws. They think they'll be able to manufacture pass rush. They'll be able to overcome lack of speed at running back, some of the issues that we had a month ago. Right now, the over-under, depending on where you're looking, 9.5 wins. A lot of people think maybe 10+. They get back to the playoffs. And you and I didn't have an issue when we saw the power rankings, and they were ranked 6th because there was nobody you would obviously say behind them is definitively better coming off of last season. But I had this question, and I want to pose this to our listeners at 800-636-1067, and you can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny as well. Is the faith in this team being really good and the expectation that they're going to be comparable to what they were last year, winning double-digit games, just based on Jaden Daniels, or do people think they're good outside of him? Because that can be fleeting either by way of a small regression by him, see CJ Stroud as a sophomore, or him getting hurt, right? Like, in other words, if Jaden Daniels is not a superstar this year and does not play at an MVP level like he did last year, are they still a really good team? Or is it built into the equation that Daniels is just that guy, that it's Allen and Lamar and Mahomes and Burrow, and then Daniels is going to be the next great thing in the league, the top 5 guy, the best of the rest. And because of that, Washington is also going to be a perennial championship game contender in the NFC. Because I'm trying to sort out, is this just a confidence in Daniels, or is it a confidence that the team around him is actually good?
So I think here's what happens. It's like going on actual dates with people versus reading a dating profile. If you read the dating profile, you go, young superstar quarterback, NFC title game last year, second year of a program with an offseason. Power rankings, top 10. Whereas if you go out and you get to know the person, you get some life stories, you find out, yeah, they were really lucky with an easy schedule and won a helmet. I'm not taking it away from, by the way. It was great. I had fun too. But some of it doesn't necessarily look as sustainable, where you were under-talented in a lot of spots and got away with things. You played ball control the second half of the year. Only one game were you able to run the ball worth a damn against the lowly Tennessee Titans, who just picked first. That's not sustainable. You needed to improve dramatically, and they improved some. They got better. They're going to remain patient, not just panic and go get somebody because they have a position of need, but they're going to do things judiciously. So if they're not going to break the bank, and they're always going to maybe be more patient than a lot of us would want. So to me, that there's a difference there, where on paper, just the headline view, you'd go, yeah, of course they belong in the top 10. But if you sort of delve deeper, you kind of go, man, a lot of that last year doesn't seem like it carries over in a lot of ways. And I still don't think their roster is as good as Detroit's or Philadelphia's or Baltimore's or a lot of the teams maybe they're competing with. So I think it leads more to my answer is I think it's a lot more Daniels.
Well, I think it's all Daniels. And I think it's more simple than that. It's less complicated. I think that they are viewed as a team, not unlike the Chiefs or the Bills or the Bengals or whoever. If you've got fill in the blank quarterback, you're going to be in the mix. And remember, the Bengals didn't make the playoffs last year, despite Burrow being at his apex.
I mean, incredible.
Because their defense was historically bad. But it took that, right? Like, let's face it. It took them being one of the worst defenses ever for about 3/4 of the season for them to narrowly miss the playoffs as he played at an MVP level. But the perception I have, and I think a lot of football people have on the Chiefs, is as long as they got Patrick Mahomes, they're fine. Mahomes and Reed are going to keep them in the hunt, right? They're going to be in the playoffs. They're going to be in the AFC Championship game. It's kind of like LeBron. You got LeBron, you roll the basketball out, you're in the Eastern Conference Final, or now Western Conference Final every single year. And I think there's some element of that with the Chiefs and with Mahomes. I know that that's the thought with the Bills and Josh Allen, because I've said it the last couple of years. Everyone kept saying the Bills were about to fall off. The team's not the same. They lost Diggs. They lost Gabe Davis. Look at this and that about their defense, and Von Miller's older. And my point has always been they still have Josh Allen, right? Haley Steinfeld's boyfriend is still their starting quarterback. Yeah. Have you seen Sinners, by the way?
No.
Haley Steinfeld, outstanding performance. Excellent actress.
I believe that.
You familiar with her work?
Oh, of course, yeah.
She does good work.
Pitch Perfect 2 she was in.
Yeah,
she
no,
was
this
in,
performance is better.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I like this
She
one better.
performs really well?
Wonderful. A wonderful actress.
Okay.
One of the most wonderful.
Okay.
Anyway, Danny, what I'm trying to tell you is Josh Allen dates Haley Steinfeld, and also as long as he's the Bills quarterback, they will be a 13-win team. I think we're getting that treatment because of Jaden Daniels. This is a flawed roster that's got major questions in other areas. How good is the defense? Are they going to generate pass rush? The linebacking core with Bobby Wagner's getting older. Are we confident in the corner room led by Marshawn Lattimore and a rookie? Like, there's a lot of things we got to sort out here. But everyone's going, Commanders, 11 wins, one of the top teams in the NFC, chance to get back to the Super Bowl. And what I'm asking is, am I right when I say I just think it's people betting on Jaden Daniels the same way I do Allen and Mahomes? Because it feels a little early for that. I love the guy. He was amazing last year, but I want 2 really good seasons before I just put him in the they got 5, so it's all going to work out category. But it seems like they're already in that category for people.
Yeah, they're in the cool kids category again because they got to the NFC title game, rather. Right? I mean, that to me is the difference.
Should they be in the, like, to me, it's a binary. There's like 4 teams. The Ravens are going to win 13 games because they got Lamar. We're doing that already with Washington because of Daniels. Should they be? It's been 1 year. It was an amazing year.
No, I know. And I guess I keep saying the same thing, and I know it's not what you're honing in on, but it's Daniels the same way everybody assumed that Houston would be so nasty because of how good Stroud was in year 1 and how good Houston was. They're going to make a leap, and they were good, but not what everybody thought. It's one, I think 90% because of Daniels, the other because they just played the NFC title game. Like had they lost to Tampa, had that kick not gone in, everyone would go, yeah, Daniels is really good, but 9.5 wins seems about right. They're probably 10th or 11th.
So you think if they would have lost, Gonzalez's doink in goes off the uprights and then they give up a touchdown on the ensuing drive and lose?
Yeah.
You don't think they're a top 6, 7 power ranking team?
I think you now default to the Rams ahead of them who gave Philadelphia a better game. I think Green Bay had a little bit more resume. So
they're basically back where they were when they got into the playoffs.
And that's kind of my point. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way, because those things are so fickle. We're talking about a matter of inches one way or the other. We're talking about a Rams team that was pretty good. Probably had Philadelphia beat if it wasn't for the snow. I mean, the point is that when you combine Daniels, the cool kids club, and that's what we're in, rightfully so, plus the fact they were in the conference title game, that everybody who's doing these power rankings, all you do is read the 3-sentence summary. No one's going into the fact that, as you said, that we're sitting here digesting and consuming every element of the team from 1 through 53. We're going, yeah, there's some holes. You're not concerned as much about the holes if you're doing 1 through 32. You're writing 2 sentences about everybody. The sentence about Baltimore is what you just said. Really smart general manager, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. The sentence about Buffalo is, doesn't really seem to matter. Josh Allen is a Superman. Kansas City, when Pat Mahomes starts, they've been to the AFC title game 6 straight times. You just book that, right?
Yeah.
So Washington's getting that treatment. Daniels won, and I think NFC title game too.
So the Texans last offseason had the best splashes.
Mm-hmm.
They spent a lot of money and brought in big names like Danielle Hunter on defense, Stephon Diggs on offense.
Yep.
We could add a bunch more to the pile. But I think that more than CJ Stroud was kind of the story. Because like Stroud was not beloved the same way Jaden Daniels was coming out of last year, and for good reason. But namely because you can't be a pocket passer like CJ Stroud is and be as loved as Jaden Daniels is. Because you don't get on Sports Center as much. People like you, they don't love you. You got to run a bunch. You got to be a dual threat. You got to be able to rip off 25-yard scrambles and do the thing in the open field where you make a guy miss and everyone goes, ooh, and then we all show the highlight, right? So I think this is just a Daniels thing. I want to hit the phones on this, 800-636-1067. Do you agree with my premise that I sit here and I go, the Chiefs are always going to be in the playoffs and make a deep run because they got Mahomes, and the Bills with Josh Allen. Have you seen Sinners, by the way?
No.
Haley Steinfeld's excellent.
She's in
Sinners.
that?
You should check that out.
Okay.
But by the way, really good movie. Should take a side.
Okay.
Very, very good film. But Burrow Bengals, Lamar Ravens, it's a small group. It feels like people have now put Jaden and Washington in that group that they're kind of counting their chickens that the Commanders are going to be really good. And I just think it's a Daniels thing. Do you think he's being thrust into that group like I do a little bit?
Yeah.
Which,
I definitely do.
Which is exciting and cool. I'm
Yeah, I
just
definitely
saying, I'm asking the question. I'm kind of looking around going, is it a little too soon for that? Like, do we need a rush? But hey, if people want to do it, I'm not going to not go to the ball. If you're telling me I'm invited, I'll put my tux on. I don't know if I'm supposed to be there or not. But if I'm going to the Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, Lamar ball, and now I get to be the fifth guy there, I'll go. No problem. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan, a Darius Dameron, Ryan Clary, Toby Altizer production. Kudos to Darius, who won the Super Bowl in the penultimate season of his Madden League this weekend. So a big Super Bowl championship. I asked him the very deep question, do you enjoy winning as much as you hate losing?
It's such a good philosophical question.
And the answer is always going to be no. Darius really struggles with the whole losing at Madden thing to the point where he'll kick people out of the league. But
now, is he out of the...
No, he doesn't kick himself out of the league.
I was going to say he won it, so doesn't that mean he has
he's
to...
allowed to win. But
Okay.
one more season, and then he is detonating the whole league because I believe people were challenging his authority. I believe that's what it was. No, it just got no fun.
So what was fun, what was interesting is I was in the chat, because it's all on Discord. I don't know if you know about this, GP.
Of course.
There's a Discord chat for the stream. So, like, obviously, those of us that know how to do that sort of stuff is in there. They were calling shenanigans and impropriety that this league was rigged so that Darius could win it. That's what they were saying. I'm not saying that's what they were saying.
I know Mother's Day is coming up, but on this day, we are celebrating Dad.
Oh, not.
We love it, based on the big Madden win. Vic and Akakeek, the question is, everybody's high on the Commanders going into the season despite a much tougher schedule. Is this a Jaden Daniels thing, or do they like the rest of the operation too? Vic, are you there?
What's up, fellas? It's been a while since I've been first up.
What's up, man?
I'm here. Y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
My bad. I said it's been a while since I've been number one on the call in the segment. So let's get right to it. I definitely believe that the analysts and the pundits are saying what we are because of Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels is an immense talent. He's very Sean Taylor-esque when it comes to his ability, but it's a little more polished at the level that he's performing and the time that he's coming in. It is only because of Jaden Daniels. Our defense is not that good. Our defense is not that disciplined. Our defense is not that consistent. Our defense is very splashy throughout the totality of the game. I'll even go as far as we are leaning towards Tony Dungy-esque, where one side of the team is really, really good and the other side of the team is not.
Like the old school Colts or the Saints were like
right
that with Breeze and Sean Payton. Yeah, there were some lopsided teams like that.
Yes. Yeah. So I'll close with this. If our defense, as far as personnel and as far as strategic scheme and accountability, was as good as our offense, but was as good as Jaden Daniels, I'm going to repeat that, as good as Jaden Daniels, we would have walked through the Super Bowl, period.
Yeah, it's hard, though, because you can't spend on both sides of the ball all the time, right? You only get so many assets. You can't use picks on both sides of the ball in the same round. So you're going to be lopsided. I'd rather prioritize offense than defense and surround him with weaponry for sure. But I think he's right that the offense is way ahead of the defense. By the way, last year, Washington finished 28th against the run in yards per play. They were 16th, middle of the pack in yards per play defensively. I don't know if they feel like they're better or worse in terms of personnel. They have added 3 new starters, maybe with Kinlaw, Wise, and Will Harris, depending on who's in or who's out. I think maybe a 4th if you count Trey Amos, who they just drafted in the 2nd round. But they lost John Allen up front. I don't think going from Allen to Kinlaw is an upgrade. They lost Dante Fowler, so I think their pass rush at the edge has gotten a little bit worse as well. Bobby Wagner was excellent, but he's a year older. I'll be curious to see how they implement and use Frankie Louvu as an edge rusher more often. And they got to be better in the secondary. I think getting some nickel play from Mikey Sanders still will help. And maybe the whole question of their defense this year is going to be Marshawn Lattimore. If he can play
it's a central one. Yeah, I mean, I think it actually might be an interesting thing. Are they better right now on defense than they were at the end of last season?
Well, I have made the contention that they are not from a personnel standpoint.
And I think that's where I'm at too.
I feel better after the draft with the Amos pick. But to me, that gets them about even. I think they're worse in their front 7 than they were last year.
And so to me, the only way that this works is if Lattimore's who they think he is and not who I think that he is. You know what I mean? Like, if he's awesome, then I think it masks some things. And now your secondary went from what are we going to do to relative strength, actually.
Agreed.
You know, we had an Amos, Sanders still maybe back to his natural spot.
I'd say the same about Javon Kinlaw. They really like Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, they do like him a lot.
I look at his career numbers and I go, wait, him? This is the guy we're giving 15 mil to? But they seem pretty convinced. We've got a chance coming up in just a few minutes at the end of the segment to win those Caps tickets, so make sure you're waiting for the cue to call. on Grant and Danny. Let's go to John in Fredericksburg. What's up, John?
Hey guys, I really enjoyed the show. Yeah, I kind of want to go back a few years, back to Eddie LeBaron and Ralph Giuliani days. But I think Daniels is the key. Of course, he's the key to everything here. I have two issues. One is the schedule's going to be a little harder this year, and also the fact that they won so many games by so few points and so forth. So
that's what we were talking about earlier. That's one thing that does not carry over. And in fact, you can almost bank on it being reversed. It's almost like a batting average in baseball. When you have gotten a lot of duck snort hits, when you've gotten a lot of these jam shot rollers in the infield, and all of a sudden you're 8 for your last 10 or something. Think like James Wood with a 4-hit game, beating out a couple of rollers for ground ball base hits. Like, you're going to then hit into some bad luck. And vice versa. When James Wood hits 4 balls over 100 and is 1 for 4, and the others got run down in the gap or something, you're due. We saw it with Dylan Cruz. In football, when you have a year where it goes your way and the close games constantly are won, see the Vikings going back like 3 years ago, the next season, that doesn't happen. And all of a sudden, their record's very different in one-run ganemes, and you're barely making the playoffs.
Yeah, we saw it in 2012 with this team, where they did miraculous things, and guys like Richard Crawford are returning punts for near touchdowns, or onside kicks don't go their way, or whatever it is. And then somehow next year they didn't win 13 games like everybody assumed they were going to. That they just descended. So you're 100% right. I mean, again, the more difficult schedule, the other guys getting paid to play too. Defensive coordinators staying up all night trying to figure out how to stop you, slow you down, take away things you don't do well, and not adding this overwhelming amount of talent. I don't know. I mean, to me, a tougher road ahead seems reasonable.
How about 12 games against teams that didn't make the playoffs last year, most in the NFL? 11-1 record in those games. You're probably not playing that many games against non-playoff teams this year, and you're certainly not going to win that many of them. 8-4 in one-score games, another thing that'll be hard to replicate. All right, let's give away some Caps playoff tickets. We're doing it at the end of every hour, so one more chance 60 minutes from now to win today. The Caps playoff tickets to caller 9 right now at 800-636-1067. They're for tomorrow night's game against the Hurricanes. It's game 1, round 2. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Eric Edholm of NFL Network and NFL Media next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by
the National Mall.
And here's Josh Harris talking about that announcement today.
What a great day for Washington. I mean, to host the NFL draft in 2027 on the mall, I believe we'll get over 1 million people, and it's going to be an amazing day, and it'll showcase what Washington's all about.
In baseball tonight, the Nationals beginning a 3-game series against the Guardians at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nats. Luis Ortiz goes for the Guardians. In hockey, the Capitals will begin their 7-game series against the Hurricanes tomorrow night, round 2 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Games 1 and 2, both at Capital One Arena. Game 1 tomorrow, game 2 on Thursday. Tonight in basketball, pair of games. Game 1, Celtics and Knicks at 7 o'clock, Thunder and Nuggets at 9:30. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan. One more chance to win Caps tickets today in a little over 45 minutes at the end of the hour, coming up about 10 till. We're sponsored exclusively by Kondori and Murad. That's the law firm, our buddies, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Meet with their attorneys and schedule a consultation. You can go do that at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. They'll give you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Breaking news out of the NFL just within the last literally 2 minutes here. The Ravens are releasing kicker Justin Tucker. They have made the announcement. He, of course, has been accused of inappropriate behavior by 16 massage therapists from 8 different Baltimore spas and wellness centers. He will go down for his time in Baltimore as the best kicker in team history and one of the best kickers in league history. 8 All-Pros, 7 Pro Bowls, all-decades team in the 2010s, longest field goal in NFL history, highest career field goal percentage in NFL history at 89% among kickers that have at least 100 attempts. I would think he'll kick in the league again, but I guess now we got to wait and see what's found out, because the Ravens wouldn't have cut him if they didn't see something they didn't like.
You wouldn't think, right? I mean, they're doing their due diligence. Maybe they found something.
All right, let's go to the guest hotline right now. It is the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Eric Edholm of NFL Media, NFL.com, joins us now. Eric, forgive us for starting with Justin Tucker, but the news just broke.
Sure.
What do you make of the Ravens releasing him? And do you think someone rolls the dice and takes a chance on him, or is it too early to say that?
Yeah, no problem on the Tucker question. I saw it right as you guys were calling me. So, I've had a couple minutes to thinking about it, but really had a while to think about it because, during the draft, they took Tyler Loop, the kicker, and just sort of felt like that was the precursor to letting Tucker go. I don't know the timing on any of this stuff. I don't know if there was some discovery, during their investigative process and what they were doing in-house about, trying to, determine the not only the severity of these accusations, but the accuracy of them and whatever they could determine that the authorities couldn't. But yeah, I just sort of felt like that was the first move. You draft a kicker and then you release the guy who's been accused of some bad stuff. So as for whether he kicks again in the league, I mean, I think you guys are right. I would think there's gotta be some kind of clearing of these charges or something. I don't know whether it's
hard to have that press conference.
Yeah.
Where you're bringing him in right now.
I know.
But the questions that are looming, I should point out, I don't want to cut you off, but I'll tag you back in.
No, it's fine.
I just saw this from Schefter. Adam Schefter is tweeting that he's told by the team They're still insisting this is a football decision. You mentioned drafting Tyler Loop.
Because he had his worst season of his career this past year
he
at
missed
35.
8 field goals.
Yeah.
He was 22 of 30. And in fact, there were people, and I say there were people, I was one of them, who at different points said, you can't keep standing by this guy. And I don't even mean based on the trouble. I mean, he was missing so many kicks. They're a really good team. You felt like he was going to cost them. So they're at least saying this is about the on-field product. I still think he'd be there, and they wouldn't have drafted a kicker if not for what happened off the field. But that's not the song they're singing.
We've seen a little bit of a drop-off coming into last season, but then there was that stretch where, he was missing extra points and the 50-yarders that he was so known for that looked like layups back in, at one point in his career were becoming pretty labored. And, they lost that game to Pittsburgh and a couple others just by virtue of his misses. And they stood by him then during, when they were losing all these games and they were finding themselves, swimming upstream a little bit, even if they knew they had a good football team. So, judge it how you will, but they stuck by him when he was struggling, when we didn't know these charges existed or didn't know these allegations were out there. And then once they came to light, he kind of straightened things out a little bit by the end of the year. So, kind of a complicated, ugly thing.
Eric Edholm with us here on Grant and Danny. Let's get to the power rankings, which are always fun fodder. You got probably dozens of cities that are butthurt, angry at you in your mentions. A couple other places think you're a genius, but go through it for us. No brainer to me to have the Eagles up at the top. They seem to always somehow find that guy in the draft that everybody should have taken but didn't. So they're number one. After that, does it get murky for you, or is it pretty clear cut?
Yeah, no, I kind of looked at it like almost like quartiles. There's a top 8, a second 8, a third group, and then the last 8. And you just sort of do your best to try to get these. And obviously I look at the Vegas win totals and I look at what teams have done in the off season, and we're about to have the schedule released. So we obviously know who teams are playing. So you have an idea of how strong or weak a schedule is, even without knowing the order of the games and all that stuff. So I mix it through the spin cycle. It's a very scientific process, and see what I come up with. So obviously last year, fresh in our minds, we have teams at the top that have had pattern histories of success, and we have the new kids on the block like the Commanders. So there's always that fear. Remember a year ago, the same breadth of conversation we're having with Washington as kind of the breakthrough team last year. We had the same conversation with Houston, and they had a very strange year. They were competitive in a bad division. They outlasted everybody, didn't look great in the process, and then, looked pretty good in 2 playoff games. So, what to make of them. And it was a up and down year. That kind of thing can happen for a team like the Commanders, but I don't try to overly penalize people for our teams for things that haven't happened yet, or I don't know. It's I wouldn't say it's clear cut, but there was a cutoff line. I felt like at some point, maybe around 8 or 9, somewhere around Green Bay.
Eric Edholm of NFL Media. I had asked this question to callers last segment. I want to ask it directly to you. Is the reverence for Washington, and it's not just you, because Danny and I went through your rankings and said 6, it's just, we're not used to it. It feels high, right? But then we go, well, we like them better than we like the team you listed 7, Tampa, or the Rams at 8, or the Packers at 9, what have you. So yeah, maybe they're 6. But is that a Jaden Daniels endorsement or a Commander's endorsement? And maybe the point is they don't need to be separate. But I feel like they're in the club now. Like I always say, the Bills are going to be in the AFC Championship game mix because of Josh Allen every year. The Chiefs with Mahomes. Are we saying that about the Commanders because of Daniels? And is it too soon after just 1 year to say that?
Yeah, that's a fair question. And in fact, just to kind of extend that example from before, I don't think it was crazy a year ago to suggest that C.J. Stroud played at a very comparable level. That his, rookies just don't avoid interceptions very often, right? That's something that both guys were able to do pretty well last year. I would say even, Stroud had fewer, I think, than Jaden did. But still, the poise was off the charts. And so, maybe after last year, even with bad protection, we knocked Stroud down a little bit, but he's still got that level of respect that I think puts him up or near the top. And I don't know that he can drag the Texans up the same way that maybe Jaden could do it with the Commanders, but maybe, who knows? So it's just a reminder that, like, you can do it, but you may be out in front just a little bit. And teams are going to be diving into the tape, especially with a guy who's got a tough style to prepare for, right? And I'm sure people have been doing the same exercise with Lamar for years and bashing their heads against the wall as they do it. But, there will be coaches out there who have spent a good chunk of their offseason devising ways to short circuit this kid. So yes, it's an endorsement of him for sure. And Dan Quinn as well. And a roster that looks so much better than it did, 13 months ago, whatever. So it's been impressive to see how they really put this thing together. I think it's a team thing, but Jaden certainly is the big beacon out in front.
Eric, let me ask you about what team from, I guess it might be your second quartile, possibly your third quartile. I'm not sure how your quartiles are divvied up. It's our SAT word we didn't know we were going to have on this program today. But give me somebody that's kind of arrow trending up that could end up maybe where Washington is now. I'm thinking of a team like Cincinnati, if they had like one defender, might have won 12 games last year, or Denver with some of the arrow trending up. Give me somebody that could jump up to where maybe Washington is.
Yeah, and this is somewhere where you look back last year, and the Eagles technically played an easy schedule. So did the Commanders. You have to weigh those kind of things in, and you look at some of the tougher schedules, and you say, "Wow, the Bengals." It feels like for a number of years now have played a really tough schedule. That's something that you can't, you have to factor into what they did. So, there's probably, I would say that in that next group, and I'm just kind of going down as I look here, there's probably for every Minnesota Vikings team that you can see losing more games than they did last year, there's a team like Denver who maybe I didn't love their draft and didn't think they'd exactly got what they needed, but still think this is a team that is gunning for a Chiefs team that, boy, you keep looking at the numbers last year. I think they outscored their opponents by 50 points and still won as many games as they did. And every week felt like a nail biter. How long is that sustainable for? I know they're the Chiefs. I know they've earned their flowers, but I could see Denver stealing a win or two. They should have beat them in Arrowhead last year, things like that. Maybe those wins start coming this year. So just keep an eye on them. With that defense and Sean Payton and Bo Nixon his second season and the whole bit, I could see them being, and Tampa Bay too. I don't remember exactly where I had them, but man, the Bucs offense should be fantastic. And that division has a lot of question marks. I think they're going to win a lot of football games.
I told Danny earlier in the show, I think the Patriots are a big time sleeper this year for kind of that renaissance team of the Texans 2 years ago, Washington this year. So I want to get your thoughts. You have them 25th. And that's about where they should be ranked. You could rank them there and also still say, yeah, they could have an amazing year. But if you look at their new starters in free agency, Diggs, Matt Collins, Garrett Bradbury, Morgan Moses on offense, and they drafted Will Campbell at tackle. On defense, they did even better work. Milton Williams up front, Harold Landry off the edge, Robert Spillane at linebacker, Carlton Davis in the secondary. I just think there's a lot more there now than 1 year ago, and I love their coaching staff they put together with Vrabel. Could they be a surprise team?
And doesn't that offseason that you just kind of described right there feel a lot like what, Adam Peters did a year ago? The only difference being they got May a year ago, and now he's in his second season. So, yeah, they attacked, they added competition everywhere. They I say upgraded. Obviously, Jared Mayo had 1 year. We didn't really get to see him that much. But from all outward appearances, I would say that Vrabel is going to be a good injection of life to that locker room. And so, some of the receivers do anything, and they've upgraded the offensive line. It could be very well in the cards. Their schedule is very favorable too. You look at who they play and who they get at home versus away. Some of their tougher games are at home. That's not bad, right? And the road schedule is pretty manageable. So there's definitely, and this is about where I had the Commanders last year. I think I had them like 26th or something. And people thought I was being a little too aggressive at that point. That's kind of what I'm seeing with New England is that, type of, Dan Quinn came in, changed the culture. I think Mike Vrabel can do the same thing in New England.
Eric, we haven't talked much about this, but just want your reaction. We're pretty pumped here in D.C. today The draft is coming here in a couple of years.
Yeah.
So what have you made of the sort of the traveling spectacle road show? Just what are your thoughts on the nation's capital getting the offseason showcase?
Yeah, I guess I have to think about how many different cities. I didn't go this year to Green Bay, which is crazy because I live about 3 hours away. There was a reason why, but I've been to more. Kansas City was terrific. It had a really good setup. Detroit was wild. I mean, it was really big scene. So, what you think about immediately is the logistics of it. The one thing that really hurt for me with Detroit was trying to walk anywhere. They had about a 19-block perimeter set up, and you had to go through a certain entrance if you were media and certain entrance if you were fans, and it made for a very long haul. But so whenever I hear about a city coming to a draft, or vice versa, whatever, a draft coming to a city, you think, is it set up for this kind of thing? And from all sounds of it, like Green Bay was perfect because it's such a small place and you can move around pretty easily, but it'll be a different story in DC. Obviously, there's no more dramatic backdrop than that one, and obviously all the historical buildings there, I think, will add a different kind of flair to it. And so, yeah, I mean, it really is neat. I remember going to my first draft in New York and then later in Chicago and thinking, how is the draft going to be exciting? But they really do put as much as they possibly can into the fan experience, and they've learned a lot over the last 10 years.
Eric Edholm of NFL Media. How about Shedeur Sanders' fall? What do you blame is maybe the wrong word. Why did that happen?
I think it's a lot of different factors. I think him not having an agent and having, a lot of people in his corner saying like, you're the man, you need to be picky about where you're going and all this stuff. I think it may have ended up being the wrong approach. I think an agent sometimes can smell these things and see these things coming and say, look, teams are going to be turned off by this. That was some of the feedback I got was that it felt like Shedeur was wanting to be wooed as opposed to, doing the wooing himself. And look, I don't know how it's supposed to work or how it should work. I just know how teams typically look at these things, and that could be a turnoff. And the reality is there were only about probably 7 or 8 teams that realistically made sense for him anyway in the draft, like teams that were committed to drafting a quarterback, willing to use resources to do it, had the picks, blah, blah, blah. So the field was already kind of slim to begin with. And once the Giants went with Jackson Dart and the Browns went with Dylan Gabriel, it was like, wow, okay, what's happening here? So I think he got hurt by the process a little bit. His talent, to me, suggests he should have been a top 50 pick. It just, it was an unusual situation, and the fact that he ended up in Cleveland made it even stranger. So I don't know how it's going to end up, but man, if there's a spot where I think he could win that job, it's probably there. So crazy how it worked out.
Quick thought, the old school football guys that want to tell me about running the ball and establishing the run and stopping the run and everything's about that, and then we can do everything else. We're loving this draft this year. I think it was like 18 or 19 of the first round picks were trench guys, whether there's offensive line, defensive line. Is that just this year? Or are we kind of seeing a theme start to develop about, we had all the passing numbers, video game style a few years ago. Now everybody's playing shells. Are we seeing sort of a response to the response, which is now responding?
Absolutely. And I said it, I think I even said it at the height of the passing era, in 2011 or whatever, when we were, when the fifth leading passer in the NFL had 5,000 yards, right? At some point, the run game is going to cycle back into the league. There's no way it can't, because you go so far in one direction, one person's willing to start going against the grain, then everybody follows. And I think and some of it is the quarterback run game too. Obviously teams are more open to having a Jaden Daniels do his thing and whatnot. That's becoming more common. So, yeah, I mean, you start putting dime defenses out there, light fronts, pass rushing fronts. Teams are going to load up with 12 personnel and unbalanced lines and big backs, and let's see you stop it. And that's hard to do. So, yeah, I think with the Barkley and move and all the free agency moves, Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs, Bucky Irving down in Tampa was a great draft pick, and other ones. So, we're seeing that now with the backs and tight ends and offensive linemen and defensive linemen that all win at the top of this draft. And part of it was also the talent that was available.
Eric, lovely information and rankings for the Commanders. We're all about them being sixth on the power ranking. So for all of those people yelling at you, we're the opposite of that. Thank you for joining us.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy.
So kind of you guys. Thank you.
We can't miss today. We got a new stadium, hopefully. We got the NFL draft coming. Jaden Daniels has things looking up. We're in a good mood.
Put him in a bubble, and we'll see you in August.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, seriously.
Ain't that the truth? Eric Edholm of NFL Media with us here on Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. Let's do this next. We've got another chance for somebody to win Caps tickets. Final time today, coming up in like 33 minutes. So make sure you're listening then. But we have not talked Caps Canes. The series starts tomorrow. How do you feel about the matchup with Carolina? Let's get into that next. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. The Caps are underdogs. Carolina's becoming a heavier favorite as we get closer to the series. You okay with that? And what do you think the series will come down to? We'll preview it next. Hey, it's Grant. FanDuel's the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see how a guy is hitting the over or under consistently, or maybe if they've been flirting with a potential triple-double this NBA postseason, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get better because you combine prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win even bigger. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's time to get in on all the action. You get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's a $5 bet you got to hit. You get $200 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP, FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan and the NFL. Some big news in the area today as President Trump, along with Mario Bowser, Roger Goodell, and Josh Harris announced that the NFL draft is going to be in Washington, D.C. coming in 2027, going to be held on the National Mall. Also, Justin Tucker was released by the Ravens after 13 seasons. Tucker's been accused of inappropriate behavior by 16 massage therapists. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Guardians, the first of 3 at Nationals Park tonight, 6:45 first pitch. Near the game right here on the Fan. Jake Irvin takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-1 with a 4.01 ERA. Luis Ortiz goes to the hill for the Guardians. He's 2-3 with a 4.78 ERA. In hockey, the Capitals will begin their playoff series against the Hurricanes tomorrow. Game 1 tomorrow, Game 2 on Thursday. You can hear both games right here on the Fan, and both those games are at Capital One Arena. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caps playoff coverage on the Fan, brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV. They specialize in full-service interior trim carpentry, handling everything from supply to installation, turnkey, hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. We will hit the phones with you in a moment. This is the first chance you've had on the show to weigh in on the series with Carolina. Your thoughts, your expectation for the Caps in round 2. So Caps fans, line them up at 800-636-1067. We'll be coming to you in just a moment. Danny, after being heavy favorites in round 1, the Caps are now sizable underdogs.
They are.
Going into round 2, they have home ice advantage. Games 1 and 2 tomorrow night, Thursday night at home. By the way, we'll be at City Tap House, a couple blocks from the arena, ahead of the game on both Tuesday and Thursday. John Walton of Caps Radio fame is going to be live with us on site at 3 o'clock tomorrow, so you can come on by and kick it with us and JW if you want to. But Danny, what is your gut feel going into this series?
I don't feel great. This to me is the kryptonite. This to me is the weakness or the Achilles heel, whatever you want to use, of the Capitals' roster construction, playing style, age, experience, and everything else. It's not necessarily unbelievable dynamic offensive creativity. There are teams that are more prolific in terms of scoring goals or creating chances, or high quality chances rather. It's that the thing I always talk about. I just call it speed. It's not. It's the relentless use of the speed. It's not just open ice where, two guys racing for a puck. 1 out of every 3 games you see that someone trying to prevent an icing or something like that. It's not what I'm talking about. There's never any room or time. It's the pressure, and the pressure never ever stops. And they get momentum back, and the ice gets tilted, and the Capitals have that long-standing playoff thing where they can't get the puck out of their own zone, and then those goals feel inevitable, right? Where they're just constantly peppering you, poking at your wall and at your defense. So to me, they're pretty good. B, they play this Brendan Moore style of taking on his persona, I think, as good as any team around. And he's willing to be the bad guy, kind of play that Tortorella role and say inflammatory things that supports his team and pisses off the opponents and their fans, etc. They're going to agitate. They're going to be a pain in the butt. This, to me, is kind of the thing that I'm afraid of when I think about the Capitals, is this group.
So the Caps this year scored 14 more goals than did Carolina. They allowed 7 fewer goals. They were better offensively. They were better on the defensive end of the ice. They got better goaltending statistically. So kind of in all of those areas, they were better. You go, why is Carolina so heavily favored? And the answer is that the deeper numbers, the peripheral, what we could call analytics or deep dive kind of nerd numbers in hockey suggest that Carolina is the better team. If you look at things like expected goals this season, the highest in the NHL for Carolina, right at about 55.5% of goals scored in their games. Should have had a 55-45 edge. The Capitals, as an example, were 50.5%, little under 51%. If you look at that shot attempts for Corsi, similarly, Carolina, 59% of shot attempts in their games, 41 for opponents. The Caps were almost dead even at 50-50. So Carolina is going to control the puck a little bit more. They're going to shoot the puck more often than the Capitals do in this series, which requires really good goaltending, obviously. And then if you look at the actual playoffs, which maybe are more relevant than the regular season, although it's hard after just one round because you don't know how much of it is the opponent or the matchup, what have you. The Hurricanes, 36.6 shots per game in the first round, led all NHL teams in the first round of the postseason. So Logan Thompson's going to have his work cut out for him. On top of that, they're better on special teams, in my opinion, than Washington. Their power play ranks 5th among playoff teams. Their penalty kill is number 1. They killed all 15 opportunities against the power play against Ottawa in the first round. Now the Caps with Ovi from his office have a better power play, obviously, so that bodes well. But they're an elite penalty killing team. They were the best in the sport all year. They're pretty good, I think, as well on the power play. And you've mentioned the speed. The Caps are like faster than, you like to call them heavy, and they are. They happen to be both right now. They're both fast, where they have a lot of guys who can skate. Bavillier on the top line can fly. Second line, McMichael can skate with anybody on Carolina. Even Wilson and Dubois, for their size, are very, very good skaters. Well, yeah. Mangiapane can skate. Ryan Leonard can fly. And then on the fourth line, a little bit less so for Duhaime and Dowd, but right now Protas has been on the fourth line. What an amazing transition he's made from just a big guy who's not very good on his edges and doesn't skate well to now someone who's got some decent speed. So up and down the lineup, they're a great combination of size, heavy, what they like to be, and also just a lot faster. The Bavillier trade has really helped them.
Especially with that speed, yeah.
Like him and Strome on the top line now working in unison. Those guys can skate, right? So they've got that up and down. But Carolina is going to present problems with their speed, with their skating ability. And where I worry about this series is if Washington can't stay out of the box. They took too many penalties for my liking and even got out of their own game and got baited a few times when they can't afford to by Montreal. If that happens against Carolina, remember when they got under the Cap skin and there was all the fights and the line brawls and everything going back just in April, a month ago, when these teams were playing, then Aho and Svechnikov and those dudes on the power play are going to absolutely take your lunch. So I worry about that. I'm always petrified of like a goal, on the penalty kill from them as well, shorthanded, because they're that talented and they're able to, with Seth Jarvis, score shorthanded goals too. So for me, it's about how often are they at even strength? How does Logan Thompson play? Because I do think special teams, they'll be at a disadvantage.
So the Caps have the longest odds of the teams remaining to win the Cup.
By the way, for the number 1 seed in the East, for the best team in the NHL in the regular season other than Winnipeg, and far better in the first round than Winnipeg, who were down 2 goals with 3 minutes to go last night and should have been eliminated. And you're saying, and you're right, but you're just mentioning the numbers, the longest odds. They are getting zero respect right now. Zero.
Yeah, the longest odds in the Eastern Conference, tied for the worst odds of, again, every team remaining to win their conference.
With
with actually Winnipeg, ironically. Both at plus 400.
Connor Hellebuck stunk in the first round. He was the best goalie in hockey the last 2 years, winning the Vezina, and they were lucky to get out of their series last night.
And then tied with Toronto is the worst odds to win their current series at plus 150. So somebody doesn't think much of Washington and their resume when it comes to putting this stuff together. Now, we had your buddy Adam Gold on earlier from Carolina, and he made a pretty good point that Florida is the best team on paper, or maybe playing the best right now of anybody. Who knows what happens if momentum carries over with these weird layoffs and everything else. I'll worry about Florida when we get to play Florida. The challenge in front of them is Carolina, who's got the second best odds in the Eastern Conference to represent the conference and the third best odds overall to win the whole damn thing. So this Carolina club had their stumbles in the regular season, finished 12 points worse than the Capitals, basically 6 wins worse than they did. That's not insignificant. I mean, that's a major gap, and yet they're the heavy prohibitive favorites here to win this series.
Which I understand, I think, because of recent history. I mean, the Capitals have lost a lot of playoff games and a lot of playoff series over the last several years. You got to go back 7 years to find the last time they went on a run. And they just got out of the first round in 5 games. It was an overpowering 4-1 matchup with Montreal. But if you go back and you really pick nits and you go through those games, that was not I always talk about expected batting average, or like, your Pythagorean win-loss based on differential, what you should be. That probably should have been a 6-game series, not a 5-game series. I think they were lucky to have gotten out of it in 5. You could say the same thing, though, again, about Carolina. They went to overtime. In fact, double overtime with the Devils in Game 5. They went to double overtime with the Devils in Game 3. They won both of those games. What if New Jersey just finishes either of those? Then they play 6. What if New Jersey wins both of those? Again, double overtime. They had chances in those games. Now, all of a sudden, you're talking about needing to go 7 or maybe even having been eliminated. So it's just interesting to me that Carolina scored fewer goals in the regular season, allowed more goals in the regular season, one less than the Capitals. When they met head-to-head, it was very comparable. Both teams got points in 2 of the 4 games. Then in the first round, the Caps were actually more decisively a winner. I agree that it's not the best matchup for Washington, and maybe that's all it is. But to me, the idea that Carolina is a prohibitive favorite, or that the Caps, maybe more importantly, the better point is, are just getting so
zero respect,
disrespected, is kind of silly to me. The Hurricanes came out and in games 1 and 2 at home against the Devils, they waxed them. They outscored them 7-2. Then they went to New Jersey. They needed double overtime and lost that game, and then got a 3-goal win and had to go to a game 5. But who's more impressive in the first round? Just take both teams' names out of it. The Caps played a lot less hockey and got it done faster. So I'm a little confused by this. If I had to pick the series, I think it goes 7. And I absolutely think Carolina could win the series in 7. I'll pick the Caps in 7. I think it's going to be excruciating. But I totally understand why someone would say Carolina wins the series. But the disrespect to the Capitals makes no sense.
I'm trying to put my finger on it here. Right?
I think it's still how they finished the season, too.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. So that's what I was going to bring up. So 2 final matchups in April, okay? 1 second game of I guess it wasn't a back-to-back, but the Caps didn't have much to play for and were listless, and then they tried to fight a bunch at the end. And then in the other, a 5-4 Capitals win in a shootout.
Yes.
I thought most of that game, kind of going back and trying to remember to refresh my matchup here.
That was the night of the Ovi celebration right after he broke the record on Long Island.
Carolina, Washington had a good kind of middle part of the sandwich there, scoring 3 goals in the second period. But as I recall, Carolina was kind of good beginning and end of that game, forced overtime. Washington wins in the shootout. But so it wasn't as if Washington, said, okay, now it's revenge time. Let's really hammer these guys that kicked their butts 6 ways from Sunday. Carolina handled them and was probably the better team for more time on that ice that night. But does that mean they should be dominant favorites in the postseason? Not to me, but I'm just trying to put my finger on it. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, so the only time that they've really been handled with any ease by Carolina was a back-to-back. You'd said that, but kind of correct yourself. They went to Carolina in that game that made you mad where everyone got into all the fights.
Yeah.
And the season's already wrapped up. You got nothing to play for, and they played the previous night. I don't care that much about that game. I'm going to be honest with you. That is not that revealing or telling of a game. At the end of the regular season, when you're in OV hunting record mode and you're on the second night of a back-to-back trying to make sure guys are fresh for the playoffs, I don't think that game's telling at all. It is more telling to me when they met and the Caps won in the shootout. Now, to your point, the Caps were down 2-1 after 20 in that game. They did lead 4-2 going into the third period and then collapsed to even have the game go to the shootout. But how much do you want to focus on the regular season? I don't know. I mean, that's up to everybody. I think at their best, the Caps ceiling is better than the Hurricane ceiling. I really believe that. I think we just saw, what is the point of the regular season? I mean, we just saw the two teams play for months and months and months, and Washington's best was better than Carolina's best. Now, do you get your A game in those games? I don't know. Can Logan Thompson be spectacular? He's got to be. I thought defensively, the Alexiev-Van Riemsdyk pair, the third pair of the Caps defenders, was way better than anticipated. Are they going to be able to play at that level again, or do they get exposed? That's going to be fascinating. I certainly think when you go to Carolina, there's some bad matchups waiting there in that regard. John Carlson, I think, has to have a much better series. I don't know if he's completely healthy, but if he is, I'd like to see him with some more rest going into this series, play just a cleaner game in his own end and look a little bit more spry as a skater. But I liked what I saw from Chychrun and Matt Roy, especially, and Van Riemsdyk, who we had on the show a few days ago in that first round. But I feel good. I'm past the point now where I'm confident. There's not a series they could have where I'm confident going in. That's over now.
Yeah, would you think that would apply to nearly any fan base? I mean, it's hockey playoffs, right? That's kind of the point, right?
If they are sane and if they have,
experienced anything,
if they've ever lived this, I mean, how could you possibly feel good? Like Carolina fans are not giddy about this matchup. No chance. It's 6 or 7 games. Who gets the bounces? Let's play hockey. But they got a great shot. I cannot believe how much disrespect there is for the Capitals, is all. If you guys want to weigh in on why you think that might be, 800-636 1067. The huge news in town today, the NFL draft is coming to the nation's capital. It'll be on the National Mall in 2027. We'll get back into that next. Danny just went into the hot take room and came out swinging. He just told us during the break that he's got the Golden State Warriors going to the Western Conference Finals.
I said I think they might go to the conference finals.
The NBA Finals, he said.
I said conference finals.
You said the finals.
I said conference finals.
Darius,
you heard me.
You did not say the word conference. I botched it and said the word conference. That would just mean they win one series.
Yeah, I think they win one more series. I think
Darius,
they
what
beat
did
the
he say?
Timberwolves.
To be fair, it was Toby that said the finals.
Danny didn't say that?
No, Danny said conference finals.
Okay,
Toby
then I
said the
misheard
finals.
that. All right, then I misheard. So then it's really not that hot then. You're just saying they could win their next round.
Yeah, because everybody's gone, Minnesota, wow, they're incredible. I don't think they're as good as they were last year, even, or maybe a couple of years ago. They just beat a Lakers team that was deeply flawed. And we just realized how flawed they are. But I think Golden State's got one more round in them.
Timberwolves are really good. I think the Warriors, had this series with Houston only gone 5 or 6, would have been able to top Minnesota in advance. I don't have them doing that now. I think they got worn down. And the other problem for the Warriors is they got 2 guys that can score. That's the list. It's Jimmy Butler and it's Steph Curry and nobody else. So if those guys are not combining for 70 points or something like that, then they're scoring in the low 100s, which might work against Houston, who's the worst half-court offensive
It's not
team
a good half-court
in the playoffs, but I don't think it's going to work against Anthony Edwards in Minnesota. Not to mention they got rim protectors and rim defenders, and they can go super big, which will give the Warriors fits. That's a terrible matchup for them.
It's not a good one. Minnesota's unique, and like everyone else is like, I want more wings. They're like, no, we can play some bigs here and there and bother you a little bit.
Could this be the Anthony Edwards? You can't call it a coming out party because it's been years now.
He's kind of had some.
But
yeah.
if he ends up going on a run
where takes LeBron out and Luka takes out Steph Curry.
The next boss is Steph Curry, and then they would get to the conference final, and who would they play in that matchup? Let's say it's the
OKC
Thunder.
probably.
Right, and so you knock out like an MVP candidate and Gilgeous-Alexander, and the next thing you know, like he's the last man standing. That would be his moment to be the guy, which he hasn't really been.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll do that, but they could. I think they're going to be in the conference final.
Yeah, he's been viewed on deck for a while, like the heir apparent at certain points. But, LeBron's still putting up, 26, 8, and 8 as the guy my age. So it may be torch passing time.
So make your prediction. Put your name on it.
OKC and Golden State play for the conference championship. And OKC wins it.
Size for the Thunder, by the way.
Yeah, they're fun.
That's the Wizards blueprint. Will Dawkins comes over. He's trying to recreate it. Now, I don't know where my SGA is at this point.
I don't even see my Jalen Williams at this point.
I'm still waiting on a couple of these things. We'll keep waiting.
I'll take either Jalen Williams, by the way. They got 2.
Here's what the Wizards are super psyched about. I know this from just talking to a couple of people in the last couple of months over there. They don't only think that this draft is better than last year, but they think next year's draft is way better than this one. And so the idea is be patient for another year. Because I think the point is they're going to try to stink up the joint again one more time.
Go for it.
So that they can run it back and add as many picks as possible in a deep draft next year. But after 2 draft classes, you spend a little money and add a piece. At that point, hopefully, God willing, they hit the lottery this year. Cooper Flagg with Alex Sarr. You got some young talent with Bub and Keshawn George, and then you add 3 or 4 more picks. I think they feel like whatever that looks like is not that far away. Maybe you're one money grab and free agency away from being a really good team.
Yeah, you could have a bunch of really enticing, fun young pieces. I mean, you look at Orlando. Not that that's anything anybody should be thrilled about at this point, but they have a couple really nice young players. If they could draw a free agent there that fit them well, you'd go, I don't want to see that team. I want to first be the I don't want to see that team. Then maybe you could ascend to do what Oklahoma City's doing.
Did you see that the Pacers pulled off a huge Game 1 upset?
Yeah, they looked good.
And they did it without Mr. Halliburton in the crowd. How is that even possible?
How do they even know what to do?
Although I guess it was in Cleveland, so I don't know if he would have been there anyway. But a 9-point win last night at the Cavs for the 4-seed Pacers, who were heavy underdogs, 121-112. Speaking of coming out parties, other than the in-season tournament, Tyrese Halliburton, have yourself some fun. 22 points, 13 assists for him. All 5 of their starters in double figures last night. Naismith and Siakam both had 17 points. Pacers look like they could be frisky and give the Cavs a little series here.
This is playoff Miles Turner, too. I mean, the idea of him is always very sexy. Regular season, it's like underproduction, but when it comes to matchups, more half-court type stuff in the playoffs, he's wildly effective as shot blocker, 3-point shooter.
Do we think there's any chance with another series starting in the East where nobody's giving the underdog a chance. The Celtics have any problems with the Knicks?
I think the Celtics have been playing with their food for months since winning the title. So the Knicks are tough as nails. Obviously, the Villanova kids, and they'll win a game or two, but I think Boston's going to the finals again.
All right, we promised you the last chance to win Caps tickets today at the end of the hour. So right now, caller number 9. This is for tomorrow's game 1 against the Hurricanes in round 2. We're giving away a pair of Caps tickets, 800-636-1067. Enjoy the game on your Pals G&D. For tickets, if you're going to the game, you want tickets or more event information, go to thefandc.com. Speaking of events, we are going to be discussing the NFL draft in the nation's capital. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Big news today in the NFL as President Trump, along with Mayor Bowser, Roger Goodell, and Josh Harris, announced that the NFL draft is going to be coming to Washington, D.C. It'll be on the National Mall in 2027. Other NFL news, Justin Tucker was released by the Ravens after 13 seasons. Tucker has been accused of inappropriate behavior by 16 massage therapists. In baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Guardians. It was slated for a 6:45 first pitch, but the game has been delayed for inclement weather. You can hear the game when it starts right here on The Fan. Jake Irvin going to make the start for the Nationals. He's 2-1 with a 4.01 ERA. Luis Ortiz going to start for the Guardians. He's 2-3 with a 4.78 ERA. Tonight in basketball, 2 game ones. The Celtics taking on the Knicks at 7 o'clock. Thunder and Nuggets at 9:30. And in hockey, the Capitals getting set to take on the Hurricanes. Games 1 and 2, both at Capital One Arena. Game 1 going to be tomorrow. Game 2 going to be on Thursday. In just 16 weeks, the Team Builders Academy can jumpstart your career in construction, energy, or utilities. Train for high-demand jobs and start building your success. Visit us at pgcc.edu and enroll today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Good news. We are going to be giving away Caps tickets for those of you that didn't win any today throughout tomorrow's show for Game 2. Tomorrow night, Game 1 at Capital One Arena, but Game 2's Thursday night, also at home in D.C. with the Caps having home ice. So tomorrow on our Tuesday show, we'll have tickets for the Thursday night game right here on Grant and Danny. We'll be doing that every hour. By the way, we're going to be live at City Tap House ahead of both of those home games on Tuesday and Thursday.
So delightful. I love that place. They've been awesome to us. It's such a fun bar, such a fun environment. Food is outstanding. They have so many different beverages that you can consume, and it's just a stone's throw away from Cap One.
And then a week from today, so keep note of all this. Tuesday, Thursday, home games, games 1 and 2, City Tap House, right near the arena. We're right there because people are going to the game. They could swing by, have something to eat, something to drink, and then go to the game. Cool. On Monday next week, a week from today, there's a road game in Raleigh against the Canes. We're going to be at Caddy's in Bethesda because we're not going to the arena. Nobody is. So we'll be out and about in the community over in Bethesda, Maryland, where we will be hanging out with Caps fans for a Game 4 watch. Ideally, the good guys are going up 3-1 or something that night.
That would be delightful.
Not chasing the series, but that will be a fun time to be over at Caddy's in Bethesda.
Place is always awesome, always fun. Classic spot. It's been there forever. The house that Riggleman built, man. They were great to us when we had that really fun game watch when this Ovechkin youngster happened to break this goals record that had been long-standing for some time. You can look it up. But, yeah, that was such a cool party, man.
Show's brought to you today by the law firm Kondorian Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Go schedule a consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Very easy A topic today on Grant and Danny. Let's finish where we started the show. The NFL draft is coming to the nation's capital. Josh Harris was part of the announcement today at the White House. He is very excited to bring the draft to D.C.
What a great day for Washington. I mean, to host the NFL draft in 2027 on the Mall. I believe we'll get over 1 million people, and it's going to be an amazing day, and it'll showcase what Washington's all about, but it'll also showcase what our country's all about. Washington is the gateway city to our country, and it'll be an amazing day, and we can't wait to get started. And I couldn't have done it without my partners, Roger Goodell, thank you, and Mayor Muriel Bowser. And we're ready to get to work. And I can't imagine RFK coming back. I grew up here. DC used to stop and on Sundays, and everyone would be inside watching football, or everyone would be glued at the stadium. And so we want to bring that back. And football really is as essential to the culture of America. We all love it. We all watch it, and it brings people together. And so what a great way to celebrate the United States of America, the NFL, and the Washington Commanders.
Detroit, as a city, generated $250 million in revenue when they hosted the draft. Much smaller city and market, obviously, than DC. Green Bay, it was well over $100 million. That's in a place where there's a couple 100,000 people.
Right.
And they had more than the number that actually lived there attend the draft. They're saying maybe over 1 million people, visitors from all 50 states, all 32 fan bases. This will be a boon for the DC economy, will be a significant win for the mayor and for the city council. And hopefully, Danny, only the beginning of that relationship between DC
That's the idea.
and the NFL. You heard Josh Harris there saying his partner, Roger Goodell, and his partner, Muriel Bowser, they've been doing some press conferences together lately. That triumvirate.
Yeah, that ain't coincidence. So let's say you're like me and you're always dubious about these economic numbers that are always so rosy. That doesn't matter, because here's the point: the showcase. That's what you're doing. You are showcasing it. You don't invite people over when your house is a mess. You don't invite folks over when everything's under construction. This is now basically the free advertisement for come visit the nation's capital. So people take their spring trips. Like my wife's cousin and his family, they had 6 days like left over on their spring break. They took that family trip to DC, saw the monuments, went to the Smithsonian, got to barbecue with us. Like, people will do that sort of thing in addition to now kind of being around for the draft. So with all due respect to Green Bay, Lambeau, it's a football mecca. To Detroit, you don't really have the same sights and sounds. It's, a perfectly reasonable city, but this is a destination city already. Now you add in kind of the chance for, as you said, those sweeping skylines, those those great visuals, the backdrops at nighttime with everything on the mall lit up, and when the number one overall pick is giving the bro hug to Roger Goodell, it can pan back and you could see the Washington Monument, the Lincoln, the Jefferson, the White House. Those kind of panoramics going to break are unmatched, and it's going to be the greatest advertisement for the city you can imagine.
So it's well said. You mentioned, though, people that are dubious about how much comes in and if you reach the number that's projected. I just never care about that, because what I say to those people is, okay, just don't do the draft. And some bros will go play
right.
Frisbee.
Yeah, you want that? Yeah.
All right, so yeah,
you can have softball there.
I don't think we're going to make $500 million on the draft. I don't really believe you. All right, well, then let Clark and Stan and Steve and Joe and Tim and Tom and Chad 2 and Chad 3 go play Frisbee on the mall that night with their orange T-shirts on before they go out and get pizza and beer after. Because that's what's happening if the draft isn't here.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you're right. Maybe the numbers are a little high. Oh, you don't think the stadium is going to be as advertised? You don't think it's going to generate the revenue that they're suggesting? Cool, no problem. Let's just have 5 more years of planning what might go on at that location. And then in 5 years, we'll build something that generates less revenue and creates fewer jobs and is less of a destination for out-of-towners to come pay into your tax system. We could do that too. So maybe you're right. We'll just do it your way. But bring me the NFL draft. I'm excited about it. But yeah, Josh Harris in one of the most surreal, odd scenes with the mayor of D.C. and the president of the United States and the commissioner of the National Football League today, sitting in the Oval Office. How about Muriel Bowser? A little bit of a heater here for Mayor Bowser. She's got stadium deals. She's got NFL draft deals. She's moving and shaking.
We are delighted to be here with the Washington Commanders, the NFL, and the president to talk about this very exciting announcement for Washington, D.C. We believe in investing in sports because they have helped us transform neighborhoods, and the NFL bringing this event to the nation's capital will help us fill hotel rooms, our restaurants, and Americans from all 50 states will come to their nation's capital and enjoy our beautiful city and museum. So we're just delighted to be here, and we want to thank everybody for all the hard work to get here.
I know this was just about the draft today, but call me crazy. I can't listen to any of this and not think that every word written in these speeches, every word uttered into these microphones is also about the stadium.
Yeah. I mean, Harris even said it, or he sort of was like, the draft is so exciting, but RFK and the stadium and the city used to stop. You're talking about the stadium. You know what I mean? It was like the plot here today was the draft is coming in 2027. What an awesome event. Beautiful showcase for the city. They kind of let the extra part slip.
But even the mayor they're talking about, we've seen what sports does for our neighborhoods. We're sitting in the Navy Yard. We're above the Bonchon people. We're next to the bar and the restaurant and the bar and the other restaurant and the nice circa and, the nice condo. We see it. We see what Nats Park has done. I know it's baseball. There's more dates than football. You can save that part of the spiel. I've read the same stuff you have. Let's hear from the commissioner, Roger Goodell, on the NFL draft coming to Danny Rouillet's front lawn.
The draft has really become one of the great entertainment and sports events. Just a week ago in Green Bay, we had over 600,000 people attend. The year before in Detroit, we had close to 800,000. As the president remarked, we believe we'll be well over 1 million when we come here to DC in 2027. So we not only believe it's a great site, we believe it's consistent with what the president said, which is investing in our communities, investing specifically here in the nation's capital, one that I grew up here in Washington, D.C., and is particularly important. We think we can have a tremendous impact on this community, and it will not just be an event, it will be something that will show the world how far the nation's capital has come and where it's going. So we're very excited about that.
I am getting weirdly prideful about this and just how cool it's going to look. Because I'm born and raised in Virginia. And frankly, I'm born and raised in an area of Virginia that I would not consider the DMV, really. It's borderline. But King George, Virginia is down past Fredericksburg in the Northern Neck. So if you're going through Maryland, which is how I would go from the city to where I live, you go out basically like over by MGM National Harbor. You're going 295 out to 210. You're going down Indian Head Highway. You're getting on 301. You're driving all the way across the Harry Nice Bridge into the first county in Virginia, King George, and that's where your boy grew up. I'm not considering that really DMV, but it's certainly a DC market. We liked all the DC teams. But when people ask me outside of the area, not people in this area, but when I'm in another state or I'm traveling and people say, where are you from? I have always said DC. From when I was 5, from when I was 10, always. I've never, like you went to St. Albans and you lived in the city until recently. I've never done that. But I've always said I'm from DC. But the idea of an NFL draft on the National Mall with the monument lit up and some of our most important buildings like the Capitol on display and the whole country watching, I take pride. That's home. That's cool. And I'm not a guy that is going to go visit those or look at those. Right. I haven't taken a picture in front of the monument since I was in 3rd grade. But weirdly today, I'm prideful about that.
Yeah, well, you see all the people from all these different walks of life, very influential, whether you like them or not. They're all talking about Roger Goodell just sitting there going to see how far Washington has come. The city was pretty good 3 years ago too, or 7 years ago, like in terms of like being able to host stuff.
That's a weird turn of a phrase.
But here's what it means. Dan Snyder's gone.
He means the football market.
Yeah, so like to me, like he just sort of the Goodelltron is like now speaking. So I don't know if he was necessarily trying to slight how good or bad the monuments were at various points. This is more like, yeah, these are the cool kids now. We want to do business with this group now. We're not simply tolerating the 32nd owner who we hate and this organization that was a joke. It's not. Look at what's happening right now. I'm here. She's here. He's here.
Yeah.
This is all because everything's rosy.
He's not talking about the National Mall. He's talking about the football operation.
Yeah, he's not like that. Lincoln Memorial was a dump 6 years ago. Now it's nice. That's not what he's saying.
Nats are in a rain delay, but pregame is getting ready to start, and hopefully the delay is not very long. Let's get you the leadoff brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Leading off playing shortstop, Abram is batting second in left field. Alex Call, your DH. Batting third is James Wood. Batting fourth, he's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fifth, doing the catching. K-Bear Ruiz. Batting sixth, playing second base, Luis Garcia Jr. Batting seventh in right field, that's Dylan Cruz. Batting eighth at third base, Jose Tena. And batting ninth in center field, your guy, my guy, our guy, that's Jacob Young.
Jake Irvin on the bump last time out. 6 earned runs allowed in his 6 innings of work. Got to keep the ball in the yard tonight against the Cleveland Guardians. They need a good start from Jake Irvin. Get that season ERA back under 4. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler going to have your pregame coverage starting in just a moment. They'll be right here on the Fan. And then I'm being told rain delay going to mean an opportunity for the greatest Nationals podcast in history.
Wow.
Starring one Toby Altizer. Bustin' Loose Baseball will be heard right here on these airwaves at 7 o'clock. So you'll want to hear that. For Darius and Toby and Ryan helping us out today, Grant and Danny saying so long. DC, you're cool again. You're getting a draft.
Yeah.
You might get a stadium. Come on. Things are looking up. Caps, Canes tomorrow. We'll have your tickets on the Fan.
Thank you for coming.